lie. Every action leads to reaction and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scribe meal signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try in the wake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show, if you don't know, it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the light in a new hand of cards. Been so long, it seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream at this black. Open my eyes, no going back. It's black. What a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this black. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's black. Schoolmasters lies, the earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD. March Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning
What's up, y'all? Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
what do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I have really concerned myself with it. If you want to say that, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. The obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, I've heard of this concept, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, right. I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Yeah. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what. Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes. Mm-hmm. So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on, mm-hmm. that, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero, there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I would just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. Mm-hmm. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor. Mm-hmm. But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep,
and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of. Sure. Your position on it? It's like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away. If you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flat bread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, gospel.
then-
I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your
Yeah.
third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese. They're like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were
Because
thinking about it.
burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
You tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spangle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe. Okay. Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration. And then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water. Okay. And the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This to me is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what it is. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair, I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
Cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like very like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catchwave when he sees a woman. Boy, yoink. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder. Basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah. But I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right. So they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with pot.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met this friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually like drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. We have such a like so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that, or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server
Yes.
was being smug to them? Ah, they were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake mathematics 1, which is I guess
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it extremely unpleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have mathematics 1 but mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that I won't have to do mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's and I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
For most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again. To
you got to appeal.
Do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
Algebra's
kind of
not
ridiculous.
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal, because I've already done it. It's just that the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, yeah, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just going to go, yeah, of course it is. And I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Dave Pong.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us, as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a...
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school. Like,
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically...
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like, basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like, with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
I mean, it's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, well, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least, that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that, of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between Christian state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where is this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can you hear me?
Like
you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah.
Good old sky gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like what, when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like,
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard used months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you... would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature, just on a daily basis? Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slowly roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of.
You don't mean to, but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, you know, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with the circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So,
okay.
Calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? It's because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows of the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see, you have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain what would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like, all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like, what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it. Really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what distance?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool. Okay. That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
I mean, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
Right.
Hold on.
Which I'm not
Hold
going to
on.
go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot micing, Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur,
and it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my god, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy,
do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App? Okay.
The next thing,
because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position.
Yeah, the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction,
the horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry, and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down, because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies
I know.
that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic, because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, celestial, what is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted? No, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy, and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously like see nothing wrong with it. Like, is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
How do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call a buoy, I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like
I mean, you're just being you're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, "Well, it's not." What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
it's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
But they are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature. Right, that's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottom.
And we interrupt this display of illogical Glover logic with his 2 or 3 horizons to see if anybody wants to have a live conversation. Anybody here? This is Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Somebody at least tell me my mic's working. Or don't. Your choice. Somebody in the YouTube chat, is my mic working? What? Can you hear me? Try to rejoin here. Thank you. Watt and TOS UK have acknowledged that my microphone is currently working. My voice inflections are being displayed upon the channel. It's just stopping the bot. I'll start it back up again if nobody wants to talk. Let's give everybody a chance. Let's see if we can have a live convo. I don't see anybody new on here right now. So, give it a few seconds. We'll go back to the bot. Maybe somebody was listening to it. Sorry for the interruption.
What's up?
Hello, who said that?
Java King.
What's up, man? I don't think I talked to you. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you? I thought that was live.
That was a bot. We were listening to a globe believer display not logic. I guess is a kind way to put it.
I don't think he was making sense to himself, to be honest. When he said, I don't see the problem. What's the problem?
Once they don't understand, once you start talking about more than one horizon, you already went off the deep end at that point. When do we ever see more than one horizon in reality?
Exactly. I've heard someone said once that in the Black Swan there are two horizons, and I can't remember, it was on YouTube, and they drew a line that one was real and one was refracted. I'm like, that's some new shit, man.
Yeah, that's the level of their logic to try to desperately cling on to their globe idea, right?
Yeah. But then the cranes, yeah, but the Earth curve is behind it.
It's beyond belief at this point. I mean, it's hard to believe that these guys believe so strong that they resort to stuff like that. I mean, we're just trying to point out reality and what reality's showing us, and they're like making shit up to deny reality. So, and here we are.
What got me with them as well as when I'm debating globals, I will start off by telling them, listen, your whole model was made by observing the sky. So of course it's gonna work in your model if you observe the sky. Nowhere can you observe the Earth doing what you're claiming. So you have to use the sky and assume the Earth. What's your next question? How does the southern rotation work on a flat Earth? I'm like, you just proved my point.
Exactly. That's the key point that a lot of people don't even acknowledge is the entire globe model was made by observing the sky from a flat Earth. Basically. The level water, it's at no point did a ball come into play. They created the ball out of the sky, like you just said.
Exactly. As I always tell them, celestial sphere exists, not terrestrial sphere, because that's how we see. We see in a sphere in the sky.
Yeah, it's the limits
everything goes over your head, back down to the horizon.
Exactly.
I always say something really simple, like the boat goes behind the curve. It goes behind the curve. It's under the curve, and I will ask them, "Do you see? Can you see under the curve?" No. What do you see? The horizon and part of the boat. So why are you claiming to be seeing behind the curve? You're limited to only see on top of the horizon. Just say it like it is. The boat went into the horizon, not behind it.
Yep, they're stuck with that quandary now that they have to believe the boat's going over a physical horizon, but they can never prove it. And the horizon is never where it's supposed to be on their globe model. So they're stuck with that dichotomy, and it's not our problem, you know.
Yeah, that's so damping the fun is, to be honest. I think they wait for these anti-flat earthers, big channels to debunk it, quote unquote, and just part whatever they said. If someone says, bend the crane, everyone in the comment section, when you say Black Swan, bend the crane, they sound like some parrots, to be honest. Bend the crane. Why? Because their favorite YouTuber says bend the crane. Ignoring the horizon behind the bend the crane, the very thing in question, the horizon.
Yeah, that's the state of their logic streams, which are totally illogical. They cling on to any little thing they think it'll trick people into thinking it's really a globe, you know, and they just keep parroting that. But meanwhile, reality is displaying that there is no globe, as far as I can tell. So, here we are. Oh,
you know what?
Go ahead.
I'm in the UK, right? So I was we are approaching summer, so we're getting early sunsets, probably like around 5 a.m. We're getting sunrise. I was driving to work, and the clouds, the sun appears below the clouds, like closer to the horizon, but the clouds appear higher than the sun. Yet the bottom of the clouds were dark and the top was lit. The whole top of the clouds were lit and the bottom was dark, but due to perspective, the sun appears lower. Yeah, son?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's like you said, it's all perspective, and it debunks the globe when you think about it. Go ahead.
So then we say, you see, the sun is below the clouds. I will ask them, which is closer? Where's the GP of the clouds and where's the GP of the sun? Which one is closer to you? The clouds, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So the sun is further away. The sun is higher, but further away. The clouds are closer. Closer going to appear higher. It's simple perspective. I can't believe things like this can't be understood by the simple-minded, you know?
Yeah, a lot of them just refuse to take their minds to the logical place to understand stuff like that. They jump on what they think's happening, and it's the same the globe. I mean, I can't get in their heads, but you know, things like that are just showing them that this globe idea is just wrong. But they make up excuses, right?
Yeah, it's wrong. It just, it's like having a party and the one that's his birthday doesn't present himself.
Yeah.
The globe doesn't present himself at his own party, you know.
Yeah, where is this globe? Like, everybody keeps talking about the globe, but he never shows up.
Yeah, we're drinking. Yeah, the food is getting cold. You know, the music is dying out. Where's the birthday boy? Where's the globe? Supposed to be in any time though. 39:59. Where is he?
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Man, where y'all keep talking about this globe and talking about how great he is, but he never shows up. What the hell?
No, you know what they say now? Like, for Forget about what they do 2,000 years ago. We have satellites in space now. Forget about what they did in the past.
Yeah.
We have satellites in space now. Yeah, but to get them there, you need to know the radius first.
Yeah.
Are they going in orbit?
Yep, getting the cart before the horse on that one for sure.
Exactly. Sometimes I just log off, man. Just get off social media, to be honest, because
that's good. I try to do that. I try to do that too. You got to take breaks from this stuff.
I took like a week off. I went. What was that server? Is it Gym Panda?
Oh my god, that's a cesspool.
I went on Gym Panda once, and I was kicked in the knee, kicked in the ankle, pushed from behind. Like everyone was attacking me like from every corner at once, and I'm trying to like get my point out, and just like there was one guy saying like, it is what it is. It's a globe. If you don't understand, it's not my problem. It's your problem. Get over it. I'm like, what?
Yeah. That's all they got is gaslighting techniques and ridicule, and everybody knows it's a globe. So what's wrong with you? You're a stupid flat Earth.
You're a fluff, and they ask silly questions. And so that's where I said there was a lady in Australia in the group, and she was like, before she started talking, I was like, you know what? Are you guys aware that the globe have to be assumed because of the observation of the sky and everything the sky is doing? That's why every globe have to point to the sky. You have to use a sky to assume a globe because that's exactly how it was made.
Yeah.
As soon as I said that, the lady in Australia said, how do you explain southern stars? And I said to her, you see, you prove my point. Exactly. Yeah, I took a break after that, man.
Yeah, I've been in this discussion for like almost 8 years now, and I think I went to Jim Panda's server once because I think Whitsit or somebody was over there debating somebody, so I went over there to listen, but I lasted about 5 minutes before I got banned. Somebody banned me. And then
really?
I see no reason to go back, It's just
you know what? I was making sorry.
Go ahead, I was done.
I was making a point over there. I was making a point, a very good point, and a Glober agree with me. A Glober agree with me, and they kick him out.
What's up?
Welcome live from Scotland. We have Space Face. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening, Dave, boy?
Not much. Just sitting here chatting with, who was I talking to? Jamal.
Just thought I'd stick my head in the door and say hello before I fucking bail and go and get some beer. But yeah, I thought I'd say hello, man.
Cheers, man. You got good weather in Scotland today, or is it?
I'm not in Scotland currently, but the summer's coming, bro. It's fucking maybe a couple of weeks, maybe, like, hopefully. But yeah, man, I'm fucking waiting on the sun myself.
Normal day up there, we get white sky, right? I'll never get sun.
No, and in Scotland, man, even in fucking July, like, it's meant to be the middle of summer, but you've like sleet, hail, snow, sun, back to rain, fucking like. So I'm used to shit weather.
Hey, I'm in Liverpool, and I approve that message.
Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool. Yeah.
Liverpool.
So y'all are just on a bad part of the spinning globe. It creates that bad weather.
Yeah, we're in the north. We're getting we're high above. Yeah.
It's the wobble of the globe.
We're in the northern atmosphere, but remember, keep in mind, there's no up and down in space. Don't forget that.
Well, see, when people say to me, "What's up?" I say, "Well, on flat Earth, the sky, and the globe Earth, fuck knows, man. Everything's up and down and left and right at the same time."
Everywhere is up because they said like the northern and the southern, the tilt at a degree. To have a degree, you have to have a flat line to get it from
but there's no up and down in space. Come on, man.
Mate, all these fucking contradictory statements, they're all there basically to sort of muddy the waters for the subconscious, so the subconscious doesn't stick his neck out and say, whoa, what's fucking going on here? So they say one thing out of one side of their mouth, and then they say some other shit out the other side of their mouth, and it kind of gives like two sort of contradictory things that they kind of hold until somebody like us, like a flat earther, points it out. Then Cogdis kicks in and they're like, I want to fucking punch your head in or some shit. Like, they literally start attacking me. Like, I've been in multiple fights because of these motherfuckers, man. Take the ball away from them and they're like, whoa, that's it. Fucking swords at dawn. I'm like, calm down, man. It's just a fucking religious belief, man. Chill out. If you don't want to hear about it, go away. Stop speaking to me.
That's a good job of highlighting their only weapon is to create confusion and ambiguity, and keep
laughter
people
as well, mate. They like to try and take the piss. Like, they'll start addressing the audience, Dave. Like, I'm the person who was speaking to them, but they think because others are listening to them, they think they're going to start being a wise ass and like trying to mock me in fucking front of these other people. But it's just a safety mechanism, man. Again, even when they want to start swinging punches at me, man, I still don't take it personal, mate.
I never take their insults personal, to be honest.
No, but even when they start throwing fists at me, man, I still don't take it personal. Because I realise that it's just their subconscious is like, oh shit, this fly earther's fucking giving me a bit of pressure here. I'm going to have to do something about this. Some laugh, some get scared, some quickly abandon ship and get the fuck out of there. Some want to stand and mock. Like, there's I should write a fucking book, like, specifically about discussing this type of topic with these people. Like, I've had so many different experiences. I spoke to so many people, like, over the decade almost that I've known about Flat Earth. I've had so many extreme fucking visceral reactions, man. It's insane.
You have cops coming after you, Spike?
No, man, it's the Flat Earth fucking the FBI, the Flat Bureau of Investigation. They're coming to check me out, bro.
The Flat Earth Patrol.
What's the FBI?
While I'm still here, let's do a shout out to anybody listening on YouTube or wherever. Click the link. Start a discussion. We're ready to have a civil discussion about the shape of the Earth and its globe ideas you may think is true. Back to you guys.
Dave, the question is, are they ready to have a civil discussion about the Earth? Because most of them I would say no.
When you get down to it, it's just basically an idea that men came up with. It's not that big a deal. These guys had this idea about a ball in space, and it's just all ridiculous. So just give up that idea. What's wrong with that? Go ahead, Spike.
No, bro, I'm only coming in for 5 minutes anyway. So, I like to hear you speaking, Dave. You've got a mellow tone. Even if they come in all fired up and swinging punches, like, Dave, I could imagine that most people, if they start having the discussion with you, they've not got any reason to be angry with you, Dave, because you're chilled, like, you're fucking relaxed.
Yeah, I'm not much of a debater. I just keep asking them, show me, demonstrate this curve to me, and then we'll talk about the next thing. But you haven't done step one yet. We haven't shown the curvature. That's a problem.
I wouldn't say I'm much of a debater either. Like, especially when it comes to like some of these technical discussions that like AI and Drace have with these people, like these people who know maths and they know their equations and they know all this and they know that. Like, I'm unable to debate that kind of stuff because one, I've not been interested over the years, so it's not like I've even attempted to take the time to learn all this kind of stuff because it doesn't interest me. I don't enjoy it when it comes to refraction indexes and like all this fucking technical stuff. Like, I know personally right now I'm not in motion, and it doesn't matter what relative motion and gravity, and they could say anything they want. That is never, in a million months of Tuesdays, that's never going to convince me that I'm barreling in different vectors at millions of miles per hour. I mean, that's absolutely ludicrous, man. Like, we're definitely not moving, man.
Yeah, that's the lack of evidence for any kind of motion. I don't see any of it. It's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous concept. The Velcro atmosphere and all that stuff makes no sense.
The only evidence they've got for it is Netflix. That's literally it. They've not got any person in history, like obviously going through the 3 points sort of style, but all they've got that, in air quotes, proves Earth is moving is Netflix. They've got like a couple of seconds of like edited clips, and that's good enough for them. So see what I said? I'm under like, flat earthers spent 20 grand, and then they proved that the Earth was moving. I'm like, do you seriously believe flat earthers on TV? And that kind of puts the ball back in their park, and they're like, well.
There's not much you can do for people that got the research goes no deeper than Netflix. There's no hope for them, you know.
It's a sad situation that the world's in, right? But that's just the way it is, man.
I just keep trying to look at the glass of half full, even though the water in the glass is laying flat and level, you know what I mean? But the glass is half full of water, and there's more people. We're slowly dripping into that water cup. People's thinking for themselves and starting to wake up. So I ain't trying to follow in or nothing. I'm 60 years old. I'm not be black pilling.
Oh yeah, I never even realised you were as old as that, Dave. I thought you were like 40, 45-ish or something, Dave.
Man, I'm 60, man. I'm old for it.
You sound about 40. I mean, I don't know how a 40-year-old sounds like, but you sound about 40. I've never really gauged it before. Well, I've been kind of older since I was young. Kind of like I grew up in like children's homes and stuff. So because I never had like some kind of sort of family structure and stuff like that, it was basically just the kids in the care, looking after the kids in care. And like we did what we wanted, we ate when we wanted. The only people we had really telling us what to do were staff. They're technically only there for their wages, so they never really took an interest in any of us, really, man. So I kind of brought myself up, man. That's why I never, as far back as I remember, I never ever believed in Santa Claus. Never, because like we were in care, and that wasn't parents or family members that were having the festive sort of like meal and the tree and all that kind of stuff. That was all done by staff. So everybody that was in the care system with me, at least, they all knew that these sort of like festive sort of seasonal sort of stuff that was done by humans, and like so everybody went without saying that nobody believed in Santa Claus and fairy tales and like a silver lining on the cloud and all that kind of shit. Everybody was just like resigned to the fact that life's shit. The staff are there mostly to make it even more shit. So like I never believed in any of that kind of stuff, man.
Well, that's actually, even though that was a challenging situation for you, the positive part of that is that kind of trained you to start thinking for yourself at that age. And
yeah, bro. And it also trained me, Dave, to sniff out liars. Like I've had no choice but be on my toes constantly and be constantly looking for dodgy people trying to use you or lie to you, manipulate you. So like I've always been suspicious, I've always been dubious, I've always fucking questioned. Even when I was at school and when I was trying to behave, when I was in the normal kind of school, like I still kind of did what I wanted. If I never liked something, I just never learned it. Like my history teacher, he used to have my desk outside the classroom for the days that I came to his history class. So I used to go to history, my desk would be at the front door, and I would just go home, or go back to the home.
Wow.
But imagine doing that to a child. He's already got behavioural issues, and you're going to put his desk outside the classroom for everybody basically to see and judge and do whatever the fuck. And like that's really going to help my behavioural problems is by like pointing me out and trying to embarrass or mock me. That's not that literally is the complete opposite of what's going to work with me, man.
And how old were you when that happened? When they got
Well, I was at high school, so it was like, and I never finished school. I left school at 15, so it was like between 13 and 15.
Wow. Well, that sure helped make your bullshit detector very accurate.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And that's not even a fraction of the experience I've got with bullshitters.
Yeah, but I have to admit that I spent the first 40-some years here. I was watching Fox News, and I believed that conservatives and Republicans and all that shit. And then 9/11 happened, or 7/11 was a part-time job, and I was like, wait a minute, this is bullshit. And I started waking up from there, and then of course late 2014 I saw Flat Earth.
But I've never heard that phrase before. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. That's a classic. I'm going to steal that, Dave.
Yeah, I heard somebody else say it. I can't take it.
It's a classic, man.
Let's do one more shout out in case there's somebody listening on YouTube. Click the link right there in the chat. Come in here and have a civil discussion. We have people here that will talk to you civilly, as long as you talk civilly to us. We have a globe idea that is not true, and we're going to point that out. If you think the idea is true, come in here and tell us why. That's all I do.
Good morning, Dave, and anybody else on the channel this morning?
Wave Mixer, take over, man. I'm getting ready to bounce. I'll stay for a
I'm not taking anything. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just wanted to say good morning. I'm sitting out here in a parking lot at the dentist office waiting for my wife to get out.
Do you see the curvature of the earth from there?
You know, I can see the curvature of the earth when I put the car in reverse and I look at the little monitor on the back. It's a fisheye lens, and it kind of curves around. So, yeah, I see the curve all the time in reverse. I just can't see it going forward.
Okay, well, there's something. There's a start for the Globers. So let's go with fisheye lenses. I'll take fisheye lenses for $400, Alex. Anyway, anybody else got anything? Jamal, you still there? You still there, Spike?
Yeah, I'm here.
I need to bounce in a bit. I need to take a nap for work later. We'll check back on you guys later.
All right.
Hey, Dave.
Thanks for talking. Go ahead.
No worries, man.
Hey, Dave, what kind of a microphone do you have?
Whichever one that the Samsung company put in their Galaxy 10, I guess. I think it's an S10.
Well, aside from your naturally good-sounding voice, that's got real good quality to it. It almost sounds like you're on a professional mic. It sounds really good.
You just did a Samsung commercial. They're going to send you a check.
Oh, right. Well, I'm talking on a Samsung, too.
Just in case you're listening, Samsung, I'm on a Galaxy Note. I could do with a new one. So, please post me one.
Mine's a Samsung Galaxy S20, which is one of the low-line models. All I really need to do is talk, and that's about it. I don't need all the crazy apps and games and stuff.
I wonder if the CEO of Samsung, whoever that is, I have no idea. I wonder if he thinks he lives on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing in several different vectors and directions. I'm wondering.
Since finding about flat Earth, I'd heard about, we're spinning around the sun and the sun's moving through and blah, blah, blah. And, but to actually have all those numbers together, that we're spinning around roughly 1,000 miles an hour around the equator while circling around the sun at 6,600 miles an hour, and the sun is going 500,000 miles an hour through the universe, and man, just all those different speeds and all those different directions. I stopped and looked at that. I thought, what the fuck? That ain't happening. I don't even feel like I'm on a merry-go-round, let alone, going faster than the speed of sound and light.
Well, most people, see, once you explain to them the speeds and the vectors and all the different motion and the acceleration and deceleration, or blatantly, just when you say to them, do you think you're barreling in different directions at millions of miles per hour right now? They're like, no, it's not millions, man. It's like 1,000 there. Like, well, then they've got the solar orbit, then you've got the sun's orbit around this part of the galaxy, and then once you start giving them the more, you can see almost the mechanisms in their mind starting to work, and their eyebrows start screwing up, and they're like, nah, that doesn't sound right, man. I'm like, exactly, man. It definitely does not sound fucking right. Yeah.
Well, not even looking at how the Earth is supposed to be spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, going around in circles. But when you look at how fast the sun's supposed to be going, and we're dancing circles around him, we're spinning around. The Earth is supposedly revolving around the sun and following the sun. So that would mean that the Earth is moving faster than the sun, and it has to be in order to go circles around it while still going in the same direction. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Sounds kosher to me, bro.
The problem with you guys, you don't understand how bendy space-time does stuff. So it's more regular bendy space-time. Thank me, Lord.
Space-time, what is that? Oh, yeah, you're allowed to park in this space for 1 hour, otherwise you'll get a ticket. I think that's what space-time is. Maybe you guys don't have that kind of stuff where you're at, but in Los Angeles, when you pull up and park on a street, it'll say 1 hour parking. And if you're there for over an hour, there'll be somebody in a little cart coming by to hand you a ticket very quickly. Because you've been in that space for too much time.
Speaking of bendy space-time, though, Whitsett had an astronomer on his show last night, and he was explaining bendy space-time. Y'all should go check that out. It's pretty hilarious.
Thing is, physical, attributes of physicality cannot be given to concepts. You can't stretch 15 minutes.
That sounded just exactly like what Whitsett was telling that guy, what you just said there, Spike. That's pretty wild. You can't bend and warp concepts. They're just men made up concepts, and now it's magically making stuff do stuff in the sky. That makes no sense.
Well, think about it. What is space? Length, breadth, height. That's all space is. You can't give me 17 inches or give me 13 minutes. I like the one where people say, well, you've got 10 apples, give me 15 apples. Have you still got minus 5 apples? And when you explain it, it's relatively uncomplicated to the average person on the street. They get it, mate. Once you, because of the way flat earthers sort of broach subjects and bring certain specific things up and explain them in a certain specific way, they've never heard it mentioned that way. They've never contemplated it that way. They just, when they hear documentaries and the Discovery Channel and stuff, they speak the things that they're supposedly informing you about. They're saying it authoritatively, so you've not got any question whether or no that's correct or not, because of the way they say it. Scientists have discovered. As soon as they say scientists have discovered, then that's usually all that people need to accept it completely.
While I'm thinking about that guy last night was going into lengthy explanations about dark matter, dark energy. It's pretty funny. He's making shit up as he's going along, but he's telling the story. The guy told the globe story very well. It's all it is, a story. They looked at the sky and they made up a story. Okay.
I might even be more extreme than that. Maybe the whole sky has been made to resemble the story that's been given. Maybe this whole place, this whole system, this whole thing that we're in, maybe it's all been engineered completely as some kind of prison. I don't know if it is, man. It's not I believe that, but it's just another possibility in the realm of possibilities, man.
Save that
The way I look at it.
Sunday. Go ahead, Mike Grant. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. As far as I see it, just taking a look at yourself in the mirror. Okay, I can look at myself. You can look at yourself in the mirror. We weren't just some random spitball that randomly came together shooting through space and created a consciousness, a body that can heal itself. I mean, we had to have been created. Who created us? I don't know. Why were we created? I don't know for sure. I've got my own speculations, but just looking at the calculations, you know, if you take a hand, you get a box full of toothpicks, all right, and you put them in your hand and you drop them on the ground. How many times are you going to have to drop those down on the ground until they draw a picture of something or spell out a word? Or, you know, the only number that you might see is a 1 or a 7. They might randomly, you know, come together like that. But other than that, you know, there's no way that just a random spitball turned into humans and we were able to be smart enough to create cars and buildings and this communications device we're on right now. You know, no way in hell that this was just a random chance. So I don't care if what God you believe in, whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Catholic, you know, I think all of those religions believe that we were created. And I don't know which one has it right, if any of them have them right, except for the one fact that we had to have been created. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I can relate to what you're saying. I've looked in the mirror several times, especially since waking up to flat Earth, and just look at my eyeballs, and whatever created that, whatever that is in my eyeball to make me see things, and it all works. I mean, how can you think that's from randomness? No way. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, Brother Dave. Exactly.
So I made no claims to what the creator is. I just know there is a creator. Something created it.
Well, I like to believe that we were created with love and for love and to be able to love. I think that love is probably the best feeling that there is. You know, you can taste something that tastes really good. You might have sex and that'll be good for, you know, a few minutes, half hour, however long it lasts. But love can be indefinite. And as long as you got that in your whole life, you know, I think you've got what you need. I mean, you need food and water for your body to sustain itself, but you don't need Netflix. You don't need TikTok. You don't need Discord. But what you really do need is to be able to love. And I think that a human that does not experience love is really missing out. That's something that everybody should have in their life.
That little ring made me think of that Beatles song, All You Need Is Love.
Yep, and you can't buy me love either. Ain't enough money in the world to buy it. But you can buy happiness.
If we get more people thinking about how to help each other out instead of tear each other down, we'll have a better place starting there. You know, more people need to go out in the world every day. What can I do to help out my neighbor and fellow humans? You know,
and you know, I experience that every day of my life. Most notably when I'm driving to or from work. It used to be that I'd look at it like I need to get home. Everybody else is in my way. How dare could somebody change lanes and get in front of me? You know, they could have pulled behind me. Why are they in front of me? And just be miserable. You know, and I see road rage all over the place. Luckily, I haven't been part of it, and I haven't had anybody shoot at me, or I haven't wanted to shoot at anybody. But nowadays, instead of just, you know, trying to get from point A to point B as fast as I can without anybody getting in my way, I'll just put my car on cruise control and not worry about, you know, how fast I'm getting there. My car's got this, it's a Subaru, and it's got that eye sensor thing There's 2 cameras, and they can detect what's happening up ahead, if the road's going to curve or if the car ahead of me is slowing down. And it's got adaptive cruise control. So when I put the cruise control on, it's set for the maximum speed. And if the car ahead of me slows down, my car will slow down. If that car speeds up, my car will speed up into the speed that I'd set it to stay at. But
I drive 50 to 60 hours a week, and I've these last few years, especially since Flat Earth, I've become more patient on the road. And I see all these people road raging and driving crazy. What's wrong with them? You're in charge of a 2,000-pound machine that can hit anything, and you're going to act like an idiot. It makes no sense.
Exactly.
Anyway.
And I used to be guilty of that myself. You know, I've had fast performance cars pretty much all my life. And for a long time, you know, I was constantly going over the speed limit. You know, doing stupid stuff, changing lanes. I used to have so many tickets once upon a time that I'd get a notice that if I had one more ticket, my license would be revoked. And then by the time one of those ticket times had expired, I don't know whether it's 90 days, a year, 3 years, whatever it was. So then I get another ticket, and then I get another notice that one more ticket and your license will be revoked. And I lived like that for over 10 years. And now I haven't had a ticket probably at least 20 years. So
I can save money on my car insurance when I get like 100% driving score. So they can tell everything you're doing, like hard braking and everything. So, you know, you're being monitored by your insurance company. Not everybody knows it.
Yeah, Flo, I forget which, she does the commercials for one of those commercial companies, one of those insurance companies. But they have a little device that'll plug into the OBD2 sensor under your dash, and it monitors your driving. And if you're doing, is that what you have on your car?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to do it either way, so I might as well know about it, and I'll save a little money while I'm driving safe. The way I look at it.
There you go.
Because I'm at the age now. I had younger days when I had a Dodge Duster back in the 80s. And I beat a guy with a Trans Am in a drag race one time.
Was that a Dodge Duster or a Plymouth Duster?
Plymouth, Dodge, whichever one. 76 Duster, 8-cylinder Duster, muscle car. And I had it souped up. I had a friend who was a good mechanic. Had everything running top notch.
Yeah, I had a 70 Challenger and a 71 Cuda after that. I've had a 67 RS SS Camaro. I've had a Chevelle. Right now I've got an Evolution. I've got about 400 horsepower for a little 4-cylinder turbo, all-wheel drive.
I think I pegged that Duster at like 190 one time. It's as fast as I went.
Whoa. I
hit 190 for about 10 seconds, and I pulled off of
it. What kind of gears did you have in that thing?
It's a 4-speed, I think.
Yeah, but the final drive, did you have like a 273 gear ratio, do you know? Or
that sounds right. It's hard to remember. It's 1980 something.
Yeah, the higher the ratio goes, like 411, 410, that's usually more like you see on street-to-street corner racers. You get up to 456. It's definitely just for quarter mile. But the lower the ratio number, like a 273, that gives you the highway gears. Plus, if you got overdrive on it, 190, that's moving.
I'm not roboting yet.
No, not yet.
Well, my satellite will start going offline here soon. So, somebody join in here. We'd like to have a new person join. Maybe you're curious about the subject. You think, what are these crazy flat earthers are sitting here on the internet for? Because, despite what you may think, we're not just crazy flat earthers. where people had actually investigated the claims of the globe and found them very shortcoming in evidence, as in zero. Back to you, Grant. We could go with silence. That's an option also. This is Dead Air Dave. While I'm not roboting, everybody click the link and join the call. Start a conversation. We have CB live from the Ohio River Valley. Going to check in with us, maybe. Or maybe he's going to bounce out of the call.
Hey, Dave, just now my wife called me and I answered the phone. Well, I had the Discord on. Could you hear the phone call or did it switch over?
It switched over.
Okay.
We had silence here. I was trying to fill it. So.
Well, that's much better than just having dead air.
Well, I was just explaining we have people that keep talking about this globe, but we're yet to see empirical proof of the globe model. Starting with the currency, that's a problem.
You know, Dave, I take it you've never seen Ancient Aliens, mate. Checkmate. That's all they need, bro. That's all I used to need back then, man. I believed every fucking thing that any documentary told me.
So people are watching this broadcast right now on their big screen TV, let's say. You see my icon flashing, that's a globe with a line through it because I can't find any evidence of the globe. Well, I'm just a crazy flat earther. Back to you guys. Can't believe I'm not roboting.
No, you're not roboting yet. But speaking about icons, do you know what mine is?
No, what is it?
Okay, so the triangle pointing down with a bar through it is the alchemy sign for the Earth. Now, the Earth has its own resonating frequency of 7.83 hertz, which is 2 octaves lower than the lowest B flat on a piano. So it's got the symbol of the Earth, and it's got the Earth's frequency, Earth, B flat. Seems to make sense to me.
Wow, that's creative. Nice icon. Earth B flat. It's not our problem. The Earth just B flat, people. We checked. They told us this story about this radius of a ball. And every time we go to check for this radius of a ball, it's not there. It's flat. We're seeing way too far. We don't feel any motion. Come in here and save us from reality, I guess. Got to be robot now.
Still sounding good, Dave. But I've got a 1-year anniversary coming up here. It was back in late 2017, early 2018 that I found out about the flat Earth. And I have my interest for quite a while. And I believed that the Earth really was flat for a few years until just about 1 year ago. I went to a flat Earth meetup out at Sunset Beach. I met Flat Earth Professor Dude there. I met Sonny there. I have my P1000 that I had just bought, and I videotaped my own version of the Black Swan. It wasn't quite as clear with the horizon in the background, but I could definitely see 2 oil rigs that were roughly 6 and 10 miles out, almost the same exact distance as the Black Swan. And I wasn't even aware of the Black Swan at the time. All I was trying to do is just try to see how far I could see over the curve. But that was almost 1 year ago in June. and there's going to be another Flat Earth meetup at Sunset Beach. The same person is hosting it. I'm pretty sure that Flat Earth Professor Dude's going to be there. I'm hoping Sonny will be able to make it there. And that'll be my 1 year anniversary of going from a believer to a knower.
I don't think I ever believed in flat Earth. Like I always knew. Once I lost NASA, well, that was it. I knew that the Earth was not what I used to previously believe. This was fucking a million miles before I even looked at anything flat Earth related, any like technical stuff or anything at all. As soon as NASA was gone for me, I knew the next day when I woke up, I knew that the Earth was definitely not a spinning ball. Maybe never was able to say, oh, the Earth is flat, but I knew the Earth was definitely not a globe just by losing NASA. That was it.
I remember when Neil Armstrong first landed on the moon. As a kid, I was probably roughly about 10 years old, and I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. We had a carnival at school. It was like a nighttime carnival. And I went there, and one of the contests they had, I won a pet rat. And I named that rat Armstrong because I thought Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, man, America is the greatest. So
it was a convenient name for him, I suppose.
Well, yeah, for a rat. So little did I know then. But I was a big believer in space. I grew up watching the Jetsons and the Flintstones. So, of course, we had cavemen with dinosaurs, and we're going to have people that can drive around in a little car. And before I found out about Flat Earth, I used to kind of relate to George Jetson because he'd get to work and he'd just be sitting there in a chair pushing buttons. And that's pretty much what I've been doing for about the past 30 years, is sitting in front of a computer pushing buttons. So, and I'm thinking, man, all I need now is my little jet car. And I've been seeing some of these little flying vehicles that they make. Most of them have propellers, and they kind of work like a drone. It's not the little cars like on the Jetsons, but I believe someday, before I get old, before I die, we're going to have all of this stuff. And lo and behold, we're still driving vehicles powered with dinosaur juice.
Not even. Yeah. So 100-year-old technology we're still using in carburetors.
Now that sounds like my friend Sonny.
Yep. Good morning.
How you doing? How you doing today, brother?
I keep waking up, so that's a good thing. Get another chance.
Hey, every day that you wake up is a good day.
Having coffee, a bit of a smoke. Getting my morning started. It's quiet Saturday here.
Hey, Sonny, did you see the pictures I posted of the dog-powered trike that I built for my wife?
I did see it. I didn't know that was your trike, though. I thought you were just like out there filming it. But that's cool, man. Right on.
No, that was my wife. Those were my dogs. They're both passed away now. But I took a boy's 20-inch Stingray bicycle and a shopping cart and started cutting them up. And I bought a MIG welder, taught myself how to weld, put together a welding table, and then took the bike and the shopping cart, cut them up, welded them all together, taught myself how to weld because my wife said she wanted to have a dog cart. So that's what I made for her.
Do you still have the TIG welder?
No, I sold it. No, it wasn't a TIG. It was a MIG.
Oh, a MIG. Sorry.
Yeah, I sold that when we had to move out of our house to our current location because I just had to clear too much stuff out. We got one storage unit full of stuff that we can't even get into anymore.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Like at some point, the reason I asked about the welder is at some point I'd like to get together with somebody who's a fabricator like that, because I have some really interesting design ideas with bicycle-based vehicles, just like you're talking about. But something, like that is really I don't even know how to describe it because I have this idea in my mind's eye of what this would look like. I've even had dreams of what they're like driving them. Like in my dreams, I've seen myself driving these different kinds of vehicles, like motorcycles that are like trikes, but you lay down in it, things like that.
Lay down face up or face down?
Face forward. Like you go like semi prone, I guess you would call it, right? And so not the sitting back kind, but like the more like leaning forward. But
it's going to have one wheel in the front and two wheels in the back, or two wheels in the front and one wheel in the back.
I think what I kind of saw in one of my ideas was one in the front and two in the back, but the two in the back were there was suspension like that where you could go almost over any kind of terrain. Like so that I don't know, like the thing could basically like climb a wall.
Oh wow!
I mean,
so there's this vehicle. There's this vehicle that a friend of mine turned me on to. I forget the name of it right now, but it's a solar-powered vehicle. It's got two wheels in the front, one wheel in the back. You can get 40 miles a day free just off collecting the solar power. So, I live about 20 miles away from work, so I could pretty much get in one of these, drive it all the way to work, leave it sit out in the sun charging all day, bring it back home, and never have to pay for gas, never have to pay for electricity to charge it.
That eventually I will have that for my bicycle eventually. But I think I need a better battery, and controller, so that the charge will be less time, because the system I have now literally takes 5 hours to charge. That's a long time. Especially
I remember you were talking about having a generator like they used to have on the bicycles, a little thing that would go on the tire, but you're talking about something more efficient than that?
Well, I think I could do it with a wind vane like thing. While I'm actually riding, just have a couple of little like windmills going. I mean, it's a little bit of friction, but for the cost of running a couple of small windmills attached to these dynamos, that would fully charge like in one trip. So, but basically, a lot of systems like I have, you cannot charge the battery you're using. It's dedicated to being charged or being driven, discharged. So ideally, I would have to have two batteries. The extra battery I would just be charging while I'm riding, discharging the initial battery, and vice versa. Then just switch them out. If anybody's interested in looking at some people that did a more than 10,000 kilometer trip called the Solar Tour, I think I'm going to look it up for you. I'll put a link. It's a bicycle race from Lyon, France to Beijing on the far side of China from France. So there's a whole documentary of these people doing the ride. This one guy literally... So go ahead.
What you were talking about, having one battery charge while the other one is being powered and then have to switch the batteries. I was thinking about that, and you could actually have a sensor that would detect the voltage that was on there. And once the voltage started getting so low, trip a relay to switch over to the other battery. So just automatically change the batteries and reverse it. So one's charging and one's powering.
Exactly. And then
something like that would be fairly easy to design.
Now, the what would be the really cool stuff is the regenerative braking. Like if you had that as well. There's a lot of different options, but a lot of these just simply are not built. Like you don't see one unit usually that has all these features, because these companies are kind of going, I guess, I'm just kind of guessing here. They're using proprietary systems, that they get from different vendors and things like that. That's pretty top secret stuff for those companies, I suppose. So there's a lot of good companies. Mine's called eBicycling, and it's a Chicago-based firm. But they make really good equipment. This motor is waterproof. This whole system I have is waterproof. It's been soaked, and it just keeps going. Other than one short I did have in my controller where water got into. The water got into one of the main wires. So I had to, I'm working on making it a completely, it's waterproof now. I have it, it's like taped up with plastic. So that's what I saw these people doing, riding across China. They all had like saran wrap around their controllers and stuff too, because you have to, you know.
Yesterday, you posted a picture of a motorized wheel from one of those bicycles. Is that just one that you're showing as a sample, or is that what you have?
No, that's my bike. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Now, did you buy it already as an electric vehicle, or did you convert a regular pedal vehicle?
I converted it. The bike I salvaged, it was like a junker that somebody had trashed, and it had no brakes. It had the wrong front wheel, but everything else was pretty good, other than it was painted, like completely painted over, and I took all that paint off. And yeah, it's a good bike. And so I bought the kit. I bought it in two parts because they were quite expensive. The front wheel by itself, with the controller, the brake, because the brakes are a part of it. So you have to have special brake that are attached to the controller. So the motor in the front, mine's in the front. The controller, the brakes, the display, and all the wiring up to the point where it plugs in to the actual battery. Now, the battery by itself costs as much as everything else. Like, so that was incredible. So it was like almost $400 for the motor and the controller and all the wiring and all that. The battery costs that much just by itself. So
my wife has seen some of these electric bikes going around the area. She wants one now.
Man, it's a joy. It's so much fun. It's like it goes from like just being dinking around on a bike doing like 5 to 8 miles an hour to something where it's like you're like a racer. Like this thing goes, I can have this up to 15 miles an hour, like drop of a feather, just so quick. And so I always got to be up on like the brake pads. It does wear out brake pads like down to the metal after a while. Now I don't have the good disc brakes, which would be ideal, but I don't know. Like the way it works now is really very good. And I've ridden it 4,100 miles and 2.5 years. Yeah, I just turned it over. That's some mileage. I turned it over to 41. Let's see. And it's been really reliable. So 41, 42.9, 4,142.9 miles.
Is that just like mostly local stuff you do, or have you taken it on any long distance trips?
I've taken a couple of 80-mile trips and 60-mile trips recently. Actually, right after my surgery, 4 days later, I took a 30-mile trip and camped out at the beach one night. Came back home the next day. Plan on doing some more of that. To the most beautiful beach, like almost that I've ever seen, right here. So,
now, I know you're down by San Diego, but are you close to a beach?
I'm close to the harbor, so I'm only like a mile away from the harbor, which is where all the ships come in and stuff. So the beach, I have to ride out like 4 miles north and 4 miles west. because of the way the land is situated here at Point Loma.
Yeah.
The harbor comes in and does a big sweeping turn, On one side, it has a sand spit, which Coronado Island is part of. There's actually a naval air base at Coronado over there. And there's one place I can ride to on the other side, which is on the east side of the harbor, called Spanish Landing. That's supposedly where Cabrillo landed and careened their ships in 1542. And at Ballast Point, where I was stationed on my ship here in the Navy, on a submarine tender, back in the 80s, it's called Ballast Point because along the shore there's all these round stones, and they've been using those for ballast from the square rigger days of sailing.
Classic hits.
Pretty interesting history.
I think I lost my power here. Testing one. There we go. My ignition shut off. I had the accessory on and it turned off and it went blank here for a little bit. But I'm back now. I think. Can you hear me, Sonny?
Oh yeah, you're coming in great. Yeah.
Okay. So I think you probably heard me say about my 1-year anniversary coming up over here at Renee's for when I first went there last June. So I'm looking forward. This meetup is actually going to be the day after my birthday, and Renee said that they'd have birthday cake. So maybe it'll be a combination flat Earth and 1-year anniversary and 65th anniversary of being born. Okay, I lost my Bluetooth connection again. Okay.
I'm hoping. Yeah, you're good. I'm hoping that they're not going to start demolishing this big building next to me. This 40-story office building. They've emptied it out and closed it. So if they start demolishing this building right next door to me, this place, I won't be able to live here. Can you imagine that?
It's a 40-story building?
Yes.
So they're going to have to do a controlled implosion just like they did at 9/11.
No, they disassemble it. I've seen them do it.
Can you stay off the fucking 9/11 subject, man? Jesus fucking Christ, boys. You know not to talk about it. And he's blatantly coming at it.
Oh, okay, Spake.
Wasn't it you, Sonny? It was the other dude, man.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I've watched them disassemble these buildings. Yeah, they sort of demolish them from the top down. It's really weird. And then they completely destroy the building and completely build a new one from foundation. Like now they're doing it. They dig down quite a bit for all the parking and stuff underneath and facilities and stuff like that for the buildings. They're huge. They take up a whole city block. I watched them build one that's like horizontally catty corner to me across the ways because I'm up pretty high on the 8th floor, right? So I watched them do this whole building, and now they're doing them. It's amazing. I think they're probably doing at least a dozen of these throughout the whole city here. The rate at which they're building right now, and this has gone on for the last 3-4 years, even with all the other things happening out there that we all know about, that we don't talk about here. Even with all that, they were doing this with these buildings. Building big, brand new condominium things with multi-different stories, like multiple towers with like a pool deck in the middle. Like, it's wild. It makes me start thinking about like the end of Fight Club. You know, see the city. You know what I'm talking about. They destroy.
You know, I saw Fight Club, but it's been many years ago. So I remember roughly what it's about, and you don't talk about Fight Club, but that's about all I remember. Brad Pitt, I think, was in it.
That's why I'm not going to talk about the movie anymore. Thanks.
Out here in the Los Angeles area, the overcast is starting to clear up, and it's supposed to be a nice, hot, sunny day today. So we went from 60-degree weather one day to 80 and 90-degree weather the next.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's very strange how it, especially lately, this year has been very strange. Now there's these like 6 and 8 foot tall freaking flowers. They're like, it's like a jungle. You can't even get through. Places where I used to be able to ride through easily is so clogged up with vegetation. It's towering. It's over most people's heads. You could literally get lost in there. That's pretty weird. And the wildlife is everywhere. I saw a freaking another one of these wolf-looking coyotes. These things are quite healthy. And all the animals. There's the squirrels are rampant and the rabbits as well. Everywhere.
Well, Lord knows that we've needed some rain out here in California. It's nice to know that all the reservoirs are getting filled up again.
That's true. On a flat Earth.
And what would be nice, you know, we've got these things they call washes. It's like a big concrete man-made river, and they all flow down to the ocean. And it'd be, to me, it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to go ahead and collect all of that water and purify it, clean it, distill it, whatever needs to be done. So we'd be able to have enough water for people to drink and water their lawns and all that. And so much of it just pours on down to the ocean.
Yeah, and it does that everywhere. So the globe has got a big problem with if you would take how water actually flows and try to put it on this fake fantasy globe, the cartoon globe, things even in their paradigm could not possibly work. Think about that. You're going up and downhill at the same time, or what? Like, yeah, it's hilarious at this point that they don't understand horizontal. They don't understand vertical. They don't understand right triangles. They don't understand level of water. They don't understand how gases mix in the air above the surface, or how gases are created, or how gases actually behave at all.
Well, I have a hard time wrapping myself around gravity, but more so wrapping water around the earth with gravity.
In your mind.
You know, because what they say is that gravity is a large object drawing a smaller object towards it. So gas isn't really an object. So why doesn't the gas just float away off into the vacuum? Why do we have pressure here?
No, why does it go up?
Oh, more gravity.
Why does gas go up? Everything doesn't go down, go boom, boom. See, that's what they try to say. So everything with any kind of weight at all, including gases, aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, you just don't understand wave mixer. More gravity.
So last night, I was out at this farmer's market. I've got a friend that sells EMF protection products. He's a flat earther. And there's another gentleman there, and they were talking, and I didn't catch all of it. I'm going to have to look at this link that I got a little bit later. But it was talking about reverse talking, and there's this machine that you can get, and it plays stuff in reverse. And like they used to say in the 60s, you play a record backwards and say, like, I sold my soul to the devil or whatever. But there's actually a lot of the speech in the American language that when you say it backwards actually says something totally different. I don't have a lot of information on that right now. I just got it last night, got home, went to bed, got up this morning to take my wife to the dentist. But during this weekend, I'll do a little more research, and if you're interested, I'll send you a link to it.
You've now entered into the wave mixer zone. Be careful.
No.
Watch where you step. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta watch where I step. There's so many things going on other than just flat Earth, and to me, they all tie together, and I gotta remember to stay focused. So, give me a little nudge and get me back on track. So, our Earth, it's flat. The water, it's flat. The sky, it's got gases in it. It's got gas pressure. I think it's something like 13.6 or 14.6 is normal atmospheric pressure at sea level. Got to be something containing that pressure, because you cannot have pressure without a container. The Earth is, as far as I know, has never been accurately measured, other than somebody guessing with a couple of sticks 500 years ago. And the rotation of the Earth has never been measured and proven. The people that have actually tried to prove that the Earth is spinning were unable to prove it, because they could only find it motionless and stationary. NASA has some papers that they put out, and I've seen links to those here on the Discord channel or server, and it talks about how they look at the Earth as being a flat, motionless, stationary object that the flying vehicles go over.
That's the real kicker.
By the way,
the kicker is how everybody actually practically uses Earth. The Earth itself defies anything this globe Earth, like it debunks it from the start. Nobody uses it. Nobody uses a globe in their practical daily use.
Yeah. I was just saying, by the way, Wave Mixer, don't feel too bad about speculating a little bit. It is Speculation Sunday, so, this is the day to do it.
And real quick, I just want to welcome Malo.
It's Saturday. It's Saturday, bro.
Is it?
Holy smokes, it is.
Well,
can we please?
I didn't put that event up. It is indeed Saturday. I was just reading the event list up there. You can't trust me. I'm on medicine.
Anyway, let's give a welcome to Malo. Welcome, Malo.
I digress anyway.
I don't know who's talking. I think it's the wave mixer or something.
That wasn't me, but I'm being quiet so we can welcome somebody new. Come on in.
I'm in.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Glad you joined.
Thanks. Yeah. So, you want to clear up the two scenarios I presented?
Yeah, sorry, I just took my headphones in. I think the first thing I wanted to address was the witnessing versus seeing thing. And let me give you access to the chat as well.
I'm just upset that you are really hanging up on this little thing. What the fuck?
Okay. Well, I just I won't grill you on it too much, as long as you realize, because I just noticed you were in the chat saying like you need to read carefully, and it's like, well, bro, you got to do the same thing.
I'm just. But what the fuck? This is no point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Let me give you a verified role so you can see the chat, and then you should be able to post some stuff there as well.
I'm seeing the chat already. I just can't send links.
Okay. There should another chat should open up here in just a moment, unless someone already gave you the perms. Yeah, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna hook you up with a VC verified role, and then you'll have access to another chat room, and I'll ping you in there so you can see.
All right.
And good morning to you, Creation Bear.
Wave Mixer. Good to see you. All right.
So there's VC verified, and I'll ping you in the chat. But I think when I joined the chat this morning, I noticed someone asked you. Well, Ethergris called you out. He's like, "That's BS if you say you have witnessed curvature." So, we could start off there. That's kind of where I jumped in. It's like, well, obviously we all live on the same Earth. We all observe the same Earth. So if we were just to take a poll and ask everyone here, like, have you seen curvature or do you see curvature? Shouldn't the answers all be the same?
Yeah.
I think the primary disagreement that Mallow and I have. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It is not representative to really their whole population, but especially if you consider the fact that this is a flat Earth Discord. But oh yeah, I see the chat. Wait a minute.
Hey, Mallow. I think our primary disagreement is on the meaning of the word witness, right?
Yeah.
That probably caused the most of the. Okay.
I was wrong at this meaning. I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I see it. I know.
Have you
cool.
seen? Do you believe you've seen the curvature?
I have seen a scenario where it would be logical to conclude that there's a curvature. That's what I meant.
That's a fair way of putting it.
And what?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I just want to say, because I was kind of aggressive in the chat, I'm glad you're in here where we can actually voice chat, where we can humanize one another, we can hear our tone of voices and stuff. It's not just cold text. You know, I'm gonna mute up though, and I'm gonna let y'all chat.
I was just.
Well, yeah, no. I wanted to give Sunny some background, and then you can jump in. But yeah, we were talking to him in the debate text, so we had a little bit of back and forth about seeing curvature and that kind of thing. So yeah, if you want to jump in, please.
I was just going to ask. You said there was a scenario, so I'm just curious what scenario that was.
So
in particular.
At first,
I can help you with that.
In the chat, because someone asked or someone stated that no one has seen the curvature or witnessed it. And I was one time in the Netherlands and I had binoculars, or how you pronounce it, I don't know. And I saw ships disappearing behind the horizon. And this was obvious at this point that there must be a curvature, because it was repetitive and didn't seem like an optical illusion.
Okay, now had you ever tried this during that process of once it disappeared from your regular eyesight, then you zoom into it with the binoculars? This could not possibly happen on a curve, right? The zooming in part. Once it's gone, it's over a geometric.
This video.
Well, once the object is gone, like the ship, it's supposed to be going over a geometric horizon. That means lowering an elevation beyond your eyesight. You have an obstruction in the way between you and the object, right? So once it disappeared from your normal eyesight. Now, if you can zoom back into this object, the ship, then it could not possibly be a curve, because you can't zoom in around something that's already obstructed. It's just
I understand what you mean. First of all, the video was very low quality and the camera as well, so there's no question about that an object disappears from a camera sensor because the sensor is just too low resolution. And if you zoom in, the image that hits the sensor gets bigger, and so you can see the ship again. The same happens with your eyes, because your eyes aren't infinite.
Yeah, but once something is on the other side of the basketball, let's say, like if you had a basketball up to your eye and you were able to see across the very top of that basketball, you run your finger around the opposite side, it has a lowering elevation. You'll never be able to zoom in because your line of sight is straight, not curved.
But that's why the object that seems to be disappeared is not behind the horizon. It's still there, but it's just too small to see for a human. for the camera if you don't zoom in.
That's not proof. So that's not proof of curvature, correct?
No, but if you have visual aid, and you can see with the visual aid that the object is in relation still very big and still disappears, so it couldn't be the lack of quality of your eyes, then this would be a proof of part of a curve, let's say.
I'm not sure I quite understand the process because zooming in is just zooming in. There's no curving around while you're zooming in.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like your eyesight your eyesight and the optical devices do not operate that way. No camera can zoom in around a curved surface. So I don't see how it shows that there's curve in any way. It actually disproves any curve the process of zooming in. Do you agree with that?
I understand your way of thought, but let me explain, okay?
Do you agree with that though? That you cannot.
Sure, but that's not what I meant. That's not the scenario I mentioned. The scenario I mentioned, ship were not behind the horizon. It was still actually in line of sight, but just too small to be able to see with human eyes. And then you take a binocular, let's say, which is visual aid, and you can zoom in, and then you can see it again. But it was never behind the horizon.
Okay, so how far out was it? Do you know? How far out was it?
About, when it started to disappear, it was about 5 kilometers. It's about 2.1 miles, I think.
And about how high were you, the observer?
Above ground or above sea level?
Right. How far from sea level?
I think 6 foot was my
like
island.
6 foot. Okay. Do you know that your geometric horizon with the radius of 3,959 miles at that height, your geometric horizon should be no more than about 3.5 miles. That's it.
Yeah, 3.5 miles. That's 5
so even if you're seeing a ship at 6 miles,
that's because the ship has a height. It's not on the ground.
Well, we know that it's already been adjusted for 6 foot height. Your geometric horizon is only 3.5.
Not my height. The ship's height. Target's height does also calculate.
Okay, so the ship's height. Okay.
So if you see the top of the ship, which is like 20 meters above ground, of course that's still visible, but that's not the bottom of the ship, which is
90 feet
above the ocean. Yeah, I don't know the imperial system.
So it's I still don't see, because people have observed these ships that are 20, 30 miles offshore.
So, but do they observe the bottom of the ship?
Yes. Yeah, actually. I have a couple of videos on my channel. I can post those.
I would like to see them.
But does that mean, is not seeing the bottom means it's going over curved water? Or because people tend to say, like, if it was flat, then I should be able to see the bottom. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, because what we see, we're saying that the Earth that we currently see is the flat Earth. So it wouldn't be different. We don't, like, you're trying, people tend to try to make a flat Earth different somehow. Well, if it was flat, we'd see to China. If it was flat, you'd see all the boats. If it was flat, you'd see all the stars. No.
Yeah, okay, that's exaggerated, obviously, because of stuff. And
we're saying what you currently see already is. So when you not seeing the bottom of the boat is still part of flat Earth, bro. Like, that's kind of, we see the same Earth. You think it's a globe, we think it's flat. So you can't take the Earth and say, well, it would be different. We're addressing the way it is.
If you're
seeing it vanish bottom up on a flat Earth.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, this can be duplicated. Hold on. That can be replicated. Wait a minute. That can be replicated on a flat plane over and over again. You can even make a model of a flat plane, and you can show optically that it does the same exact thing that it does out in nature. This can be repeated. But zooming in over a already like a object already lowering in elevation over a curved surface. You could go look at that. You can model that out. Hold on, I wasn't done. You cannot model something that works, as we can show in reality repeatedly, and that it works on a flat plane. You cannot show this at all, not even one instance of zooming in over something that's already over a geometric horizon. In other words, lowering in elevation beyond your line of sight. Can't be done.
Yeah. Okay, let me explain. I don't know if you listened to the previous conversation, but we already had the discussion about that.
Yeah, you never answered it.
Ask me the exact question.
What up, Indio?
Yeah, hold on a second. I got to talk to somebody. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. So we're talking about a lowering in elevation. So yes, you're disallowing perspective. You're disallowing the process of the mirroring, the line of the mirroring effect at the horizon, and all these other effects of the horizon that actually, if you look into that information as far as how those effects are happening at the horizon, you'll find out they don't move the horizon at all. That's the stable part. That's the static part of any of these observations out in nature. The horizon doesn't move up and down. Neither do things that are above and below it. But these effects that are happening at the horizon are only above and sometimes below the horizon. So you can have a ship. What happens is eventually it gets to this mirror edge where the first part of the ship above sea level is reflecting off the water, and you'll see a duplicate reversed upside down image of that part of the ship below the horizon. The horizon is still in the same position.
Yeah. That was in the one video with the payload.
So this is not Earth curvature, because all of a sudden you have the mirroring effect, you have the miraging effect.
Yeah.
And all of those Fata Morgana, all of those things that are happening are not changing the position of the horizon. That's why we keep talking about the horizon, as in the Black Swan.
But for a mirage effect, there needs to be a surface. It's not only air. And this surface is the water. And you can also see under the surface because it's the curvature.
No, because listen, how would you see a mirroring effect of something reflecting on the water if that part of the water is already below your line of sight? It wouldn't be visible.
Oh, you only see the parts above the water. That's why the payload was reflected.
Then you would never see the mirroring effect that we actually do, which is a duplicate of the first part above sea level reflected off the water. It's like an unfolding. This could never happen on a curved surface. You don't understand that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't understand your point, because you're saying, can I explain?
Listen, the part of the water that you're saying is reflecting is already below your line of sight and is obstructed by more water in front of it.
Oh.
That's what your globe is saying.
That's not water, bro. It's air.
The part of the water that is reflected is part of the horizon. It is from a specific point to the horizon, and not after that. I don't know if I said that, but
the problem is that horizon is way too fucking far out for your little deal, man.
Why is that?
It doesn't work.
Where is your proof that the horizon is too far out?
Hold on.
We got you. Buckle up, dude.
Okay.
I already posted it in the other text chat.
Yeah,
and I also gave you multiple videos showing that things disappearing bottom up on a known flat surface completely disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. One of the videos I posted, you can't see the boat at all, but you can see the spray of the water coming, so-called, over the horizon.
Okay.
So the boat has a propeller in it, and the water sprays up, and you can see the water spray from the boat, but you can't see the boat.
Okay, let me clarify. This video that you showed.
Which
I don't
one?
know. The video with the radio control boat.
Yeah, I showed you like 3.
Yeah, that's what you meant. You always had the bot to send the GIF again, but whatever. This
No, but whatever.
is
Go ahead.
so inaccurate. So I don't see.
It's
I can
inaccurate?
distinguish this wave from the horizon. It's filmed on a potato. I don't accept this.
Oh, okay. So camera quality is your evidence. So the camera somehow, by some magical thing, made the bottom of the boat disappear.
If the camera quality is too low, you can't use it as evidence. That's really.
Oh, why not? Because you said no.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
You can't distinguish the boat from the horizon, my friend.
Mallow.
Oh, really? Amazing. Why is that?
Because the camera is a potato.
So if something is your eyeball a potato?
You can't. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, you're trapped, dude. You just trapped yourself.
No.
You said you can't distinguish the bottom of the boat because of the quality of the optical device.
Yeah.
So even with a shitty potato camera, you can still see 26 miles further than you should on the globe.
So it's not the curve then, it's just the camera quality. Okay, thanks, man.
See, your argument is, we see this, and this can only happen on a curved surface. We've shown you multiple demonstrations of different optical effects, and you just admitted this is happening because of the camera.
No.
So yeah, your argument is incorrect. There is another way for it to happen. Is there another way for it to happen? Yes or no?
Let me explain. Can you?
Yeah, I want you to just answer my question. Yes or no? Is there another way other than Earth curve? Is there another? Yeah. Is there another way? Dude, you're going to answer my question. You don't want to answer.
I won't.
Is there another way? Is there another way? Is there something else besides Earth curve?
You can.
Malo,
is there something else besides Earth curve that can cause this optical effect? Yes or no? Yes or no, dude?
Mute.
Yeah, yes or no?
Okay, I will answer just for the sake of the conversation, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay, so
now listen, let me explain.
over.
Let me explain now. Now I want to speak, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can.
So, I don't know if you understood my point, but I said that the camera can be a reason because it's
but then the reason
is irrelevant, dude. Listen, I accept your reason. It can be any reason because it doesn't matter what the reason is. That's what you don't get. It doesn't matter what the reason is. The fact it happens at all and it's not Earth curve negates your entire argument. Because you said this can only happen because of Earth curve. That is incorrect.
And did I?
Yeah.
Yep. So would you like
over.
to
This conversation is over. And you wanted the Horizon 2 bar, so I posted in the live stream voice text.
Oh, that image is very good. That image is very good. I know that image.
Yeah, so check. You know this image?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Horizon is, that last rig is 10 miles away from this camera.
And what is the height of the observer?
1 foot.
I don't believe that. Yes.
Okay, go look at the original video. All the data.
Okay, I'll post the original video. I don't believe it.
The original video.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so the Horizon is 10 miles, right? So we can quickly do the calculation to find out how high you have. Listen, we're going to do the calculation of how high you have to be for a 10-mile horizon. Yeah. Well, can you stop interrupting, please?
You didn't let me speak anytime, so that's why.
Well, when someone else is speaking, just don't speak until they're done. Okay, Malo.
Okay, so a 10-mile horizon, you have to be 75 feet above sea level. You think they're 75 feet above sea level?
Wait, I need to watch the video.
You can't tell just from the image that they're not 75 feet above sea level?
This image is totally zoomed in. You could never tell how much the height was. That's ridiculous. Why would you tell from this image what the height was?
Because they'd be higher than the oil rigs. You'd be looking down on the oil rigs if they were 75 feet above the sea.
observer was higher than the oil rigs.
Yeah, if they were 75 feet above the sea, the height of that oil rig is like 100 feet. They'd be looking down on the oil rig.
If the observer
especially if it was Earth curve, because now it's dropped another 66 feet. Right?
If the observer height is 75 feet and the oil rig is 100 feet, okay?
Okay. And then you add in the Earth curve, 66 feet. Yeah? So they're above the oil rig. They're higher than the oil rig.
10 miles of distance.
Yeah, and then 10 miles is 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, and you think at 10 miles you could still distinguish between like 100 feet of height? That's stupid.
No, the angle. Dude, the angle to the oil rig, you'd be looking down on it.
We can calculate it.
Yeah, I just did.
So how many feet are 10 miles?
Okay, what's 25 from 66?
67 feet, yeah.
How many feet are 10 miles?
In 10 miles, it's 66 feet, dude.
66
do it in your head.
The distance. What are 10 miles in feet?
52,000 feet.
Yeah, 5,280.
Okay, so we have 52,000 feet.
Yeah.
Distance.
Yeah.
And we have, like, say, 100 feet in height that we need to distinguish between. Right?
But
okay, dude. Let me walk you through this. Okay.
You can see where they enter the water. That's where your whole thing's, and then the horizon's further, so it debunks your whole thing right off.
The horizon's supposed to be
high because of the height. You are saying that you can distinguish from this image, or you can tell from this image the height of the observer, but this is not the case because
no. We have the pedigree. Listen, stop. We have the pedigree. Stop talking. Hold on. Let me just say something real quick. We have the pedigree information from the person that does this in Santa Barbara. Yeah. You can go look at the original video and see the setup of the camera. And then in the description, he tells you all the conditions.
Here, I'll show a screenshot. Okay.
Okay, but my point is,
so is this 75 feet above the? Is this 70? This is zoomed out. Is this 75 feet above the ocean? This is zoomed out in the video. You can watch it and zoom out. You can go in the video. Is this 75 feet above the sea level?
Oh,
of course. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's 1 feet above.
Let me make my point. I got.
Yeah. Can you let me finish? Yeah, I'll let you make your point after I finish.
Let me finish. Oh.
No, you refuted what I said. You said it might be higher than 1 foot.
Yeah, because
I just showed it is 1 foot. Now I'm going to tell you the consequences of that. The horizon is supposed to be a mile away, and the horizon is more than 10 miles away. Yeah. The thing you think ships go over is 10 times too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So let me ask you this. What size globe does that horizon fit?
Well, the fact that there's no horizon.
Yeah, and it goes down to like your tolerance level. How far off or error are you willing to accept in your globe? Because at this point, it has a 264,000 mile radius now. That means a 500,000 mile diameter Earth. Is that okay for you?
No, it's 1.5 million, Sonny. It's 1.5 million circumference.
Circumference, yeah. I'm saying radius and diameter.
Oh yeah, diameter. Yeah, okay.
So
yeah, 1 million mile diameter, correct?
1 million mile diameter. Are you okay with that large error on your globe? Because it throws everything else, including the distance to the sun, the seasons, the day-night cycle, everything else off. So you're okay with that?
I know that it throws it off, and I am also. Can you please stop these sounds? It's just annoying and not really funny.
No, we're not. Don't.
It's all right, Mel. If you're not a fit, you can manually disable it.
So yeah, it's also this is a show. You realize that, right? This is live streamed for an audience. So like that's because you don't like.
The fact that horizon just proves that this is not a flat Earth. But anyway.
So there's no horizon on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
See, that's why you need a sound effect.
There won't be a horizon. No.
There'd be no horizon. Hold on, Chris. There'd be no horizon on a flat Earth.
Oh,
none.
Where can I disable these sounds, please?
So what would we see? So the horizon is the apparent line where the sky appears to meet the ground. So on no flat Earth, you'd have to see 100% sky with no ground, or 100% ground and no sky, because if there's a dividing line, there's a horizon. So which one do we see? 100% ground or 100% sky? Which one?
If you have...
Yeah, don't make sense now, does it?
I'm laughing about the sound.
I'll tell you how to do it, but Mallow, we already covered how, remember, the way the Earth is now. I'll tell you in a second.
Tell me now, please.
I'll tell you in a second. So the way the Earth is now is the way we see it and the way you see it. It doesn't change. So you can't say, well, a flat Earth wouldn't have a horizon. The Earth has horizons. You see a horizon.
If you have
that wouldn't. I just want to let you know, Mallow, if I could finish my point. I mean, I just unmuted just to give you some advice, but that wouldn't change. We did cover this already, so you can't go back to, well, a flat Earth would be different without a horizon. You can't say that. You're now trying to create a position for us, to create a new Earth that doesn't exist for flat Earthers to believe in, when we're just dealing with the Earth as it is with a horizon.
And everything we see out there in nature, we can replicate. No,
all right, so is that clear? Are we good? Okay, so do you want to answer Indio's question before I give you? Because he asked you, like, would you only see sky or Earth?
Okay, let me explain.
You don't have to explain.
The horizon is the line between the sea and the sky meets, right?
Right.
Yeah, parent line, yeah.
And
do you understand that wouldn't change if the Earth? If you learned that the Earth is flat, that wouldn't change.
Obviously.
Okay.
But if you have a camera which zooms in, there will be a point at which at a sphere an object disappears, right?
Right.
Hypothetically, yes.
But on a flat plane, if you zoom in, the object would not disappear.
Never.
No, that's incorrect. So that's sorry. Let me interrupt. That's you again now creating a new Earth that doesn't exist. What we see when you zoom in on boats, that's the Earth that we're dealing with. That's the flat plane. We're saying that's a flat plane. You're saying it's curved. So you can't create a new position for us by saying, well, if it was flat, you'd be able to zoom in and the boat would always be there, that kind of thing. No. Boats still disappear on a flat surface. We already covered that as well.
Yeah. Can you zoom in on a human hair from, say, 100 kilometers away?
You have an infinitely precise...
So the answer is no.
Let me give you the answer.
No.
Mallow, if you want to disable the soundboard, you right-click on my name. There should be a mute soundboard option, so you don't have to hear that, but it'll still play for the audience.
Thank you.
But I need that deal where you cannot now turn and say, well, flat Earth would be different. I won't allow that from this point from moving forward.
I don't know if you're... Okay. I give you that, whatever you want. You are referring to
okay.
My point. You are referring to my point that I made with the two different scenarios, right?
I do remember in the chat you were saying that on a globe and a flat Earth you would see the same Earth. I agree.
Yeah.
The difference is what you would measure.
You are referring to?
Not exactly, but yes, to some degree, yes. The way you see the Earth and the way I see the Earth is the exact same. The problem is a lot of people try to concoct a new Earth that flat Earthers are supposed to believe in that doesn't have a horizon, that you can always see boats, you can always see stars, you can see to China. That I just want to get you away from that. Okay, all right, cool.
I was just confused. I'm also not really good in English. I'm German, so I don't directly
You're doing great.
understand every point you are making, so
okay.
Give me time, but I'm happy to debate.
I think you're doing a great job. All right, guys, you can pick up where you left off. Horizon.
So let me hip you to something. Okay, so this black swan, there's several images of people have taken, well, same person, two people, taken of these oil rigs that show the horizon is way too far, right?
Yeah.
So other globe earthers other than you now say the horizon is not physical, that it's only apparent, that it's not the geometric edge of a ball, that it is just an apparent refracted position, right? So if the horizon is an optical effect, what are ships disappearing over? An optical effect?
I didn't say that the horizon was an optical effect.
Well, that's what other globe earthers say.
Yeah, but not me.
In fact, they say they never claimed it was a geometric place, and that they've always
what other
said.
flat earthers say?
No, globe earthers say. Globe earthers.
Yeah, but now I want to come to you because
you're agreeing with us now, Alan.
Yeah, right. But I don't say what other globe earthers.
So you're agreeing that it's optical, not
no. He's saying no. His position is it's geometric. That it's a geometric location, a hill of water. That's the edge of the ball, the horizon.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Because we can show, like, replicate it and repeat it over and over again on a flat surface how the horizon effects happen. We can do this on a table.
Well, if we take what you say is true, right?
I saw the video. I saw the video.
Well, if we take what you say is true, that the horizon is a geometric edge of a ball, and then we look at this image of the oil rigs, we have to conclude that the ball has a radius of out to the moon. That's the size of the lunar orbit that they claim is the lunar orbit, 325,000 miles. Yes, that's what this fits.
Yeah, wait. Hey, I will explain this.
So, listen, do you want me to fire up the calculator and show you the math, dude?
I just need this one image. Do you mean this in the thumbnail of the oil rigs?
The oil rigs, yeah. The horizon is more than 10 miles from a 1 foot camera height. You understand that from a 1 foot camera height, for the horizon to be 10 miles away, the radius of that ball, if we use the horizon to measure the size of the ball, like Al Biruni did, right? The Arab that supposedly calculated the circumference of the Earth. If we use that method, right, to figure out what size is the ball, the radius of the circumference of the Earth is 116 million miles, and its radius is 315,000 miles.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's what it says. If we take what you said as true, the horizon is a geometric location, and we go, okay, the horizon is a geometric location. How far away is it? Oh, it's 10 miles on 1 foot. Okay, let's do the math. Put it in the calculator. What's it spit out? Oh, radius 315,000 miles.
I understand. If you actually send me more like that, I will change my view of the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, we don't care if you change your view or not. We're just giving you. Listen, we don't try to change people's minds. We're just giving you information, dude. Information, they're not like you're not going to find this in the media.
It's not enough for me. You know what I mean?
What would be enough for you?
A different piece of information from a different creator, which is as suited as.
How about I got the perfect, hold on. I got the perfect person. You're the perfect person, dude.
How does that work?
Yeah, go out and do some observations. Go do some tests. Go do some measurements.
Can we please?
So you see what I posted, right? A boat 30 miles away. No, did you see what I posted? You asked who observed the boat 30 miles away? I did.
Wait, which chat are we referring to?
If you scroll up a little bit, I'll just repost it. It's just shit.
Can you quote it?
I could see this shit with my naked eye. I watched it. So I started watching it. Oh, shit, that ain't it. Part of it.
You're saying you saw
So I watched the boat sail
30 miles away?
Yes, 30 miles. The location of the boat, there's a website called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the location of any boat. So that's what I used. I watched, but I didn't just like look out at the ocean. I watched the boat for 3.5 hours. I watched it go from 6 miles away, sail out of Boston Harbor, and just continued watching it. So I got bored of watching it.
Because
I could see it with my naked eye. This is taken with an iPhone, not a zoom camera, an iPhone.
Wait, I'm not seeing. I mean, oh yeah, I see the images. This is. How big was the boat? Approximately.
It's a container ship. I can post the actual ship.
Oh, this one. I thought it was the right one. Yeah.
It's called the Ever Living. What a name for a ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this ship should be, according to the Globe Earth, it should be 425 feet under the horizon, which is what is that in meters? It's something like 127 meters.
Yeah, that's true. Is the bridge?
So this is the ship
at the top, or this little line? Is this the bridge?
It's that little line right where the arrow is. Yeah, that's that little line.
Okay. So
do you know how many boats in the world are 420 feet tall? How many boats do you think are above the water line 400?
How many?
None.
Right.
None, dude. A 42-story boat? Are you kidding me? Think of a 42-story building. Do you think there's any boats that are that high above the water line?
Probably not. I don't know. Yeah, okay, there are no boats that are that high.
Okay, so this boat should not be visible under any scenario.
Do you calculate in standard or non-standard refraction?
No.
That won't help you at all.
What is standard refraction?
Refraction occurs when light passes through mediums of different density.
Yeah, okay. So what is standard refraction versus non-standard refraction?
I think the definition was non-standard refraction happens when it passes only through air, but the air has different temperatures, but standard refraction happens when light passes through the border of two different mediums like water and air, but I'm not quite sure.
You're not quite sure. You're invoking something you're not quite sure of. So I'm going to add standard refraction to the calculation. Now the hidden height is 353 feet. Do you know of any yeah, that's standard refraction. I'll post that too. So. I'll post it.
Sorry. I'll be quick. It's just interesting to note that you're now talking about refraction, right? We're trying to understand the claim of why we can't see the bottom of things or why we see so far. Right? Yeah. The claim from the globe point of view is we can't see that thing because of physical obstruction. Just want the gentleman to remember that he's now brought up refraction. Later on down the path, he might understand that when you say refraction, that's the end of the entire argument. But I'll let Injo find out what point.
Well, you can't simultaneously claim it's geometric and claim refraction at the same time. Because if it's refraction, then you're not seeing the true position. You're seeing a refracted position, which makes it optical. But you previously claimed it's geometric.
And
it can't be both, dude.
You are not making any sense. Okay, now let me talk, okay? I was saying the horizon was a geometric position, which is fixed when the observer is fixed, obviously. Okay? On a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah. And now refraction happens when I explained it, when light passes through mediums of different density and like different air with different temperatures. And I don't see now how the refraction is fused to the horizon.
Okay. So if you're going to say there's refraction happening, right, and that it's picking the boat up over the horizon, it has to pick the horizon up too. Can't just pick the boat up. Can't just say, hey, there's somebody on the beach, refraction demons. Let's pick the boat up and leave the horizon alone.
I don't see the point. Can you elaborate?
If you're going to say there's refraction happening out there in your observation, you can't pick elements in the image that are being refracted and other elements that are not. It's either all refracted or not refracted. You can't just go just this and not that.
Yeah, it would be the horizon, and everything on the horizon would be lifted up or projected up.
Oh,
this is what never occurs.
So anyway, well, hold on a second. I posted in the live stream at 120. You see that calculation?
Right.
So that's the refraction, standard refraction that you invoked that you have no clue what it is. So the refracted hidden is 353 feet. So how many boats are 353 feet high? I know the biggest cruise ship in the world, the Carnival cruise ship, is 150 feet above the waterline. So this would be twice as tall as that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can we this is with refraction, standard refraction.
We are talking
in the calculation.
Standard refraction.
Oh, what? Well, what's that? So
I explained that. Refraction.
So that's like super refraction.
Different mediums, and non-standard refraction is between one medium which has different densities, like air with different temperatures.
So what are the two mediums? So air and what else?
For example, air and water.
So you think that So the light from that ship is going through water? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it would have to go through the water.
I was talking about non-standard refraction and not refraction the whole time. I don't know.
Okay, so you just said non-standard refraction is two different mediums. You said the other medium in this case is air and water.
Standard refraction is two different mediums, and non-standard refraction is one medium.
Bet you'd love that.
First of all, you're factually wrong in what you're saying, but I'll give you a break.
Yeah.
So standard refraction in America, because the values are actually different in Europe. Yeah, that's right. The values are different in Europe. Europe uses a value of 0.13. The United States uses 0.166. And that depends. That's at the national level. And if you go to the state level, they all use different values. But that's not the point. There is no such thing as standard refraction because there is no standard. Everybody uses something different. But the value using what's called the U.S. Standard Atmosphere Model 1976, that lapse rate, if you use that, then the standard refraction is 76R. That means that the radius of the Earth seems like it's 1/6 bigger than it really is.
We are not talking about standard refraction.
So which we talk about, like magic refraction?
We are talking about non-standard refraction. And I told you 5 times. I don't know.
You don't know.
You're making an argument for something that you don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is.
What is non-standard refraction?
Sorry, 2 seconds, guys.
That would be refraction beyond that is different than the standard. That's non-standard refraction.
Yeah.
Why? Again,
yeah. So this is called a special pleading fallacy.
Okay.
You're making a special pleading. Oh, this observation is only possible because of some magic condition.
He's also trying to have
that you have no evidence for.
Yeah.
But you have no evidence for your magic condition, dude. You have no evidence for this non-standard refraction. That's the point.
So you know what non-standard refraction is, or you know?
I just told you.
Okay, so non-standard refraction is also called atmospheric turbulence. Because with non-standard refraction, it's the effect that.
Okay, stop using ChatGPT, man. Stop using ChatGPT. Okay, you must be because you're just mixing and matching nonsense, dude.
He's saying refraction is turbulence.
Turbulence is a completely not in the scientific literature. It isn't. Not in the scientific literature. Dude, I know what it is. You're telling me shit I know a lot about, and you don't know anything about.
What is it?
I already told you what non-standard refraction is. Turbulence is a completely different physics model. Completely different.
You told me what standard refraction is. And
it's refraction that's beyond the standard, right? So it's refraction when you have like a temperature inversion or a severe temperature gradient or something like that, right? So that the refractive index is it's non-standard, right? It's not the standard lapse rate. You know what the lapse rate is? So the lapse rate is how much the pressure and temperature changes with altitude. When it is off that value, then it's non-standard refraction. So this 76R value, if there's refraction greater than that, it's non-standard.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, Indio. I've got to jump in. I know you're fine, because ultimately man's coming and asking questions, and like you've pointed out, is saying words that really he doesn't understand, and it's going to take a good while for him to come to understanding about refraction. But the point is, why are you even bringing up refraction? Is that because you realise that we have never seen the geometric curvature of the Earth, which we should be able to see if it was to obstruct the bottom of objects in the distance? Remember, we say we see too far beyond that physical limitation, and then you're going to say, "Oh, we see that object because of refraction." Everything at that point.
Possible side effect. I don't know why this is
hold on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, mate. You have to understand that if you ever say refraction, that means that no one has ever seen the physical geometric curve of the Earth, because the atmosphere has always been in the way of our observation. So that's a huge problem when we're talking about measuring to it or using it to calculate the R value of the Earth, because the physical obstruction isn't physical. Everything from this moment onwards, when you say refraction, that will be optical then, and you're making our argument for us. The horizon, for example, is the limitation of your view. Okay, depending on the atmosphere, on conditions of the day, and the technology that you use, the horizon is the limitation of your view. The horizontal line demarking the sea and the sky. You understand that, right? If we were on a ball, it would have to be physical where the math dictates. But when you say refraction, remember that means that no one can measure the physical geometric curve of the Earth, because we can't see it then. You understand, yes?
So your point is that
the point is.
The point is.
Go ahead, Jedi. Tell him your point, because it was blazingly obvious what the point was.
Okay, fine. I'm still not that capable.
Because your claim is that the horizon is geometric. When you start introducing optical effects into a so-called geometric condition, you're saying that it's not geometric anymore. You've changed your position.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true, because it can't be both.
No.
It's called the law of non-contradiction. It can't be optical.
It can be a horizon, and furthermore, it can be refraction or other side effects.
You're trying to have it both ways.
Okay, so so the horizon, so in the oil rig image, that's the true horizon. That's the true geometric horizon. That's what you're saying, yes or no?
Oh.
The oil rig, the picture I showed you, the 10-mile horizon.
You mean the oil rig or the surface of the water?
Dude, we know the distance to the oil rigs. The furthest one is 10 miles away. The horizon is past that. So we know that the horizon has to be greater than 10 miles. We know the camera height. That's 1 foot. Okay?
Yeah.
Your claim is that horizon that we see in this image is a geometric edge of a ball. Right? Or is it not? Or is this refracted too?
It is not.
So this is refracted. This horizon is refracted.
Why not?
Well, thank you. I rest my case.
Then it's not a physical Earth curve. Yeah. Bro, you need
be an optical horizon or a physical horizon.
How do we tell the difference between a geometric horizon and an optical horizon? How do we tell
We can't with visual. We can't with visuals.
We can with what?
We cannot do it with visuals.
Can't do it visually. Okay, so how else?
How can we do it? What is the way we do it? How can we do it?
I don't know.
The flat Earth, then, yeah, it can't be done. You don't know. No one else knows either.
Okay, fine. Bomb has been planted. Fine.
Wait, bro. Let me take you back to 2017. Okay?
Now let's assume that the Earth is flat, right?
Well, no, we don't. You don't have to assume that. You can observe that. But let me just let's rewind back. Let's hold on just 1 second.
Have you observed
listening along?
Yeah.
No, you haven't. We just demonstrated that your claim that the horizon is the edge of a ball is unfalsifiable.
Because of reaction.
You can hold on, wait. Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here real quick, guys.
Go ahead.
We need to reset the table. Like, let's jump in a time capsule. Let's all go back to 2017. This is when I jumped into the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. Now, when I joined, the argument was exactly the argument we're having now. What is the horizon? Team Globe was saying the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. The flat earthers were arguing against that with different factors for why the horizon is optical and not a geometric physical location. Okay, one of those reasons was refraction. Another one, observer's height. Weather. There's a lot of factors for why it's not a physical geometric position on the Earth. Okay, so what you're doing now, you're sounding a lot like a flat earther, my friend, by making our argument for us. Correct, it's not a geometric location. There's factors like refraction for why it's not.
Yeah.
So you need to. So what
My
you
point
should be.
was
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Okay.
You should be making the argument for the physical curve of the Earth, not for why it's not there, because that's our argument.
Because okay. So now, I can't use any arguments that were used by people.
Why would you get behind our argument to go against the geometric horizon? You're stepping behind our argument, going, "You're right. There is no geometric horizon." You're correct.
Let me explain. I didn't say that. Okay, but let me explain. I said there can be a geometrical horizon and an optical horizon, and they can differ.
Where's the geometric horizon?
The geometric horizon would be the horizon.
Not would be. Where is it? Because it's claimed to be a physical location on the Earth, as if you could go plant a flag in it. That's where the curve of the Earth begins. No, hold on. You can't say no. I took us all back to 2017. This was the argument. You can't change the argument now. So I'm trying to reset the table and help you understand what you're making an argument for is exactly what the flat earthers in 2017 were arguing. So you're just kind of shooting the globe claim in the foot by making our argument for us. Refraction is our argument for why there is no geometric horizon. Go ahead.
My argument was that the horizon is fixed when the observer is fixed, and I said it already.
You said the horizon.
Okay, so let me explain. But due to the fact that the observer can be everywhere, for every observer there must be a horizon, right?
Okay.
It means that there are basically infinite number of horizons, but it's fixed when you are the observer, right?
Okay.
Okay. And this horizon can be geometrical, which would be when calculations just show the horizon, if you know what I mean. So not visual, but geometrical. Like if you have a height and then you draw a line to the horizon.
Right, that's what we do to test the globe claim. We're testing the claim that where the geometric horizon is, but when we test it, it's not actually there. So it's only in the calculation. It's not actually in reality.
That's why I'm continuing now. So this is the geometrical horizon.
Can you show a measurement of that?
Can you please not interrupt me?
Can you show a measurement of the geometric horizon or the surface curvature of the Earth that you say causes the horizon?
This is not my point. I'm now elaborating.
Anything. Don't interrupt them with shit they can't answer, bro. Come on.
Wait, so the surface curvature of so the surface curvature of the Earth isn't your point?
My point is that there's a geometrical horizon and an optical horizon.
Oh, okay, so that is your point. Okay, can you show a measurement of that?
The delineation.
Geometrical horizon?
Where's the difference? How do you tell the difference?
Wait, but you've been telling us whole time it's refracted. So where is the geometry?
Yeah, I was telling you. If it's refracted, it's an optical horizon. If it's adding up, it's an geometrical horizon. That's my point. And the optical horizon can differ from the actual calculations.
Do you have a measurement for the actual location?
Well, if you take an observer height of, I don't know, 6 feet or something, it should be like 5 kilometers.
Okay, if not,
you can test that.
what?
Pretty much okay. Roundabout, I don't know the numbers. I don't have a calculator in my head. What the fuck?
No,
Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not at that geometric location. Do you have a measurement for the claimed actual geometric location of the horizon?
The location of the horizon depends on the location of the observer.
Oh, bro. Again, that's what I said. Remember, I took you back to 2017. That's our point. The horizon is optical depending on... No, excuse me, hold on. Sorry. The horizon is optical based on many factors, one of them being your observer's height. I said this already, so this is our point, my friend.
I don't frankly see how you can claim a point.
Because I already set the table for you. You're supposed to be arguing for... that the horizon is a physical curve, as if I could go plant a flag in that geometric location. But then what you do? No, well, exactly. You're making our point for us that you're right.
Bro,
that
the
is
horizon
incorrect.
Is never a physical location. It is
exactly.
only a physical location.
That's correct.
If the observer is fixed.
No, it's never a physical location. That's our point. It's optical always because it's not physical. It's not a geometric horizon. It's not Earth curve. It's just an optical phenomenon, depending on multiple factors: refraction, your observer's height, the weather.
Yeah, I see your point.
Yes. So, but just you got to remember when this debate kicked off, when I first joined, this was the entire argument. All the flat earthers were making refraction argument, observer's height argument, weather argument. The globers were saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. Someone's got some crazy feedback. Spake, I'm going to mute you real quick.
Okay, so you are saying, from your point of view, the only reason the horizon exists is because of refraction.
No, I just named 4 different reasons. It's not the only reason.
Okay,
you're supposed to be arguing.
It's optical reasons.
Yeah, it's always optical, not physical for many reasons. One of them being refraction and observer's height, and amongst others, the weather for that day and all kinds of things.
Angular resolution.
If you fix, can you let me speak? If you fix the location of the observer, if you don't factor in any optical interferences.
Well, we're always talking about a fixed observer from what from the argument I'm making, because it's not like we're talking about like floating around or
you just
everyone's eyes at all the same time.
That's why
But that would be a fixed position.
Observer.
That would be a fixed position. Your height would be that fixed position. If I'm at 1 foot, if I'm at 6 feet, if I'm higher up on a platform, maybe.
So I misinterpreted what you said. Okay. So
the observer is always at a fixed position unless you're moving up and down or side to side. Like, what do you mean?
Exactly. So, it's always,
Go ahead.
It's always the observer is fixed, and if you see something disappearing at the horizon is an optical effect.
Not physical. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Now,
welcome to flat Earth.
Now, optical effects, are they always the same? Are they repetitive?
No, it's always changing. See, this optical horizon is always changing from hour to hour to day. That's why it's not where your geometric horizon is supposed to be.
Oh, yes, it's always the same. It's always optical. It is always the same.
No, it's not. It's
optical.
not the same.
No. Hold on. Listen to me, heretic. It's always the same.
That's not me.
Saying that it is always optical. Okay? It is always an optical horizon. It is never, ever physical. So, yes, if you're asking, is the horizon always the same, and that does it move from day to day based on conditions? Yes, it is always optical. Always. Period.
Okay, it's never geometric, therefore it's not a geometric constant. It's fluctuating and it's varying all over the place all the time because the horizon is dependent on factors which vary, not ones that don't, like Earth curve.
Right. But I could say, on the other hand, that the horizon could move because of refraction.
That's our argument, bro. That's
exactly what I just said to you, that it is always optical. It is always an optical horizon. You can add in whatever part of the optics you'd like to. It is going to reference optics. It is always an optical horizon. That is it. You can take parts out of the optics and say, well, it's refraction or it's this. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It is optical. Period.
Wait, let's address the horizon moving. That's a good point, actually. The horizon moving is a key point.
Because it is optical. It moves because it's optical.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. Maybe say it 5 more times. But so if it's physical, it can't be moving, right? So if there's a hill in my front yard, it doesn't matter what my position is. I could be dead. That hill isn't going to move. So you made a good point. The horizon does move. So it's not like the globe is inflating or deflating.
Right.
So as Max was saying, it's an optical position. That's why it changes and it moves.
Yeah.
It's not a physical spot.
I understand it. Okay, so what I don't understand is that I can't say it's refraction.
Because you should be making the argument that
You
it's a
can say
physical
whatever you
curved
want.
Earth. Well, because
Can you please speak one at a time? I just don't
you
understand.
should be making the argument that it's a physical curved Earth. That should be your argument, not why it's not there. Because that's our argument.
Yeah, that's just an
Refraction is
excuse, dude. Yeah, you're not giving evidence, you're giving excuses. That's the problem.
Well, we'll just give him a flat earther but doesn't know it tag.
Flat earther in denial.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand your point. Maybe it's because of my lack of ability to speak English.
The point is that
can I say real quick?
curve is only in your mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, real quick, the point is that the geometric horizon that you're saying is refracted doesn't exist. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just trying to comprehend it, but we could speak about something else in the meantime.
Well, let's make it real simple. Just go back to the hill in your yard example. That would be a physical curve, right? The physical hump, and that would be a physical geometric location. You could go put a flag right in that hill. Okay, so what they're saying about the curve of the Earth, the horizon, they're saying that it's like that hill. It's the curve of the Earth. It's a spot that you can go put a flag in. That's the physical Earth curving away, the globe Earth.
If you're
right?
a fixed observer.
Doesn't matter it actually doesn't even matter. That physical hill in your yard, my yard, or your yard, let's just pick.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't matter where my position on Earth is, that hill isn't going to move. I could be dead. I could be in a plane, a helicopter. I could be asleep. The hill isn't going to move or go anywhere. It's supposed to be in a physical location that does not change. Does that make sense?
Stupid. That's stupid. That is obviously not correct.
What's not correct? So the hill should be moving?
The horizon is a physical location.
No,
that's independent from the position of
welcome to flat Earth. That's correct. It's not a physical location, but that's what they were arguing for many years. And I'll get a citation. I've got a 90-second video of gentlemen claiming the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. You can even see it curving, is what he says. So this has been the argument since forever.
That's just false.
Dude, the video I posted in live stream voice text has citations going back like 1,000 years. Okay, that the horizon is the edge of the ball, bro.
When you say that's
change
false,
it now.
you're agreeing with us. You're literally going back to 2017. You're putting yourself in the shoes of a flat earther, arguing against a globe earther, saying that's false. The horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Well, you're agreeing with us. So how can you?
The horizon is not fixed.
Exactly. Well, that's what we're saying. That's our argument. So you're agreeing
but it doesn't
with
mean
us.
that it is a flat plane.
Well, it's not curved Earth. That's what that means.
It's not our evidence, dude. You're confused. We're not saying that the horizon is evidence for a flat Earth. We're not saying that. Y'all are saying that.
We're simply addressing that claim. That's why the whole black swan even came up, because they claim that the horizon is curved. So we had to debunk that.
Oh, there's a picture in the live stream chat. I recorded. You see it?
Yeah.
No, I think it's not the same like the video. But this is also inaccurate because
it's inaccurate. Reality is inaccurate?
Well, let's go through the argument one step at a time.
Not a sphere doesn't apply here.
Well, let's go through the logical argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Okay.
Let's make sure that's consistent. So let's start with step one. If P... Hold on. That's no. Hold on. The argument starts with the modus tollens. So if P, then Q. So what is P? If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you disagree? Is that incorrect so far?
No.
Okay, all right, let's move on. So then Q, and every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, You can refer to an Earth curve calculator if you need to, but I think you already agreed that you could calculate the geometric horizon. I think you were saying this earlier.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we're good so far?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, now, not Q would be the evidence posted, the picture. So we look at the picture and we see the horizon where? Before, between, or behind the platforms?
Before, yeah. The platforms are behind the horizon.
Platforms are... Say that again?
Platforms... The upper part of the platforms are behind the horizon, which is not surprising.
Sorry, you might be getting it backwards. Is the horizon in front of or behind the rigs?
The horizon is in front of the rigs.
Okay, well let me just get a picture real quick. I need you to I'll give you like a multiple choice, or if you can, why don't you draw an arrow or a line on where you think the horizon is, and I'll get a picture that has some lines on it. You can just choose. But give me a second here.
Right.
All right, I'm going to post a picture here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
This
Remember,
is like when
it's
you
about
take
the
a
horizon.
multiple choice test in school. The answer is on the page.
All right, here we go. I'm posting it in the chat. Now, I need you to choose from this multiple choice here. Let me get back to the chat.
Nice creation, bro.
All right, so where do you see it? A, B, C, or D?
C. I think it's at C.
C.
If the measurements are correct.
Okay, so now remember, you defined what the horizon is, the physical, where the sky and the earth appear to meet, right?
Right.
So if I were to ask a child, what would the child say the horizon is in that photo? A, B, or C?
Probably A.
Okay, so why are you, if a child can determine the horizon is behind the rigs, why can't you determine that?
Because a child can calculate in...
No. It's, the question is, where is the horizon? Yes. Where do you see the horizon? Clearly, we can all see
Where do I see
even a child
horizon?
Can see the horizon. Clearly, the horizon is behind.
The horizon is at A.
No. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Now, let's get back to the argument. So then, not P. So we have not Q, which is the horizon being much farther than the claimed geometric location, being at 1.2 miles. So not Q, therefore not P. There can't be a sphere. So what part do you disagree with so far? We went through all the whole all 4 steps. Which part did you disagree with? We got to step A, you agreed. Step 2, you agreed. Step 3, you agree the horizon's behind. So how do you disagree with the conclusion? So, this is a logical, consistent argument. So you'd have to debunk the modus tollens.
The horizon A is the optical horizon, right?
Correct. That's where you see the horizon.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Exactly. And this horizon can change from the geometrical horizon.
What geometric horizon? I'm sorry. What geometric horizon? There is no geometric horizon has been determined.
The horizon geometrical would be at C.
How? What do you mean would be? Because that's...
You mean the texture of the wind hitting the water? Now that's the geometric horizon. When you can clearly see that the rigs are entering the water further out and higher up, which that precludes it being a ball. Period.
Right. So that hill in your yard example, basically what you're saying is there's that hill there. And I think Marta has a better example of this, but you're saying that hill is being blocked by something in front of it, but you still see the hill. So how is the horizon blocking how is the geometric horizon blocking something that you're seeing? It's supposed to be blocking the A, basically. You shouldn't even be able to see A.
Yeah,
because of the curve. No, No, you can't make that argument.
Why not? Why can't I make the argument?
Hold on. We got to get back in the time capsule. Let's get back in the time capsule, okay? We already covered this. The globe earthers claimed the horizon is physical, geometric, location. What did we say against that?
I don't care.
What did we said? Oh, dude, come on, man. Pay attention.
You don't own an argument.
But I'm not claiming to own it, but you're stepping behind our argument and making our argument for us.
Our argument. This is not your argument.
No, not me. It's okay. Listen, this is a two-sided thing. It's Team Globe versus Team Flat. Okay, Team Globe is arguing that the horizon is a physical curve of the Earth, geometric. The Team Flat says no. There's reasons like refraction for why it's optical. Now. Okay. Team Globe said that's just perspective, blah, blah, blah. You don't understand, yada, yada, yada. So then we had to rebut that with the Black Swan. So you guys, once the Black Swan's presented, I don't know why you guys think that you can just jump back behind refraction when your argument is that it's supposed to be a physical curved Earth. Refraction does not explain. We've already said the same thing 10 times, but refraction doesn't explain why there's no geometric horizon. You're supposed to prove that the geometric horizon is actually there.
Yeah, you've actually abandoned your geometric horizon by saying refraction. And also you're saying, you're saying that that refraction is allowing you to see the backside of that hill that's obscuring your view from in front of it. So you're telling us refraction, now you can see the backside of the hill, which is exactly what you're saying A is, which A is not. There's only one horizon. There isn't 2 or 3 or 4.
Yes, there can be 2 horizons.
No, there's not.
And if there was, then listen, Mallow, if there was, you would be able to tell us exactly where that was measured. Right now, you would have that information in your hand and could easily put it into live stream voice text for everyone to see. But you cannot do that because it's never been seen. You even said it yourself that you can't see it. So we've been trying to ask you, how do you determine that it's there if you can't see it? I've yet to hear an answer.
Okay.
Think of this, dude. You're holding in your hand a physical, like the claim curved Earth, physical horizon. You're holding that. When you
but that's
go to reach for what I know, this is what I'm trying to tell you. When you go to reach for horizon being refracted, you have now let go of the Earth being physically curved. You have now relinquished, you've abandoned, as Sonny said, that claim. You keep telling us that's not true. You're right. That's what we've been saying this whole time against Team Globe. They are wrong. The horizon is not the physical curve of the Earth. That is correct. You're making our argument for us. I don't know how many times we have to say it.
I get your point, but now let me.
Refraction doesn't get you out of that.
Don't interrupt me now, okay?
Just saying, don't go back to refraction.
Please don't interrupt me, okay?
Go ahead.
So, we have, let's say, I am not nor Team Globe, either Team Net, okay? And I have the view that there is a horizon which is geometrical.
That's Team Globe, bro.
You're doing it again.
Just come out with it. You don't. No. Sorry. You don't have to. Just be straight up. You are Team Globe. You can't. Well, let's imagine I'm not Team Globe, but I'm gonna say Team Globe.
No,
but I'm not Team Globe. You can't hold me accountable to Team Globe. Like, just come out with it. You do think the horizon is physical, geometric. That's what you're saying. C is geometrical curve.
I think it can also be refracted by light.
You have to listen. Central Heretic always talks about refracted ghosts, refracted gremlins. Well, to refract a gremlin, you have to have a gremlin to refract. So to have a refracted physical curve, you'd have to have a physical curve. So please prove that. When you go to refraction, you're debunking that claim.
Oh, I'm not.
You are.
Yes, you are.
Oh, you are saying
you actually are.
Cannot occur?
No, we are saying refraction does occur, but you're saying it occurs in addition to a physical geometric Earth curve, like refracting a goblin.
Yes.
Now you have to prove that the goblin exists. You have to prove that the goblin exists.
Our claim isn't against refraction; it's against the thing that you claim is refracted, the geometric horizon. Get it right.
So you say that because I could always say it's refraction, the claim that ships disappear behind the horizon shows that it could also just be refraction.
Follow. Let me ask you something really quick before everybody else comes back in.
No, I want to be that question answered, please.
Right. Is refraction a part of optics?
Now I want you to answer my questions.
Okay, is refraction a part of optics? is refract. Well, let me just state it then. Refraction is a part of optics. So when you start invoking refraction for anything, you're abandoning your position of a geometric curve, you're adopting the position of an optical horizon.
Otherwise, you'd be able to show us how they're connected.
Well, this is what he's doing. He's
guys.
claiming that the 10-mile horizon is actually at 1.2 miles. Got any evidence of that?
This is kind of the point as well, because it's worse than we're kind of elucidating to. When we say that refraction always happens because refraction, the atmosphere is always in the way. When you remove the ability to actually see the proposed physical curve of the Earth, that means that you've got no direct measurement of the proposed curvature of the Earth. It's just asserted that this optical phenomena, the horizon, is the curve of the Earth because things are obstructed behind it. We can't see it, boats and buildings.
It is always refraction when things are disappearing behind the horizon.
As soon as you say refraction, then no one's seen the curvature of the Earth then. It's never been seen. It's just been assumed. Because refraction all the time, always looking through the atmosphere. So we've never seen it, and it also means it could never have been measured. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah, I do. So every time I see ships disappear behind the horizon,
it's an optical phenomenon. The reason why the boat appears to disappear from the bottom up.
You're saying it is refraction.
We're saying what it isn't is the curved Earth, my friend, which is the thing you are not arguing for, which is if you are Team Globe or you're coming off as one, that's what you should be arguing for, not why it's not there. That's our argument.
Okay, so you say that I can't argue for...
no, why would you argue against the thing you're claiming? That's what I'm asking. Why would you argue? Why would you shoot your own claim in the foot? You're supposed to be making the argument that the Earth is curved, bro.
I don't think it's not. The argument that I make by mentioning refraction does not disprove the argument
you don't understand.
of a curved Earth.
You don't understand the claim.
Hold on. If it doesn't disprove, then we're going to go back to what I said. Being as no one's ever seen the curvature of the Earth because of refraction, how was it proven in the first place? How was it proven that the horizon was Earth curve in the first place?
Because there is always a fixed distance to which ships don't disappear.
What do you mean? There's always a fixed distance that ships don't.
For the
hold on. Until better technology comes along, or it's a clearer day.
Let's just assume, okay?
Why?
No, let's not.
Okay, let me explain. I'm not saying you shall believe anything.
The point. You're assuming that the horizon is physical curve of the Earth, even though no one has ever seen the physical curve.
Have you ever seen ships disappearing before the horizon? It would be geometrical.
You don't understand the horizon claim.
Oh, you haven't seen it.
You don't understand the horizon claim.
Have you ever seen ships?
Actually, yeah, we have. Yes, we do see things vanish. Yes.
National Geographic.
Before they reach the horizon. Can I be heard?
Geographic.
This guy just going to keep talking.
That's me. My bad.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, I meant him because he wasn't stopping, but whatever. Yeah, we can show that. National Geographic, as he just said, has shown that things appear to disappear bottom up before they even get to the horizon. So you don't even need the horizon for that effect to happen.
Okay. Can I see that? Or?
Yeah, we got you. It's in the chat.
Thanks. Thank you.
Let me get that 90-second clip because I feel like he's not understanding the horizon claim. So I'm gonna get a clip called "How the Horizon Works." This is from like 8 or 9 years ago, like 90 seconds long.
How far is this thing out in the picture?
Not far enough to okay. We're just simply rebutting what you said, that something about seeing things disappear before the horizon. There's your evidence. You also said something about a specific distance. What would that set distance be? It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the Earth.
Yeah.
But that's been debunked.
Okay.
So that was incorrect.
Yeah,
But
maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
All right, fair enough.
You're
All right,
making good points.
Let me play this video real quick. 90 seconds.
It's all good. We were all wrong.
True.
I can't see the video.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing.
I didn't saw the video.
I can drop a link if you want. I'll drop a link if you want the visual. Were you not able to hear that?
That's all right. It's all right.
Did you catch the?
I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right. Cool. So he's saying you can directly observe the physical Earth curving. I don't know if you caught it, but he says you can literally see it left to right and front to back. So he says. So this is the claim that we're addressing, that the Earth is physically curved. What did we respond with? Wrong. The horizon is optical for multiple reasons, one of them being refraction. Team Globe responded saying, you don't understand, that's just perspective. Okay, and then we bring out the big guns, Black Swan. What is the response to Black Swan? Oh, you don't understand refraction! When that's been our argument against the geometric horizon this entire time. So refraction isn't proving that the Earth is physically curving. It's actually kind of letting go of that. It's abandoning that previous claim. So if you are Team Globe, you should be arguing for the curved Earth. If you're saying that the horizon is at sea, geometrically, prove that. Refraction doesn't prove that.
Okay. I give you that point with the horizon.
All right.
So, if you understand that point, then you must understand that being as no one's ever seen the physical curve of the Earth, then there's no direct measurement of it, which means there's no direct measurement in the first place of the Earth being a ball. Its diameter, radius, and circumference, for example, how much drop there should be over distance, or where the thing should be in the first place. Being as no one's measured it because we can't see it because the horizon's optical, then the first claim, the Earth being a ball, is kind of debunked because that's what they said. They said Earth curve, I can't see the boat. Then they changed the argument. Now they're saying that we shouldn't have seen the Earth curve in the way because of refraction. Our question is, where'd you get the measurement from then?
So the measurement can always be false because it can always be refraction. And therefore no one has ever measured the actual horizon. That's what you're saying.
How would they know the actual dimensions of the horizon?
If it was refracted.
No one has ever
okay, that's your point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So that's why we first claim the Earth is a ball. Well, they've got no measurement for it then. So it can't be. They've got no proof for it.
Mm-hmm. That's a huge concession. So I don't know if you just realized that you made that concession, but congratulations. Whether you know it or not, you've debunked the globe itself with this question of the horizon.
Yeah, that was a really good point, brother. How you said they said it was a globe, and then they said, well, boats go over the curve. That's the proof. Then we address that by showing that, well, if zooming in shows that there is no curve that it's going over. If you can still see it, how is it disappearing behind a hill if you just zoomed in and you know what I mean? It's not blocked by the hill. Then they say, well, refraction. You see, they're just tap dancing around. They're trying to keep this thing going. But it doesn't actually work. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm still obviously believing that the Earth is a globe.
You're welcome to believe that. That's fine.
Yeah, because let's discuss other points. Because there are plenty of them.
Do you think the room you're in right now is moving?
Yeah.
Other points.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the next point then. Can you demonstrate gas pressure existing without a container?
You can't.
Okay. Well, I rest my case.
Without a relation.
Without
what? To another. If that's your point.
So let's tie that into the Earth. We have gas pressure.
Let's talk about motion first, okay?
You want to go motion? All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because I had that argument recently. So.
Yeah, just prove to me that your house moves. That's all I want to hear.
Yeah. Earth is not claimed to be at a constant speed, right?
I mean,
no.
It's nearly constant, but
no, it isn't. It's in constant. It's in constant acceleration because it's a circular orbit.
Right.
Yeah, that's also a point. But let's just
and the elliptical orbit too.
Let's first say it's nearly constant movement.
But why would we just say that? See, that's the thing. You can't make a hypothetical and then take it to the bank later. Well, let's just say when the claim isn't that at all. The claim is that there's a whole bunch of vectors and it's not constant. So we can't just say it's constant and then we're just going to deposit that in the bank later on.
Okay, so you're saying it's in constant acceleration because it is moving in a circle, right?
Angular motion.
Mm-hmm. Right. This is also happening when you drive in a car and you steer hard to one side.
Right.
We're not in a car. We're not.
He was just saying like that's how he's comparing it to the car. You're right.
Experience acceleration.
Even if you were at a constant speed. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. So I understand that this is probably. So you will think that if the Earth was flying around the sun, it would experience constant acceleration.
It's not about what we should feel. It's about your claim is that it moves. So just prove it. Don't need to ask us like, well, do you think you should feel it? Like that's not proving that it is moving, bro. So just try to get all the evidence, gather up all the evidence and put it on the table.
No, because you said it's in constant acceleration, but I would just want to understand that you understand that constant acceleration can be cancelled out by gravity. See,
what we can't do is now stack a bunch of claims on top of each other. This is called claim stacking.
Okay.
Before we start going down the gravitational route, right, we're trying to talk about like the spin of the Earth. Right? If you're going to say that gravity takes care of it, then we're just going to point out the multiple forces and vectors that should be applied to the physical world if it was a ball and rotating. So we understand the physics, but different forces applied. If you want to talk about gravity, mate, we've been here for 8 years. We're still waiting for a scientific experiment that proves any gravitational idea. And at the moment, there are two. You'd have to ask the question, why there are two? Surely they should have proved the first one, but they haven't. So even though you'll say gravity, and I get why you might do, the moment we're asking about the spin of the Earth, would you agree that you observe the Earth to be stationary when you stand on it? It doesn't act like it's moving, does it?
Yes.
Yeah,
All
exactly. So from your standpoint, it doesn't act like it's moving. They claim it's moving. So how have they proven it to you for you to come in here and tell us that it is moving? How have they proven that claim to you?
Well, before you go on, we got a problem on the table, which is, in your worldview, you require gravity, and you just said that gravity negates acceleration, which means you can't prove that the Earth is moving if you have gravity, so the point is moot. You've essentially thrown your own position under the bus.
My point was this Earth needs a force that stays in orbit because it experiences constant acceleration.
Buddy,
it needs a force to stay in orbit, right?
Be careful of the words you use, because as soon as you say force, that's mass attracting mass, and that's the first gravitational idea, not the second one, because the first one they couldn't prove.
Oh, I'm not a scientist.
Gravity hasn't been thought of a force for over 100 years. We can go and get you citations from scientists, physicists.
I'm German. I don't know the difference between force and whatever other word. I'm just.
Sure, we can teach you.
To understand it, okay?
Let me put it like this. Do you understand all of gravitational ideas inside out? Do you understand them?
I don't even know them. Bro,
Would you be able to give me I'll say scientific experiment to back the claim that they make?
Oh.
No, so why would you bring it up then? Would you say that it again would be just a belief that they've given you?
When you ask me a question, you can also let me answer it and not answer it for me. That would be really nice.
It was a bit of a hypothetical, a rhetorical question, because your original claim, you have one claim on the table: rotation, movement. Then you can't prove that claim by now creating another claim, gravity. Now you have two claims that you have to prove. So this is something people do. It's called claim stacking. Okay. Instead of proving the previous claim, they just stack more claims on top of that, and then we have to get them to address another claim. So let's get away from gravity, go back to rotation.
Let's say I want to prove rotation, right?
Yes.
Do you know this? I don't know its name, but there's a pendulum, or whatever it's pronounced.
Foucault. Yeah, Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. As you're searching for it as well, I would suggest do your search wherever you're at in a tab, but also go to the server search function in our Discord and also search Foucault there, and also go through those results, because this discussion has been fleshed out thoroughly. So make sure you just check both of those as well.
Okay.
Before we go on, we don't. Hold on, friend. Hold on. Before we go on, he already said that acceleration is negated by gravity. And the premise of the Foucault's pendulum requires differential acceleration, which he just claims is negated by gravity. So again, his point is moot and self-destructive.
I was talking about the Earth flying around the sun and not the rotation of the Earth. And the pendulum is talking about the rotation of the Earth and not around the sun. These are two different things.
But spinning would still be acceleration, right? If you're rotating in a circle.
Exactly. So your point is incoherent so far. You're denying it in one instance, but you need it in the other instance. And they're both the same thing, which is curvilinear acceleration, which is constant. Rotational acceleration. Rotating around an axis, whether it's your central axis of the body itself or the object itself, rotating around something else that's further away, you end up with the exact same thing, a circular path that continues in on itself, which means 100% constant acceleration at all times.
So for the rotation, I'm just trying to translate it into German right now.
No worries. It's been a good discussion so far. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to this guy. We'll hook you up some extra roles for, Survivor. You've been doing a great job, man.
All right. So, what I'm saying, or for my understanding, it is, from my point of view, the Earth flies around the sun. It experiences constant acceleration because it changes constantly direction, because it's a circle, right? And I think this acceleration needs to come from something. And I think the reason for that would be the sun. And for the Earth's rotation, the reason or the proof was this pendulum, and it would also need to be in constant acceleration, everything at the surface of the Earth, right?
Sure. So
I'm claiming that this constant acceleration is there, but if you factor in the I don't know the English word. Wait a minute.
Yeah, perfect. So I'll wrap this up real quick. So the idea of the pendulum, which I'm absolutely certain you have no idea how they claim it even functions. The idea of the pendulum is that the pendulum swings through differential radii of rotation. So as the pendulum is swinging from its high point to its low point at the center, the allegation is that the distance that it travels, it's going through different radial spoke distances and therefore having different speeds. Even though it's rotating, right, 15 degrees per hour with the Earth, it's actually rotating at a higher miles per hour in different arcs of its swing. And that is importing a torsion force onto the string because of the difference of the accelerations and the speeds, and therefore causing it to move. Now, here's the problem with that.
Yeah.
If the pendulum was not swinging and it was standing still with just being hung from the ceiling, it would be experiencing a torquing or torsion force as it rotates around the Earth, right? In its circular path. At the peak of its path, it would experience a little bit of pull away from its essentially previous plumb line position. So if the Earth was rotating, the pendulum would move without having to be started. But the pendulum has to be started every single time. Not only that, but it has to be assisted to maintain swinging.
Maybe because of air resistance?
No, it's because there's no such thing as a perpetual motion device.
No, obviously not, but the fact that they claim that it moves implicates that the energy of the Earth's rotation somehow goes into that pendulum and makes it move 15 degrees an hour.
No. It doesn't move
whatever.
15 degrees an hour, dude.
Yeah, whatever, it moves. That's what they claim.
Yeah, right. So what you're saying is if the Earth was a globe, the pendulum would move. The pendulum moves, therefore Earth is a globe. Now, I want you to understand that in its formation is officially and formally a logical fallacy. It means the conclusion cannot be true from those premises alone. So what you have at best is not proof of anything. You have formal logical fallacy. And if you're willing to present formal logical fallacy and call that proof or evidence, then you're really not really putting proper scrutiny to this idea.
So, wait a minute.
Yeah, let me give it to you simpler, okay?
Yeah, please.
I ate a steak, a big steak, therefore I am full. Now, a week later, I am full. Does that mean I ate a steak? No, I could have had a pizza. So it's not true that the only reason I'm full is because I ate a steak. If you formulate it like that, it's a logical fallacy because it's not true.
I understand that.
It's not exclusively true. So what you're presenting to us is not proof. And I already told you how it's flawed and how there's 2 points against it, plus the logical fallacy, that's 3 points against it. 3 strikes, you're out in American baseball. So let's just call that thrown out.
Okay. Fine.
Now, if you have any actual proof of rotation, go ahead and present it.
I could refer to SpaceX or NASA, but that's probably not my proof, and therefore it's no proof, in your opinion.
How would they prove it? Like what piece of evidence would be presented that they have that would prove the Earth rotates?
Well, you can, if you are on the ISS, you can see the sun casting a shadow on the part of the Earth that's not facing the sun. And this this border between the shadow and the light side is moving, and that's what we experience as day and night.
Sure, so that could easily be explained by the sun moving above the Earth. The Earth doesn't have to be moving beneath the sun. The sun could be moving above the Earth relative to the ISS, and you'd get the same thing. So that doesn't prove anything.
Okay, but how would the ISS fly?
That's irrelevant. Listen, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
How the ISS flies is not part of this argument, friend.
Okay, I get you. Yeah. So you're saying the sun could be moving above the Earth in a circle and partially guiding one. Wait, I have a model, I think.
Well, I mean, that's what we all experience, is it not? I see the sun go over my head. I don't see me go around the sun.
Yeah, like.
So my position's entirely congruent. Check this out. My position's entirely congruent with provable experiential reality that we all agree occurs. For example, you already agreed the Earth looks flat. You already agreed the Earth appears to be motionless. And I'm sure you would concede that you see the sun go over your head and the stars go around you.
Yeah, but now, this was a point I wanted to go against. Refer again. I sent what I think you mean by the model into the live stream chat, by the way. Apparently don't. Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is, could you as a human tell the difference?
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Can somebody who's capable give him posting perms so we don't have to double post his posts so we can all see if anyone's available? In the meantime, I'll repost your post so we can actually see it.
Do you need to post images or?
Yeah. There we go.
Whatever.
Okay, perfect.
Has
So
verified, don't he?
Oh, I don't know English. What is your point? If you want to speak to me, just unmute yourself and speak to me. Nice point.
What I said was,
he
has BC verified, correct?
Yeah, I think we switched that so you need the link embed role. So he could post, but it won't show it to us, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I get it.
I can embed files.
All right, perfect. I like that. So let me show you another one in light of that here. I like your little image here. I just like it because it's a nice graphic. Now look at my image here that I posted. Check that out. Now I want you to notice in my image is not computer graphics. It's a tangible, demonstrable, real object. Now it demonstrates here that a single light source can have vastly varying, let's just call it illumination on a surface below it, depending on the medium that it has to travel through. So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, the sun's up in the sky, and if the Earth was flat, it would light up the entire Earth, or the sun's over here and it would do this, or the sun's over there and it would do that. Okay, nobody knows what's between here and the sun and what's going on with the sun and what the sun's up to and how it feels. You see what I'm saying? Nobody knows any of that.
I see it. I see your model.
Now, I threw that in tongue-in-cheek how the sun feels because, to be fair, we don't even know whether the sun's a sentient entity or not. We don't know anything about it to the point where NASA tells you it's this, 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 and this, and that's all it is and all it ever was and all it ever will be, and you must believe us because we say so.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, I'll tell you what I do know, friend. The sun goes over my head, and it goes around at different times of the year. Sometimes it's daylight, sometimes it's night. I don't even know if all the daylight comes from the sun. The daylight and the sunlight could be two different things. Don't know. You know why I don't know? Because I've never traced the light back to the source. Nobody has. Nobody has. Not even NASA and all those dudes have claimed to do such a thing.
Yeah, I get your point.
So, in other words, the ISS doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So, what's your next evidence?
Oh, I was saying, I was also referring to the footage, which would be from NASA, which you obviously don't believe in.
Photos. How could a photograph? Hold on a friend. How could it? Hold on. Okay, there you go. Video.
Yeah.
Because obviously a photograph couldn't prove something spinning.
I know.
So what video from NASA proves the Earth is spinning?
A video which shows the Earth changing relative to the light source.
What light source?
The sun.
Yeah, but we already went through all that. That doesn't prove anything because we don't know the relative motions of the three bodies.
So I see what you mean. You're saying the sun turns around the Earth.
Exactly, dude. That proves nothing. So we need a verifiably fixed reference frame, where from that reference frame we see the Earth move. Now, do you have any of that?
It's impossible to have a reference frame.
So it's impossible to present evidence of the Earth rotating taken by a camera. Oh, excellent. So we all agree. So the Earth isn't rotating then?
It's not clear if the Earth is rotating or the sun is rotating around the Earth.
Okay, perfect. So then we all agree it's impossible to prove, to back the claim and say it's verified that the Earth definitely is rotating based on any of the evidence you've presented so far. So let's dismiss all of that, and then let's ask for, is there any other proof or evidences that would validate the claim that the Earth is rotating?
I don't know any, no.
Okay, so let's dismiss all of that and just say that as of right now, you simply have an assertion or a belief that the Earth is rotating, and there's no evidence that you know of or can present that proves otherwise.
But
excellent.
On the other hand, you also have the assumption that the Earth is standing still, and you don't have any proof or evidence that it is actually doing so. It's going both ways.
No, that's not how it works, friend. You see, let me explain it to you. Everyone agrees that the Earth feels stationary. Okay, that's the base human experience. To say it's not stationary requires evidence. There's no reason not to believe it's stationary. Stationary is the base level. I don't have to prove it's stationary. We all agree it's stationary. We all agree that in our experience, it appears to be stationary.
Distinguish between a stationary Earth and a moving Earth.
What's that?
Would you be able to distinguish or to tell the difference between a stationary Earth and moving Earth?
Doesn't matter.
As a human.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. Let me tell you why. Okay?
Sure.
Saying something like, I can't prove this thing, but I wouldn't be able to prove it anyway, is irrelevant to say that that thing that you can't prove and nobody experiences is true. So then we must revert to the base level knowledge, which is we're not moving. So until there's direct evidence that we are moving, there's no reason to entertain it as if it's true. It's pure philosophizing and fantasizing. So I will allow you, my friend, all day long, if you want to philosophize and fantasize about what if the Earth is going zigzaggedy in 400 trillion directions all at the same time, you could do that to your heart's content. That's up to you. If you want to spend your life doing that, by all means, do so. But we didn't ask you for the philosophizing and fantasizing. We asked you for the evidence and the proof of the claim that you believe in that the Earth is moving.
Okay. I don't have any. But I want to elaborate.
All right, so let's stop right there. Let's stop right there and let's move on from this point before we beat it to death. There's no reason to elaborate, dude. Friend, we need to stop. We need to stop talking about rotation. It's over. There's no listening.
Okay, there's no listening. Rotation. It's also about
We're moving on from rotation, bro.
No, we're not.
It's good to hear where his is at. I think we should let him say what he's thinking.
So,
dude,
I'm saying
we're not going to listen to him go repeat the ad infinitum. Okay, he has no evidence that the Earth is rotating. He has no even knowledge of how to obtain the evidence. There's no point in talk about it anymore. He just needs to agree that it's an assertion and a belief, and then we all need to move on. Unless he has a new point of evidence to talk about, there's no reason to discuss this any further.
Yes.
All right, you tell me a valid reason why we should discuss your fanciful assertion any further.
There is no fanciful assertion.
It's contrary to common experience. It's contrary to common experience, and you have no evidence.
I never said I had evidence.
Well, then why are we talking about it at all? You were asked for proof, so what's the point? You should have said I don't have any, and we should have moved on 20 minutes ago.
I want to show just one thing, okay? Let me speak, then we can move on, okay?
Oh, so you set the tone of when we move on around here? You're in charge around here? Okay, I will let you speak. And if it's not interesting, then we'll move right on.
Thank you. So, as a human, you can't tell a difference between a stationary and a moving Earth. Therefore, any assumptions about if it's moving or not is a positive claim. Also, if it's stationary or if it's moving. And you need to prove any of those. That's my point. Now we can move on.
Okay, so your position is that it's on the burden of proof to prove a negative. Good point. I want everyone to understand that he just said that it's not the positive claim. No, that's not a positive claim. That's base experience. That's base human experience.
It is not, because humans cannot distinguish between a moving and a stationary Earth. That's why there can't be any ground claim. Whatever word you used.
Look, let's be clear. This is the claim. Do you understand? You ready?
Yeah.
There's no evidence the Earth is moving, and the Earth is experienced as stationary. Those are the claim in total. There's no evidence the Earth is moving, and the Earth is experienced as stationary. Therefore, it is rational to conclude that the Earth isn't moving.
No, because your experience to a moving Earth would not differ from a stationary Earth.
Well, provide your evidence of this, that the human cannot determine that. Where did you get that from?
Yes.
Well, he's false. He's wrong anyway, because what he means is you wouldn't be able to determine a differentiation in speed. You would be able to determine a differentiation in acceleration, which is a change in speed, which he claims rotation, which he didn't back. So his claim is that there should be the appearance of acceleration constantly. He provided no evidence, and we're left with the base, which is this. There's no evidence.
Not what I said.
Hold on. There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
If you're talking shit, I must interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, dude. I can speak uninterrupted if I so choose.
Yeah, and that's a problem because we should be.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, what a problem.
Yeah,
okay, look, dude. Your claim and your worldview is that the Earth is experiencing constant acceleration. We know acceleration can be detected. You provided no proof that acceleration that you claim exists. I don't experience any of that in my life. The Earth appears to me to be flat and stationary.
Has its limits.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
right. So okay. Let's wrap this up, dude. You're going to concede or you're going to recede. Those are your points. You have absolutely zero evidence for your claim, period. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Right. So why the fuck should I believe it?
And, okay, first of all, I never said you need to believe everything, but anyways. I also never said that I can prove the rotation of the Earth. My point was,
why do you believe it then, dude?
Between the rotation and a stationary Earth. Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, but you don't have proof of that either. You just have a religious
you don't have proof
belief.
of a stationary Earth either.
You just have a religious belief. You don't like if you'd be able to have a demonstration of the fact.
Anyway,
if you had anything to back up your statements, which you don't.
You're wrong, dude. We do have proof of a stationary Earth.
You do have proof of a stationary Earth. Let us see it.
Yeah, it's called Airy's failure.
I see it. I don't know it.
You don't know Airy's failure? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's called Airy's failure for a reason, because he failed to prove motion of the Earth.
I don't know the name, how to write it.
Well, that figures. You're in here arguing flat Earth points on the horizon, so that figures.
Well, yeah, but I want everyone to notice that we have two paradigms here, and the ultimate solution is to argue to a point where you can't prove your position, I can't prove my position. Therefore, we all just have beliefs. That's the new globe arguments, by the way. In 2023, the globe has argued itself into a corner where it basically concedes that it can't be proven, but flat Earth can't be proven either. Hooray, we're all equals now.
That's what I was saying. This is logical.
It's not logical. Are you kidding me? That's logical.
You can prove a stationary Earth, and I can prove a moving Earth.
Yes, we can.
Any claim of...
we can prove that it's stationary. Michelson Morley, Michelson Gale, Airy's failure, Michelson the Sagnac effect, aspect experiment. You know nothing of any of these, I bet.
No, I don't.
And the difference is one is self-evident, the other is in your imagination entirely.
What I heard from other flat earthers was that it is self-evident that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah, it is. In your experience,
because you can't tell the difference. Why would it be self-evident? This is ridiculous.
No, dude, you can't say it. Listen, you can't even be accurate to your own position. You said it. It's not because you can't say. What you should say is nobody knows. That's what you should say to be honest with your own position.
I told you.
Okay, so here's a question. Is the Earth stationary?
Don't know.
I don't know. Okay, is the Earth moving?
I don't know.
Okay, is the Earth a globe?
Apparently we don't know.
All right, yeah, so you don't know anything.
Yeah,
great.
But you don't
so why are we having a conversation?
You don't either.
We didn't make
right. So you just came here. You just came here to get everyone to agree that nobody knows the truth about reality. Therefore, your position is just as valid as anyone else's, right?
Right. But it's a position. And by the way,
why would you come? Malo? Why would you come in here and argue for a point that you have no point? Does that make any sense to you? That has no reason or rhyme to why you would do that.
There is plenty of reason.
Yeah, because he wants to thwart the efforts. He wants to thwart the efforts of Flat Earth just because he wants to sound ridiculous, and it's absurd, and it is. So you earlier in the conversation, which I was listening to, is that you were making some claims about what the Earth can and cannot be doing, but then you're saying now that no one knows anything. So how is it that you come into this Discord and have a position to say anything when you don't know anything? Does that make any sense to you? You believe, but who cares about what you believe? You can't provide any evidence for anything. So why would you? Why would you? It doesn't make sense to you, Jan, because you're probably of the same mind. Listen, guys, if it makes sense to you, then you're of the same mind he is. Is that not true?
What's wrong with having different ideas from yours?
No, it's not different ideas.
These aren't ideas.
Listen, it's saying that he doesn't know anything, John. And if you agree with that, then you don't know anything either. By advocating for his position, you also say, well, I think that's logical. How is it logical to say that you don't know anything?
Yeah, but let me explain this to the guys who don't understand, okay? It's not the case that the globe Earth and the heliocentric paradigm and all of this is presented as if it's just an alternative viewpoint or an opinion. It is presented in the mainstream as if it is a scientifically proven and validated fact, and that people who don't agree are less than intelligent, and in some spheres not worthy of breeding, and to be denigrated and laughed at and mocked and treated as second-class citizens. So don't come in here and act like it's just even Steven on both sides, where you have an opinion and we have an opinion. No, flat earthers are castigated as the scum of the earth. Okay, friend.
I don't care what how other people treat.
Yeah, but why? Okay, that's fine, Malo. Malo, that is fine. But why do we need to listen to you if you don't know anything? This forum
to listen to me. You asked me to join the debate.
Mallow, calm down, bro. Let me finish telling you. If you don't know anything, you should just sit here in silence and just listen. Because when you open up your mouth to say something, then you have an opinion on what you think the Earth is, and therefore you have some kind of idea of what it can be based upon maybe some evidence or something. But you don't have anything really on either side. So you're saying nobody can know anything. So for you, you should stay out of the way and let other people who will assert to say they know something. Like there is people that will say, I know the Earth's a globe. Let them speak and you sit down in silence because you have nothing to contribute and the others do. So you don't have you can't share because there's nothing to share. What are you going to share? By the way, at the end of your speech, you're just going to tell us but you're just going to tell us that you don't know. So at the end of all of that, we're going to get back to the point after you said what you said, and you're going to be like, well, I don't know, and neither do you. What's the point?
One more thing.
But by the way, I do have proof that the Earth doesn't move. You might not accept it, but it's excited for me. Now, we already gave you multiple proofs that are in the scientific and engineering and technological measurement world. But I have one proof that trumps it all, which is this. The Earth is fixed and it shall not be moved. There you go.
What?
Now, in my opinion, that's from God himself, who created it and knows the answer. So
you believe in God?
That pretty much sums it up for me.
So
I think there is...
I want to clarify, who here believes in God?
No, listen, I don't... hold on. You asked me first. I don't believe in God. God is a necessary antecedent to reality. Okay, so it's knowledge. God must exist. I know that for a fact. Therefore, I cannot believe in him in that sense.
We have proof for God?
Absolutely.
Here's the thing, though, man. Sticking your dynamite in this argument isn't going to help you. It doesn't benefit you to say, well, you can't know either because we do know. And when we say we know, you say you don't know. And so the people that know should have the conversation. The people that don't know should stay out of the way. That's the only thing. Why would you try to contribute, you and others like you, try to contribute when you say, well, I want to speak. Speak of what? What are you going to say at the end of everything? Well, we can't know anything.
I went into here with
bullshit, dude.
With the observation of the ships disappearing.
Oh, what? Who cares? I don't care anymore. Now that you have admitted that you don't know, and you said no one can know, I don't care what you say. Your words are like hand wave dismissed the moment you speak them. When I say I know, I'm saying, look, man, when we can observe the natural world the way it is, I tell you, this is what I observe, and also I can measure, and I can find out that
no difference between your observation and if it was moving. This is my point.
No, it's not you don't have a point, Malo. You just finished saying you don't know.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You see, I'm going to defeat you every time. Every time you say something, I'm going to just say you don't know.
Sarcasm.
Right?
I don't know if you know.
You've admittedly said I don't know, and neither can anyone else. So your opinion is nobody can know. Right?
You don't.
Right, Malo. Yes, I do. I claim that I know the Earth because I experience the Earth with my senses. It's nonsensical to say I experience the Earth and I can't detect what it is from what I experience. And I can tell you how. But nothing. No, you're saying no, we can't even use our senses because we can't even trust them.
Yes, we can trust them. This is my point. You can't trust your senses.
Yeah, therefore, excuse yourself from the conversation and sit in silence because people that know can actually have the back and forth. People that don't know can sit there and just listen.
You can trust your senses.
Yeah, of course.
So if you're referring to your senses and going from this point that the Earth is stationary, which this would be obviously false because you can't trust your senses.
Yeah, based on what? You're the person that doesn't know? You don't know.
You just admitted that you can't trust your senses.
I said you can. You're saying you can't.
Yeah, and you had no answer when I asked you what information about our senses, the human senses, are you using to base that statement
the discernment.
I wasn't able to answer you because I got interrupted. I can't.
So you don't have any. So you don't have anything.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You
okay,
can't.
Tell me about the vestibular system.
So you make the facts. All right.
So you tell me in the vestibular system right now what you're using in the vestibular system to base your statement that we wouldn't know if we're moving or not. Where are you basing that in the human vestibular system? Tell me.
Why would I need that?
He doesn't know.
Because that's how we sense things. Hello?
He doesn't know what the vestibular system is. We haven't even asked.
You don't need to know that to understand that human perception has its limits.
Yeah, wait. Your argument to you, Malo. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why are we listening to you?
To understand that human perception.
No. Answer my question, Malo. Answer my question. Why are we listening to you, a person who does not know? Tell us things, something that at the very end of it, you're going to say, "I don't know." Why should we listen to you? You tell me that right now.
Because
why should we listen to you?
No, but you don't.
No. I'm not talking about me. You. Why should we listen to you?
It's your decision. I don't know why you should listen to me.
Well, my decision is I shouldn't. So therefore, I'm telling you to sit there in silence because you don't know anything.
Yeah, so
how are you going to rebut? How are you going to rebut anybody in here and say, "Oh, I know this," and you don't know shit? And so therefore, sit there in silence. And I keep telling you this. I'm going to keep hand waving, dismissing until you say I know. Then I'll let you speak because you just said I know. And then therefore, go ahead, tell me how you know.
Right.
But if you say you don't know, sit there in silence.
Oh, my last
That's
point
pretty easy, right? No,
I know.
you don't have a point. No, you don't.
I know.
No, you don't know. I'm telling you, you don't know. You admittedly said, I don't know.
You are ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm now referring to another point.
Well, you don't know that either because you don't know anything.
Oh, yes,
you just said.
I do. Because there are
you don't. Okay, so now you know? Now you know. You're claiming you know now.
Oh, my God.
Do you know, yes or no? I'll let you speak if you know.
Yes.
Okay, so you changed your mind from I don't know to now I know.
Oh,
okay, Malo.
Two different topics.
No, knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you know? Is it about the Earth? If it's not about the Earth, I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it then. It has to be no, I don't care. I don't care. It has to be pertaining to the topic. It has to be pertaining to the topic of the shape of the Earth.
Yes, it does. It does to it.
Okay, speak. If it's pertaining to the topic of the shape of the Earth. Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Why can't we trust our senses? How do you cross the street? You do a calculation or do you watch the cars?
I said that there are limits to human perception. So we can't...
How do you know?
Okay.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Let me tell you. If you're sitting in a car which is silent and with no vibrations, but it's moving at Mach 1, okay? And you're blindfolded. You can't tell if you're moving at Mach 1. You could say you're stationary.
But that's the constant speed. The Earth, we already covered this. The Earth isn't moving at a constant speed in a rotating frame.
Speed is so small that it's not perceptible, and that's my point.
That's bullshit because you don't know that. You don't know that.
So prove that.
It's not perceptible, and he still hasn't provided
evidence that that's true.
Yeah.
Show the evidence.
You're
because
saying
you said it's not
there's some crazy case that we can't perceive. Like there's a special case. Okay, prove the special case.
That proves that human perception has its limits.
Okay, show
I
us
want you to
your
prove
study.
that the Earth is rotating at a speed that we cannot perceive.
Show us what study you used on human perception that allows you to go ahead and say that. What study are you using?
You don't need to use a study to tell.
So you're just okay. So it goes like this. It goes like this. Thus saith Malo. I dictate what I think is the truth. So you guys just have to accept it based upon my belief. That's what you're telling us right now. Because Sonny was asking you, where does this information come from? You're like, well, I don't know. It's just what I think it is. That's what you sound like, dude.
Okay, so you don't think that human perception has its limits?
You don't have a stance, bro. You don't.
You think that human perception has its limits, yes or no?
It's your claim.
It does, but so does the human mind.
Do you think that human perception has its limits?
You're defeating your own point. You're defeating your own point. You're basically just saying we can't tell it's in motion, so it's in motion. That's stupid, dude.
I said we can't tell if it's in motion or not.
Let me ask you, what tool did you use? Listen, what tool did you use to deduce that it was in motion? And that we can't feel it, and that it's at a speed or acceleration we can't feel. How did you arrive to that conclusion?
I did not. I said
you rationalized it, right? You used your mind and you created a mental construct in which it's true, right? So tell me, what is more erroneous? And can you stop talking over me?
You are literally making shit up. Stop it.
Is the claim your claim a mental construct or not?
You are making shit up. I won't answer that.
No,
I'm
he's
asking you a question.
Answer.
You made it up. You made
Is it
the
a
background
mental
up.
construct or is it a perceived with the senses?
You can't tell if
Pretty
it's moving
simple
or not.
question.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
quantum
And that's a
speed is
mental
not.
construct because is that a mental construct?
Can you define this as a mental construct? What is the definition of a mental construct?
Construct. Okay, so you have perception of your senses, right? Senses, sight, touch, hearing, blah blah blah, right? But then things that are outside of that are mental constructs. They're things in our mind, right? So this thing that it's spinning, we can't feel it with our senses. That's a mental construct because we have no external, right? We have nothing external telling us that. We have next.
Yeah, but you can also not take not spinning, okay?
You don't understand what I'm saying? We have nothing external to perceive that with. That's what you're saying. So that means we have to construct it in our mind.
Which is
if it's not out there, then it exists in our mind.
It was not spinning.
Yeah.
Would also construct that it's not spinning in mind.
Malo, once again, we're listening to you tell us what is and is not something based on your knowledge of not knowing anything. That's true. Yeah, you see, your stupidity is not going to make this any better. So you being ridiculously absurd is not going to make this argument go away. We're going to keep hammering the point until you understand that if you do not have anything that you know of, you might as well just sit there in silence. We're not going to keep hearing you say the same shit over and over again.
You don't know.
Yes, I do. I say that I do know. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. You can't tell.
How do you know?
Can I tell you? Listen, can I tell you what you know in your mind? No, only you can.
Who could tell me what you know?
Yeah, I can tell you what I know. I can tell you what I know, but you can't tell me that no one knows anything. You're just making a broad statement that no one can actually know anything. That's stupid.
But this statement would be true. This statement is still true.
Should I put a bow on this?
What?
I want to put a bow on.
A little tried. Stop.
So, dude, we have two. Listen, we have two propositions, right? We have what you see is what you get. What you perceive with your senses is the way reality is. In your proposition, that is not actually reality. Our senses are too weak or too feeble to detect that. That is a concept in your mind.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No one cares, dude. You're making shit up.
Yeah,
like everything that comes out of your mouth is utter garbage.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is utter garbage.
Listen,
If you're saying, then it is. It must be, right? Because you're saying.
No, because you said you don't know. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah. This exercise.
No,
didn't you?
You created something in your. Don't let him fuck you, Biggie.
No, I'm not.
Being childish.
He comes in here and starts asking questions like he knows something and starts spouting off at the mouth, thinking that he's going to come into this forum of critical thinkers and then assert that no one can know anything and throw a stick of dynamite in the whole entire thing, where I'm going to take his dynamite and shove it up his ass so he can get the fuck out of here.
Damn.
Yeah, damn what?
That's unhinged.
You need to. I don't give a shit. You need to get out of here or sit in silence. Sit in silence because you have nothing to contribute to a conversation of critical thinkers.
Oh, yeah.
Your dynamite that you're trying to implode this argument is falling at the wayside, and it's not going to stand in this room of critical thinkers.
I realize that your claim would also be positive.
I don't care. You don't have nothing to contribute. You don't have nothing to contribute. You see, you're being childish. So sit in silence.
To contribute, okay?
Because
you don't know.
Let me give you an.
Either just be quiet, Mallow. At this point, be quiet, Mallow.
Mallow, I'm going to give you an.
One more thing that I know.
Yeah, you're muted. We can't hear you, Indio. You're breaking up.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah,
dipped, bro.
good now.
He dipped.
I muted him because he wouldn't stop fucking talking no matter who's talking. He just keeps talking.
He wouldn't stop, bro.
Like he's just a mumbling, like numpty dipshit, like just mumbles about everything. So how could he possibly listen to anything if he's talking the whole time?
Oh, dude, this started in debate text chat, man. He was spiraling in there right off the rip.
He's trying to implode this argument because he's saying that no one can know. That's his whole. He just wants to be in here as a weasel and just insert that. No, at the end of it, no one knows anything. Shut the fuck up, man. Get out of here.
It's called Discord.
Let me give you a background, Miggy. So Miggy, he came in with ships over the horizon, and we like thoroughly just dismantled, eviscerated it. There's nothing left to it. It's blown up in the smithereens, and his mental state, you know how it goes, degraded from then.
Yeah, he sounded like he was spiraling hard.
Then he just tried to throw something in the gears.
But here's the issue, right? After some time, because there's been a lot of leeway, a lot of string, a lot of conversation has been given to this guy. And now, after some time, it's been assessed that he's been weighed, measured, and he's been found wanting in the area of knowledge. So he doesn't know anything. So to continue is absurd with this character. Somebody else that says, hey, I know. Okay, let's talk about that. How do you know? At that point, it's different. We're having a conversation back and forth of what they know. We can dive into those questions. But when somebody's throwing a stick of dynamite in the argument to say, well, nobody can know anything at the end of all of this, well, then what the hell are you here for? You're here for just so you can implode this argument so we can say, well, yeah, it's true. We don't know anything. No, you don't. And so you can sit in silence and listen to everybody else who says they know, including globe earthers, including flat earthers, including whoever. I don't care. If you say you know, you can have a conversation. When you say you don't know, why are we going to listen to your shit? That's my point. And Jan's like, yo, it's Discord.
Well, it gets... Well, listen, this is the thing you got to ask them. What exactly are you trying to convince us of if you don't know anything? Why are you trying to convince us at all?
Yeah.
Be as dumb as you?
Hell no. Nope.
By the way, I don't know anything. Let me convince you. Yes, you convinced me you don't know anything. Beyond that, you're not going to convince me of anything.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I'm up for a good chat with the people that say, yeah, I know that we got Radius and all that, Globers that, claim certain things. And a back and forth, no matter how heated it gets, it can be had. But when somebody's saying we can't know anything, get the fuck out of here. Then you're not even supposed to be in here chatting with critical thinkers. You might as well go and look at some space videos or some shit. So stupid.
Well, he started at I know. In fact, he started at I made all these observations at the beach.
Oh, no
He
kidding.
soon abandoned that when we deduced that never happened.
Yeah. That's when it's going to get rough. When you abandon...
So he knew something until he didn't know something.
Yeah, abandoning
Anyway,
ship isn't going to help your cause. I tell you that much right now. If you're on the globe and you're like, oh, let me just say that no one knows, and that'll just end the whole thing. That's going to end your stay. This conversation will continue without you. But as far as you go, you're out. Know what I'm saying? It's just that easy.
It's
We've had a lot of globe religiosity in here, so
interesting.
Those people that are just blind to their own religious belief systems, what this guy clearly was. But he's like someone at the pew, kneeling at the pew, singing all the right praises, but
check it out,
only can sing what someone has told him to sing. He can't sing on his own.
No, yeah, but this guy here, he came in here, he was claiming, like India was saying, if he made those claims at the beginning and then said, abandon ship, at the end of it, and then he said, like, you know what, if I can't have my globe, you can't have your flat earth. How about that?
That's what they did. You're right.
No, fuck that. No, that stick of dynamite, you're going to carry it with you and go explode off in the distance so we can see you blow up, because you're not going to make any...
We done shoved that stick of dynamite up where the sun don't shine.
Yeah. Because that's the next move, right? Self-destruct,
You know what it reminds me of, right? You're all high. This actually happened to me. Me and my friend were drunk driving, and he fell out of the car in front of the state trooper, and she asked him if he'd been drinking, and he said, he's drunker than me, pointing at me. But I wasn't drunk. Like, that's what they're doing, right? They're saying, I can't prove the globe, and you can't prove your flat earth either. Nah. Like if I'm hallucinating, you're hallucinating too. We're all hallucinating. Can't know anything. We're brains in a jar. Come down to my level of not knowing anything.
Isn't it strange that people would try to propagate? People would try to propagate this sort of ideology. Is just astonishing to me.
Don't you think that flat Earth movements become pretty dogmatic as well?
Is it what, John? Is it going to be what?
Don't you agree with me that the flat Earth movement became very dogmatic as well?
Dogmatic? Using your senses is dogmatic, John? I need you to answer me a question, John. Is using your senses dogmatic? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then. It's not dogmatic, because that's what we use to determine when we say that the Earth is flat and stationary. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, you guys are so dogmatic. You all say the Earth is flat and you're flat earthers. Oh my God, you all sound the same.
See how easy that was, John? It's pretty easy, bro. When you stand by the truth, you can't be fair. Like... Yeah, go on.
Well, the truth is that I don't know.
To be fair, CB gave that dude credit because he stuck around. He was actually honestly listening for a while, but
okay,
cognitive dissonance kicked in and he fell apart. I mean, John, if you don't see this mental deterioration of everybody that comes in here, person after person after person, what is the explanation for this? Is the explanation, oh, this is just the natural course of being in a debate? Because we can debate other topics and we see the same thing, the same behavior, the same mental degradation, or are they brainwashed? And when when this brainwashing gets challenged, like somebody that's in the Moonies or the Jim Jones cult, they have no fallback. They have no psychological refuge, and they just fall apart mentally, psychologically.
Yep, that's what it is.
Which one is disorder that we're witnessing, a psychosis, temporary psychosis, or is this just normal behavior?
This is what John is advocating for. He's advocating for this kind of like hysteria. Yeah, you could take your shit and go somewhere else. If you like that kind of stuff, John, go to another server where this isn't the case. We're not going to be doing that here. They're going to stand up for what they say they claim they know, and that's about it. If they say they don't know, then sit in silence. Don't say shit.
Maybe you could be. Yeah, maybe you could be a globe Earth psychiatrist and treat people for their globe PTSD that they exhibit when they come in here.
Yeah. So you've been to 24/7. How does that make you feel?
Yeah.
Well, I don't believe that the world is a globe.
That's really what should be in all these PDRs for the physician desk reference of these psychotic disorders, mental disorders. The globe should be at the top of the freaking list.
So I'm hearing you say things like, I spoke to Indio and it didn't go well. I mean, how does that make you feel? Oh shit. But you know what? They want it. So it's like not like we're making them stay here, because you can click the exit button anytime. So they stay here for the whole spiral, and then their mental instability, and then stay here until they go crazy. So we got to deal with that. And they just say, well, you can't know anything. Oh! It's like, bro, shut up, dude. You're the one saying that. You're the only one saying that. I can't know nothing. You can't either. And John's all like, yeah, we need more people that think like that.
I'm not saying you can't know anything.
You said that he's saying he's onto something. Onto what, bro?
Well, he's onto the thing that I was a glober, as all of us once were.
But do we need to think like that? Like him? Once you can't make it. Did you hear what Indio said? He first came in here claiming that he knew what he was talking about.
I missed
Toward the end. Well, yeah. See, that you're missing parts of like what happened. And you're just discerning from like, no, I think why don't you let him speak? It's like, because, dude, he was given a chance, and many, many times he was like not able to come up with the evidence. So what did he do? Backtrack and say, we can't know anything. Well, fine. If I can't know the Earth's a globe, you can't know it's flat. How about that? Nah, you can't do that. Who else do we got in here? Somebody else want to step up to the plate? But believe me, if you say you don't know, it's going to go the same way. So please, if you're in here and you want to have a conversation, just say, hey, this is what I know. or don't say no one can know anything, because that conversation won't go well.
So definitely don't come in and say it's a globe and then provide no information, or to provide the only thing you do know is that you don't know anything.
Well, I know for sure that it's not what they are presenting us. That's what I know.
Well, good for you, Jean. But we're trying to get people to realize that as well. But that's not happening when they say they can't know anything. You get that?
Well, my point is that I'm not fully on board with what you are presenting.
Hey, man, that's you. No one can make you do anything. That's your own research. You got to go do the legwork, bro.
What do you think we're presenting?
Well, you are saying that the Earth can be only flat and just flat, nothing else.
Nobody said there's not terrain. Are you talking about terrain differences?
Yeah, we've been over this.
No. Absolutely not.
You know,
well, the thing is,
man, we've been over this, John. You know that. We've had this conversation before in the past. We've been over this. You know what we say. It's not like something new to you. So having this conversation over with you is a bit redundant because you already know.
Is she a quantum earther, where the Earth can be multiple things at the same time?
Well, when I hear quantum, I automatically just change it to fake.
Well, that wouldn't be right either. But we're talking about Earth here.
So it definitely has to be one thing. It can't be a couple things. So what are the other alternatives? Concave Earth, hollow Earth, pretzel Earth, pineapple Earth, pyramid Earth. Like, what's the evidence suggest?
If I had a gun to my head and I had to pick one, I would say flat.
Okay.
No, just keep doing research then, man. You'll find out the rest, because we can't convince you of anything. That's not what we're here to do. It's only about the challenge. So you got to do the legwork and figure it out.
Yeah, I think Jan might be misunderstanding or mistaking what the information we're providing and thinking that that's a broad sweeping claim of the entire Earth system. No, nobody in here, and if they have said that, they don't know what they're talking about either, because no one knows what the entire Earth system is, its limits, its entire functioning apparatus, or anything like that. So we're all in the same boat there, whereas we don't know. We're not making a claim. We are lambasting the people who are making the claim, like this fellow that was just in here, Mello.
Look, we take you up to the goal, right? We pass the ball to each other, and then we take it up to the goal. It's up to you to shoot and score, man. You have to do the last mile of legwork. You need to go test it yourself. It's that simple.
That's it. It's otherwise you're just going to be in here. It's going to be just an intellectual conversation piece or something like that. It's not going to have any weight or depth or meaning to it until you go do it yourself. So instead of
it's funny, man. Dude, the shit I think is so funny. No, dude, because listen, dude, you're standing right in front of the goal. They were down. They pulled the goalie because he thought football was not real, and he couldn't perceive it with his senses. So he just left the front of the goal, and all you have to do is kick, and you're just standing there.
I have an
Go
idea.
out to the world, man. Figure it out.
I was talking about Ficor before.
Let me guess. We're gonna go find the edge, right?
Absolutely not. That's what people that are trying to be funny and are not funny are saying. My point is, I live very near Lake Balaton. I can make the observation as well. Do you want me to do that?
Yes, I would say do that as soon as you're able to, Jan. And you could use a buddy with a mirror 5 miles away. That should be easy to find some fjord or some bay or something where 5 miles apart, even on a lake, the lake like you talked about. Do it in different conditions. Do it several days in succession and see how these things change. You'll find.
I like that idea.
It doesn't matter what we want. The question is, what do you want? Don't you want to know for yourself?
No, I just want you to know that I'm not here to troll you or make fools out of you.
Oh, I think we know that.
I want to prove that, and I think that the Balaton measure observation should be enough to prove myself.
Yeah, no one's saying that, Jan. Just all you got to do is stick around and do your own tests and come off mute and say something, but don't. What I would say is like, don't start advocating for people who are making this forum a mockery. Don't do that, because then I'll take offense to that, because that guy was ridiculing everybody in here because he was smirking and laughing when he was saying shit. And I'm a good reader of people. When they start doing that, they're not here on genuine reasons. They just want to make this forum look foolish. So when they do that, I'm gonna get on their ass. So if you're in line of fire, I might take you out too. So don't advocate for these guys, man. That's no good. Like, you already know he was going in a bad way. You should have just let him spiral all the way out, like he did. Don't advocate for these guys, man. Like, if you're of that mind that you just said, stay that course. You know, keep doing the research.
Paint it flat. Oops.
Do you guys think that it is possible to see a laser pointer across 15 miles? And someone is pointing it at you?
It depends on the laser and the power of the laser.
Just basic school pointer.
You'd have to test it on whatever type of temperature you're gonna. It's a lot of variables. You'd have to go out there and do it and see what you get. Got to do the legwork, man.
Maybe in a school laser pointer. No, much beam divergence.
I think I should be able to see it if the world is really flat.
How long? How far?
About 15 kilometers, not miles. 15 kilometers.
It's like what? 9 miles or something?
Yeah, pretty much.
9 miles.
Let's say
not like one of those cheap ones you get like on a keychain, man. Like, that ain't gonna work.
I think you should be able to see it if it's pointed at you.
Well, no.
I think that because
think about it. How big? Just think about this, right? Depends on the spread of the beam. So, right, there's a beam, and there's a little diode in the device you have, and it has a size, right? So, say it's like a 0.5 millimeter. That beam is going to spread out, and depending on how large that spread is going to depend on how many so-called photons reach your eyeball or camera or whatever. There's too much spread, you're not going to get enough photons to be able to see anything, because they're going to come to there isn't going to be enough to activate the sensor in a camera or your eyeballs.
I don't think so, because where I live there is a championship, or I don't know how to say it. They go from top of the mountain to other top of the mountain to other top of the mountain, and I can see them when they have these. They go in night and they have these headlamps, and I can see the specific headlamps going from top to the top of the mountain, and they may be 8 kilometers away, and I can see them pretty clearly. I think I should be able to see the laser pointer.
Well, you're looking up, right, at an angle. You're not.
It doesn't matter, because if the world is flat, I will be looking right at the laser pointer.
No. The air is. Listen, there is a thickness to the air.
I know. I'm saying 15 kilometers.
There's actually a formula for this. So there's actually a formula for this. But actually, go on Wikipedia. Actually has the formula on it. It's the visibility.
Well, my hypothesis is that I can see it. I can prove my hypothesis wrong. That doesn't mean that the world is globe or flat or any other shape. It just proves me wrong. Nobody else.
Yeah, so you're intentionally setting up an experiment to fail. Congratulations.
No, I believe that it will work.
Yeah, you are, dude. You believe something that's wrong. So it's wrong. It's just wrong. It's wrong because the properties of light. It's wrong because the equipment you're using is not sufficient for the task. It's just wrong. Just because you believe you should see it because of somebody's headlamp that you're seeing from an elevated position because it goes through air that isn't as dense as the air you're looking through, you're just wrong. Sorry.
But what if I can see the light? Doesn't that prove that the Earth is flat?
It would be an extremely rare event of the air. You like maybe if you got to 20% humidity or 30% humidity, you might be able to see it. But air or light gets absorbed by air. It gets absorbed and attenuated. There are formulas for this. If you want to make an actual prediction, because you're in the limit, right? If you had like a 10 megawatt laser, we wouldn't be talking about this. But you want to use a cheap, like that's why they said use a mirror. Now we know that that's strong enough.
I want to use cheap things because I want other people to do the same thing so they can see for themselves. So they don't have to buy.
Yeah, a mirror. You can buy a door mirror for like
very costly stuff.
Unless you're CJ who wants to pay. Well, you can buy a door mirror. You know, like the mirrors that hang on a door.
Why would I need a mirror? I can look.
You can use the sun and reflect it at somebody, right?
Well, I can use the laser pointer instead of mirror.
It's not as bright as this. It's not as bright as the mirror. It's nowhere near the brightness of the sun.
I'm becoming very suspicious right now.
Yeah, so am I. You think an LED freaking school pointer for doing PowerPoints is as powerful as the sun?
I think that I can see it. I want to try it.
And you're wrong. And you're wrong. You're a troll, dude.
Just because I want to try it?
Yeah, no, shut up. You're just a troll. You're just a troll. I told you why it won't work. You won't accept it. You have no reason why not to accept it other than I believe.
I want to know for myself.
You believe. No, you won't know because you have an erroneous belief in the first instance. Your premise is false. So it doesn't matter what happens after that. No, your premise is wrong.
I don't have any premise. I have a hypothesis.
You have a premise that you should see it. That premise is incorrect.
That is my hypothesis.
Now with the equipment, you're claiming that you're going to use your premise wrong.
I'm not claiming anything. That's my hypothesis.
He was, I think he was about the FE core.
My hypothesis is you're going to use a $5 laser and not see it. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was right.
He was using the FE core laser test as he said it was a financial scam. Therefore, he can do his own test with his own laser pointer. Is what he was saying.
Oh,
he's like, why can't I just do that? Because what they were doing is a financial scam. They were scamming people because obviously the equipment they were using is they didn't need it. All they have to do is like I can do it myself. Basically, it was saying with the same type of like laser test, only with the the laser he can acquire, not the expensive one that they were using. So that's why he says he wants to try it on his own and do that.
Okay, so let's get this. Let's quantify this. Now, let's say your laser has 200 lumens at the point source. At a mile, at 1 kilometer, how many lumens are there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, how many lumens at 5 kilometers?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay, what is the lowest light level your eye or a camera can pick it up in lumens? You don't know. You're making predictions based upon ignorance.
And the conclusion that precedes it will be the same. I didn't see my little pen laser, therefore the Earth is a globe.
That's not true. I'm just.
Dude, you want to do something that's not feasible in the sense of using right.
I can prove my hypothesis wrong. I will never prove globe or flat Earth wrong.
So what if I told you my hypothesis is I can see a laser through a brick wall?
Go ahead and try it.
I don't need to try it.
You should.
I don't need to try it because that's what you're basically telling us. I should see a laser through a brick wall.
Can laser burn things?
Yeah, hypothetically, why? What's the point?
Can laser burn through a wall?
No, it's not gonna. Dude, what are you on about? You just want to win the argument, John. That's all you want to do right now. You're wrong in your assertion to say that is a great way to go about doing a laser test. You're using the wrong equipment, dude. That's the point of it all. And to reduce the argument to a point where you're going to win it, you're not going to win this argument. You're already starting with a faulty premise that has been shown to you. You need a more powerful laser to actually cut through the amount of distance you're going to use. You have to do that. And that's the reason why FE Core chose the laser that they did, so they can use that test. So your idea of a financial scam was just incorrect to say that, because they needed to raise money for it. They couldn't pay for it themselves.
Hold on. No, listen. The laser itself was donated. No one donated money for the laser. So that's just, if that's your claim, that's cap, dude. The laser was donated by an electrical utility. Yeah, that's right, dude. It was donated. They didn't pay a nickel for it. If you're going to claim a financial scam, you need evidence of what the scam is, who benefited from it, who got the money. Did the money go for a purpose other than the stated purpose of the nonprofit? Do you have any evidence for that? Any? A single dollar, a penny, was misappropriated. Because we can call the IRS right now, man. They're a 401(c). Well, we call the IRS, get them backed up.
That's what I thought, John.
Dude, that's all they are. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They've been doing this shit since the 80s, man. Did you take one out of the IBM playbook? See, Maggie, he's doing the exact same thing the other guy was doing, except for just a little different twist on it.
Yeah, he's a bit softer with it, for sure.
So it's not like we can't know flat Earth or globe because we don't know if anything is real. It's all just a belief. We can't trust the senses, yada yada. He's going, well, the Earth globe Earth has problems, but like flat Earth has problems because fear, be afraid, be uncertain, be doubtful. That's his argument. It's the same thing, just from a different angle. You're not fooling anybody. See, that's the one great thing about this server. We've seen every iteration of bullshit. That has been, I think, if you want to call it the flat earth me, if the server's had one benefit to any of it, is to get you guys and try so many different bullshit tactics. Just, instead of just showing evidence of curvature, just try tactic after tactic. And so now we've seen it all. You guys have run out of tricks. You got Brenda saying there's 3 to 4 horizons now. Like, yeah, Jesus Christ, you guys falling off the side of the building, man.
That's why when we get on somebody's ass, everybody's like, oh my gosh, that's rough. Bullshit, man. The guy's in here just making a mockery of the whole thing. And behind their computer screen, they're just laughing their ass off. And we know this because they wouldn't be so absurd when they're doing it. And they're obtuse and they're just like taking a position where it sounds like, man, they're making some sense, man. Let them speak. Shut the fuck up.
Look at somebody that can't trust their senses make sense in the first place. They don't think there is such a thing. Think everything's just a big illusion.
It's weird, but Jana's been he's been banned twice, and he's come back, and he's on the YouTube text chat like, "Can you guys unban me? I'm incognito." Like, bro, why? And so I think he came back in. Must have been a few days ago, and he's on the same bullshit again with the same idiotic ideas. and he's running out of leash already. So we're about to walk him off the plank again. This time he ain't coming back. And I know his YouTube name too. So this was a last ditch effort. Then make it a good one, I guess, because you ain't coming back no more, no more, no more.
So much effort to muddy the water, man, and it fails every time. Like, dude, like just give up. So that I'll give Jan credit. His mask doesn't fall off completely. I wonder what he really thinks.
Exactly. Make it a good one, John, if you're gonna make it, because we're running out.
Dude, get it on your webcam, dude. I want to see you smashing your desk and throwing your keyboard and kicking in your monitor.
Because we ain't going nowhere, baby.
I'm playing League of Legends.
Yeah, we ain't going nowhere. Dude, I swear, man, one more crack, one more peep of you siding with these idiots. Yeah, I'm gonna take you out with all the guys we're taking out. You're just gonna go right along with them. You're not even gonna know. It's just gonna be like, what the hell? I'm banned.
Define ocean. Oh, Jen, good point. Jen would say that's a good point. Yes, have him define ocean. Nobody knows what that is.
So yeah, he does have history. He's been banned twice, brought back, and he's on the same old, same old. So
it's more than twice. I'm sure it's way more than twice.
More than twice.
I'm sure
well, I
it is.
twice that I know of, but it might be more than twice.
I think I've banned him more than twice. It's been around a while. Could be wrong. They all look the same to me.
But he's saying he sides more with flat Earth, and I'm like, nah.
That's just so he don't get kicked out of here.
Yeah.
Because if he was a Glober acting like this, he's trying to like dangle like some hope. Oh, we'll convert this guy to a flat earther. No, you're not here for that. We're here to freaking hold you up as an exemplar. This is like, what it's come to.
But the worst thing is like, why don't you let him speak? It's Discord. Yeah, I know that. You're just stating the obvious for no reason. Like, so what? It's Discord, Dan.
Are you sure it's Discord? Are you 99%
sure? Jeez, man. I wouldn't get nobody new in here. So laser pointer isn't going to work, eh, Indio? He's knocking on the wrong door.
Not that one.
Oh shit!
Not a pointer, man. I mean, you can get a laser that'll pop balloons for like, I don't know, 125, 175. That was like the last time I looked, and that was years ago. Problem really is the collimation of the beam. That's the most important part. Because even if you see it, the Goldbergs will go, the beam divergence, it spreads up so much it curved around the hill of water. So this is my view right now, man. Looking live stream.
Y'all taking a walk, huh? Hey, so you?
Yo, I'm at the park. I'm getting a suntan right now.
Do you have pets?
No, there's geese here.
Is there any curvature there?
Do I got pets? Yeah, my pet geese, dude.
Elijah said if there's any curvature there.
Oh, I've tried to detect curvature. That's Charles River. I've tried to detect curvature and detectable. So
there's curvature on that snow white kneecap that's showing up at the bottom.
I've done a bunch of different, but I don't know if my. That's why I'm trying to get a tan, man. Dude, I need the vitamin D, man. It's a long winter.
Yeah, I know. I was outside just a while ago right now, mowing the lawn. Listening to that guy spiral out of control, just like gritting my teeth.
Yeah, it was weird listening to it while I was making some delicious biscuits, but I felt better after I ate the delicious biscuits.
Are you making that Southern style biscuits from those Alabama?
Yeah, the buttermilk biscuits. That's what I made.
Do you make them from scratch or what?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Hey, when you're a stay-at-home mama. Wow. Sorry.
No, I'm just making a joke. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. When you're a stay-at-home mama and wife, you get real good at making everything from scratch.
Nothing says loving. You know what I mean?
Tastes better anyway.
Absolutely, it does. And I'm pretty dang good at it. Not gonna lie.
Some of that honey butter from like Golden Corral, you know, that already fluffy mixed butter, that honey butter stuff.
Well, I don't. We've got this produce place that's like a local farmers thing. We get their apple butter and put that on my biscuits, and voila!
Damn, apple butter. That's that'll make your toes curl.
Honey butter.
Ooh.
Made pound cake.
That's that kind of make your eyes roll back.
Apple butter, bro, and make Miggy break his diet.
Yeah, no, man, I can't do it.
I mean, you can just eat the apple butter right out the jar or something, but like, you got to put it on toast.
Ain't nothing wrong with apple butter. Put that on like.
No, you got to put it on toast, man. It's a low carb diet, man. Like the toast is going to screw them up.
I know. Once you said that, I started thinking I was going to get ridiculous and say put it on some big chicken, but I don't know.
Hey, whoa!
I'll put it on some bacon, bro.
Wait, have you done that? What bacon? What is this I'm listening to?
Bacon.
Hey, Miggy. I'm going to send you a DM, Miggy. I finished that lyric, the whole thing. So I hope you like it. I'm going to send it to you right now.
We got to run it up. Yeah, you know.
I'll make a PDF for you and I'll send it to you so you can download it. That way you can print it out. I got it a boldface on one sheet of paper. So you'll be able to have that.
We'll tell India what we're cooking in the kitchen, Sonny. Later.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, if you've let them know or not, because it's really hard to not let the cat out of the bag, but I haven't.
Yeah, I know.
So far.
I heard you say something earlier. I didn't say nothing, though, but that song that we got in mind is going to be the anthem for 24/7, which I was going to tell India about, and so we've been working on it in the background.
Yeah, speaking of Flat Earth, dude, Are you busy today? I was going to give you a call. I need some advice on some engineering, some sound engineering. So I could use some advice from you. I'll give you a call later, or send me a text or whatever, or vice versa. I'll send you a text, dude, and we'll get this thing rolling.
CMG in the house. Conspiracy music guru. What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Right on cue, just as you're talking about music and mixing.
Okay. That's amazing, man. Wow.
Yeah, we're trying to work on a little ditty, you know, just something.
What's it about? I'm intrigued.
Not
Jack. We might tell you in the DM because it's like we don't want to let it out. Raise expectations, and then we're like it takes us longer to deliver. So
interesting. I'm intrigued. Love it.
But it was just something we were kicking around. I don't want to. I'll start saying too much already. So
why the big secret?
It's more of like how like when you say something like you want to do something like whatever it is, and it might take you longer depending on like whether you like the like what you're producing. Like it might take longer, and then people will be like, oh, I thought you said you were gonna come out with this thing, like, and you're like, yeah, but it took a little bit, and then they'll be just like waiting instead of that, just
Oh, you're not worried about someone taking your idea and running with it before you then?
No, I'm not that. It's just I don't know. Well, Sonny, I'll let you say Sonny.
Yeah, so Miggy had the idea of what song, and I knew the song. I know the genre. I can do it quite well, and I immediately started coming up with ideas for the lyric, and it's a very interesting take on things. I don't know. I think everybody will like it. Like I said, I don't want to give it away, so we're keeping it close to the breast right now, and I think it'll be enjoyable. There's a learning curve for me because I'm a little rusty as far as getting the whole production thing set up with the sound, the recording, the area. I have a pretty great room. It has a good natural room reverb and so forth. So setting up the mics with the amp, the distances, and then I decided to take it upon myself to take the whole structure of the song and rewrite the lyric with the parody in mind. And I did that, and I'm quite proud of myself. And we're looking for someone that's going to be a good lyricist to pull it all off.
We need the vocal cords, and there might be somebody that we're looking to right now. So.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a parody. So we know it's a parody.
Yeah, that much.
Right. Is there going to be video with it, or are we just talking audio at this point?
I wanted video, but I don't know in the end how it's going to turn out. But I'll have to talk to the guy who's going to sing it. I already said guy. Shit. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm really intrigued now as to what song it is. But no, video is always good to accompany something with video, especially with guys like me who are visual learners. I mean, video just with audio will travel a lot further than just like an audio track with a screen,
Exactly. So listen, the way this will be set up, hopefully it'll work out that you could put a video, you could put it to video. I can see lots of things happening from this, like being a catalyst for a lot of new adventures in that type of thing, as far as the music, the sound, and the video as well. Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Go on. I was going to say, you can make things easier. If it's a parody, you can just source the backing track. You don't have to recreate it.
I mean, that's true, but I think being more original than that, maybe
kind of put his own, like, his feel, his spin, even though it is something that has been played before, but he has his like tone to it. I don't know. He's shot me a sample, and that was kind of like, it's pretty cool. So
gotcha.
I don't know.
Cool. Yeah, we're still at the beginning stages, so building up the foundation. So I think it'll be quite good. We'll see. No matter what happens out of this, it's going to be a positive experience, and I can't wait to see it.
Oh yeah, it can't be looking back, can it? I mean, I look forward to hearing it. Great. I love hearing that when people are engaged in sort of creative projects like that, because that's my baby, isn't it? I love all of that sort of stuff, and I think that stuff is really important. And I don't think there's enough of it around, so I love it when people say, "Oh, I'm making a song. I want to see more," particularly with video.
Yeah, and listen, like I may be picking your brain too. I know time permitting, like I know your time constraints as well. You're very busy, and like a lot of us are getting busier. I'm going to be getting busy with this type of thing, but yeah, I might be picking your brain a little too. And no worries about any delays in responding. And like I said, I know you're busy.
Hey, no problem at all. I'm happy to, if I've got any ideas, or I don't know, I'm no expert. I've got a good set of ears. I can tell you that much.
This is probably in your wheelhouse, Guru. Though I'd say what we're attempting to do.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and we can use all the help we can get. Like, not the one person can't be an island like I've tried to be. So yeah, we could use the whole village here, and appreciate all the help. And it's going to do nothing but, like, I hate to use maybe a well-worn and now forgotten term, raising all the tide. Raising the tide raises all ships.
Is it going to be a serious song or like a humorous song?
Well, I think it's going to be serious with humor.
Yeah, I would say. Oh man, we probably need to pull Guru into a different chat so we can tell him.
Yeah, and look, I'm gonna DM Miggy right now with the lyric anyway. So we'll try to keep this cat in the bag for now. It's so difficult, but here comes the video. I mean the video. The soon-to-be video and possibly a screenplay. No, just kidding.
I would like that if somebody that was going to be singing it, to have the headphones and put a video, because you like to see the emphasis, the emphasis in the song.
And just for the record, I really am not that busy. I'm not that busy at the moment. I'm really sort of not.
Ta-da. I can't believe I pulled it off in 2 days. I thought of the first 4 lines based on the song structure, and I sat and looked at it for 1 day, and now what's the second day, I think, third day maybe, and I completed the lyric yesterday, and now I'm I have it all typed out. Now it's on a PDF, so it's moving along, even as we speak. Now I just got to do my basic track. So that's the part that I'll be working on. I now that I kind of got the structure of it, there'll need to be a lot of additions to it. You could have a stripped down version, but I think a more production will just make it have a little more oomph, some bass in there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put in the voice text. There is a site. I know you want to create your own backing track and everything, but there is a site that occasionally I use. Let me find it. It's called karaokeversion.com. I love this site because not only are the backing tracks really good quality, it's going in the voice text now. Not only are the backing tracks really good quality, but it will give you all of the tracks. It will separate the bass and the vocals and the backing and the guitar, and you can take out what elements you want. and then you can just download the track as you've set it. So you can mute the lead vocal, you can mute the harmonies, you can mute the lead guitar, and then just download the track as you've mixed it within their website. Or if you want to go back and make alterations, you can say, actually, no, I do want the lead guitar in there. You can adjust it and then download it again. It's like $3, and you can make as many adjustments as you want to that backing track. So you can really strip it down. You can take a full backing track and you can remove the drums and the bass and just leave the acoustic guitar or backing guitar if there is one, and then you can really strip you can basically customize your own backing track is what I'm saying, and it's $3. So I've used it a couple of times, well, more than a couple of times, and so there you go, just in case you ever wanted something like that.
I appreciate it, Alex. Do you mind if I just pull you into another room, you, me, and Sunny? That's a
good idea.
I'm going to admin and mod, so if anybody's an admin or mod can jump into that room, you can listen to what we're going to be talking about. But
how do I go? I don't mind going to the room, but how do I go to it? Because I'm very new with this.
I'm gonna move you there, and I'm gonna there too. So just give me a moment while I do that.
All gone quiet then is Jan realizing that the Earth can only be flat and stationary. For anyone flat earthers in the room, is that including you, Jan, as well? Yeah.
Well, I'm still here.
Yeah, but as I just said, there's like 21 flat earthers in the room. Would you be one of them?
I don't think so. I have anarchy in my heart, and I can't be part of any group.
I understand what you're saying, but maybe don't think of it as part of being a group. Maybe it's just your personal knowledge and understanding. Your personal knowledge and understanding, would that be that the Earth is flat and stationary? Doesn't have to be associated with group. I'm not asking you to join a cult.
I know you are not, but my senses don't tell me that.
So, do you sense the motion of the Earth?
No.
Okay. Do you observe the curvature of the Earth?
No.
No. Okay. So you don't observe or detect with your senses a spinning ball?
No.
No. So it would be incumbent upon those who made the claim that the Earth was outside of your senses, and indeed a spinning ball, to provide you with that evidence. Have they done that
It
to your
tells me that the world is not a globe.
Say that again, sorry.
Well, my senses are telling me that the world is not a giant ball flying through nothing.
Excellent. So it would be those who make the claim to provide you with the evidence that the Earth was a ball. They haven't done that, have they?
No, they didn't.
No. So not in a cult. You just understand that the Earth is flat and stationary.
No, I know that it's not a globe flying through nothing.
Yeah, exactly that. Not a cult, mate.
Isn't it like... Do you watch any debates?
Yeah, of course.
They are always saying you can't prove positive. Or you can't prove negative? I think I can't prove negative.
Okay. You can either prove something to be true or not, though, can't you? Things are definitely things. If I were to give you a ball, it wouldn't be a racing car, would it?
One more time, please.
If I was to give you a ball, it wouldn't be a racing car, would it? Things
No, of course it wouldn't be a racing car.
Exactly. And if I was to give you a cause and effect relationship with regards to me kicking the ball, then I've proven that me applying a force has moved the ball, right?
Well, you kicking the ball proves that you can kick the ball.
Yeah, so I've demonstrated something to be true. I can pop a balloon and watch entropy in action as the gas expands into the lower pressure system behind it. I can demonstrate that to be true because that always happens, right?
I'm sorry, I don't get that.
Well, you're saying that you can't prove like a negative or a positive. Are you saying that we can't know things to be absolutely true? Of course we
Yes.
can. We work within the physical and natural world where laws apply. If those laws didn't apply, mate, problems will be afoot. For example, if you were to drop a rock and one day it went up when all the conditions were kept the same, because when you drop rocks, they usually go down, that would kind of fuck with your reality, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. So we can prove things to be demonstrably true about our physical and natural world. The way that we do this is called science. It deals with cause and effect relationships. Things are beyond science, then we start calling them natural laws because that's just the way things are. So of course we can prove things. Things are the way they are, right?
You have very soothing voice. I think the moment I will start disagreeing with you, your voice will change very dramatically.
Do you think so, yeah?
I do think so. That's my hypothesis.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, hey, Jan, I'll talk to you then. You know who I am, right?
One more time, please.
I said if anything goes like south, I could talk to you. You recognize me, right?
Do I recognize you?
Yeah, do you recognize me? My voice?
I don't think so. I'm sorry.
It's Crit.
Crit?
Yeah. No?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Never mind. I guess you don't know me. Okay. I thought you might recognize me from Gem Panda server.
From where?
From the debate Flat Earth and More.
You are there on as well?
Yeah. Yeah, we've actually talked in live stream, in their live stream before.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's fine. It probably wasn't that impactful.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
Yeah, it probably wasn't that impactful.
Maybe. Maybe I just don't get the voice and the name to the same person.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's Disco Crispinot.
Discord. What?
Yeah, Disco Crispinot.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
And what was your point?
Oh, that if anyone gets mad at you, there's other people to talk to you, like me or someone else. There's
Yeah,
not. There's a whole.
you seem like a
Yeah.
nice guy.
There's a whole thing full, and also too. I mean, really, my main point was that, like, it's okay to disagree with someone. That's like those other servers where they see disagreement as some sort of insult to their sensibilities. And they got to tell you how stupid you are and how you're a coward and you're running away from the debate. And then tell you there's no debate.
I think you should teach people not to care about being called stupid or anything else.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. They can say whatever they want. It doesn't change reality. Just like people can say the earth is a globe. It don't make it a globe. They have to show the proof. Show me. How am I stupid? Like why? Why is it what I say an insult to your sensibilities? Prove it, or at least explain it. If you can't prove it, give an explanation at least. I mean, not you. I'm talking about like a third. That third.
I understand.
person.
I understand. I think the same thing as you do. If you really believe something, just prove it to me. Maybe I will believe the same as you.
I suppose one of the biggest questions is why Timbo has changed his name to Timbo Slice. What the fuck's going on there? Timbo, can you address that, please, mate, if you buy your microphone? Why have you changed your name to Slice, bro?
Pimple Slice is a pretty funny name.
Yeah. Want to know what's behind it?
Wasn't he like some sort of actor or something? Jimbo Slice?
Maybe. That kind of rings a very dim bell, but you might be onto something, mate. Yeah, it's possible.
Kimbo Slice, MMA fighter.
Alright, my fault. Good to see you, Elijah, mate. How are you?
Yeah, it's Kimbo Slice. My name is Kim, so I know this for a fact because I've been called Kimbo Slice. Even though I'm a white, 5 foot tall female, I've been called Kimbo Slice, which is pretty funny my whole life.
Answers that.
Can I post one picture not relating to Flat Earth to chat?
Why is there a shoe on my Discord server? Why is there a shoe on my Discord server? What's going on?
I was asking if I can post one picture outside of the flat earth topic, and no one was disagreeing.
You posted
Just one picture.
Do you like pictures of feet?
No, I like pretty shoes.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
What's the point of that?
Well, I heard a lady in the chat, so I just want to share my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just my hypothesis.
Just want to give a shout out to old dude that, yeah, you're definitely right. This is not a Foot Earth Discord server. But yeah, you did ask if you could post a picture outside of the flat Earth related topic. I'm just kind of amazed you chose a shoe. I'm colourblind as well, so I had to ask my girlfriend what colour it was. Orange, apparently.
It's orange. I showed it to my friend, and she said that red will be better, and I don't think so.
Are you Dutch?
One more time, please.
Are you Dutch?
No, I'm from Czech Republic.
Oh, okay. It would have made sense if you were Dutch, I guess, being orange, but fair enough. Kind of hard to bring it back on point after seeing the shoe. How do you get it back onto flat Earth after seeing a shoe?
Well, in that story with Dorothy, when she goes to the Wizard of Oz, you could say that a pair of shoes does actually change someone's life. A new pair of shoes.
Like the pair of red slippers, yeah.
Yeah, just a pair of red slippers can really change a new pair of shoes. Dorothy proved that a new pair of shoes can actually change your life.
There you go. That should be on some kind of motivational poster somewhere.
All I want is activated charcoal and a distiller. Okay, that's what I asked my husband for.
Never like to show off and say that I've got things that other people haven't, but I was gifted one the other day, so it's in the corner. I haven't even set it up yet. Handy little things. Can't wait to get it running. All that level water inside. It's nice and clean.
Hey, yeah, let us know how it goes. That's pretty cool that you got one.
I'll let you know how it goes, mate. How you doing anyway? The kids doing well? The husband doing well?
Yeah. My husband's working pretty far away lately, but he's still coming home every night. He's just not getting home till after 8.
Bless him. Well, thank the Lord he's, working hard for the family and so on.
That's true. Thank you. I appreciate your wishing us well. I hope that you and yours are doing well also.
We're awesome. Thank you very much, mate. Can be better. Well, it could be. It could be hotter, but apart from that, we could be richer. But apart from that, we're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, Alabama is hot. It's hot.
Is it hot? Yeah, I can well imagine.
And I've been cooking, even though it's just bugging me today. I'm just cooking some biscuits really hot over the stove. I've already cooked the biscuits, but they take a minute to cook, so especially since I'm rolling them out by hand. Pretty cool. Trick to some good biscuits. Take a cheese grater to the butter and make sure it's all grated up and still cold. I put it in the freezer, so
You obviously have gravy with your biscuits, right? Being as an Englishman, we call biscuits different things, and it's kind of weird that you put biscuits, cookies, and gravy. But yeah, you have it with gravy, right? Your biscuits.
No, I didn't make any gravy. I had apple butter today and some blackberry preserves. So,
Apple butter. Wow, that sounds awesome.
oh yeah, it is good.
Got to ask on a Saturday night where all the Globers at. But whilst thinking about it, kind of realised that they're out living their hedonistic lifestyles on this heliocentric ball model that they don't even have to think about. So yeah, I guess that's why they're not here tonight at the moment. But hopefully, if there's anybody watching on YouTube that would like to get involved in the conversation, you just have to hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server, hit voice check-in number 1, come and speak to a moderator, and we hit you up with some ability to speak, I guess. So if anybody's watching on YouTube, hit that link and come and join the server. But until then, it's probably going to be dead air. Somebody put the bot on. Me and Kim will start talking about applesauce because I'm still quite intrigued about that.
Apple butter.
Apple butter, yeah. See, you need correcting. Learn more about it, right? Welcome to 24/7 Apple butter Discord server. Unless anybody's going to come in from YouTube and change our minds about that.
Yep, the Earth is flat and stationary. What a wonderful thing that we were able to learn this in our lifetime. Because some people have lived their whole lives not knowing. Hold on.
There you are. The live stream again.
Well, did you guys enjoy talking about music?
Yeah, we have some upcoming projects. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Man, I'm slow at writing on guitar, and I think it's just because I'm all right at guitar. I'm just not great. So
I'm no good at writing with the guitar. I'm great at improvising with the guitar. I'm no good at
you
putting
really
songs together. I'm learning.
Yeah, writing on guitar is fun, but it's like putting a whole song together on guitar. It's just, especially if you're like me and you're a perfectionist, then you kind of want to make it a little bit intricate, and then you only need 3 chords and it's a good set of lyrics, and I keep
That's
not
the thing.
remembering.
That's the thing these days. I mean, I've fallen into that trap myself of trying to make it more intricate and more interesting and more like clever chords and make it sound like more musicality to it. But the thing is most people respond to those. I sadly say this, but most people respond to those 3 chords. The ones that we're all used to, or 4 chords. That 4-chord progression that we've all heard a million times. More people respond to that. So if you're really looking for numbers and reach, don't be afraid of keeping it simple.
Yeah, that's true, and I have to remember that myself. I mean, the last song that I wrote was pretty simple. I just added like a little blues down riff in between each verse, and boom! I mean, it was a hit.
Yeah, some of the most successful songs in the world are some of the most simplest.
Have you seen that interview with Ed Sheeran where he can play any song with 3 chords?
Yeah. I've seen that with anybody. Like a lot of people have done that in the past.
There's a video on YouTube. I think they're called the Axis of Evil or something like that, and they go through like 40 songs that use the same 4-chord structure, and it's all of the big songs, all of the major songs that you've heard again and again and again, like the biggest songs, and they all use this particular 4-chord structure. So it's just like a method that's known in the industry. This is like the golden chord structure that works every single time.
Yeah, if you take music theory like I did in high school and college, you learn really quick how easy it is to play any mainstream song.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's nothing complicated about mainstream music. It's a chasm away from higher-minded music like, I don't know, Beethoven. You put some sheet music of Beethoven and put it next to Led Zeppelin or the Beatles. There's a massive difference.
Yep.
But you can variate, right, between like the chords, and you can throw in little bits of extra. It's actually a good way to learn, like guitar or anything, really. Like, it's a good way to learn music. Is that chord progression that you were talking about, the 4 chords?
Yeah, I wasn't so lucky with that because I had some really good music teachers in high school and college. I'd be held to a higher standard than falling into that. I mean, heck, I did the Messiah, the have you ever heard the Messiah chorus that you have to do? I mean, some churches do it. I had to do it for college.
I've not heard that. No.
Oh man. Well, I was in choir and had to do the Messiah every year. I'm trying to remember. Handel is the composer.
Timbo changed his name to Timbo Slice. What the hell?
Funny because I've been called Kimbo Slice like my whole life.
Flatsy Klein fits your name.
I think so too. Because I like singing Patsy Cline, and man, the world is as flat as it can be. I don't deny topography.
That's the best use of the word flat I've heard in someone's handle. Flatsy Klein, I love that.
Well, I was going to say as well, bro, it's the fucking best name I've heard on Discord, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Classic, bro.
Thanks. You can thank Max. He came up with it, and I was like, "That's my name. It's got to be."
Now you've got me thinking of other like stars that their names start with flat, like Flat Benatar.
Flat Benatar. Oh god.
Oh man, I made a new meme. I don't know if anybody's ever actually done this as a meme, but I'll post it in the live stream voice text, man. It's fucking funny, like. Well, British people will probably get it easier than Americans. One second, I'll post it. Oh, fuck 'em. There we go. There we go, it's a fucking classic, man. I'm not even getting a wall. Fuck's sake, folks. Tough crowd.
Because it is flat, bruv.
Because that is flat, bruv. Oh, there's another one, Ali. I made that as well. It's in, I'll post that. It's on the meme bot. Of me.
So if the Earth is spinning, then how comes it ain't spinning then?
That sounds almost identical to that, man.
Somebody should play that clip of that comedian that was in here. Just like they put that clip of that comedian like 2 days ago. It was funny as hell, bro.
That's a classic.
The words right out of my mouth. Look at that. So if the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, why is it flat and stationary?
Look at that, man. How long ago I made that, man? 2020. Fucking hell. Jesus. Time flies.
I saw another one with Ali G, and it was about the vaccines, and it was like, so what is it? What exactly is you all boosting, in it?
I like when he goes to the Royal, I think it's the Royal Society woman, and he's like, so, what do you lesbians get up to at night? And they're like, we're not lesbians. He's like, yeah, it's just fucking, oh man, it's so comical. Borat's fucking hilarious as well, to be honest. Like, fuck, Ali G just in general.
When I went to the movies and when I went to the cinema and saw that, I was doubled up in pain. I was laughing so much. The balls of that guy.
And he's running about in the hotel room, and the guy's running through with a G-string, and he's chasing him, man. Like the hotel fucking, like just the normal customers are like, what the fuck? But he just can't get away with being anonymous anymore, eh? He's fucking known by or the characters are at least known by too many people now.
Exactly. That's why it has a shelf life, doesn't it? You can only do that for so long before you're so recognisable that you can't do it anymore. I think that's probably why he stopped.
But I mean, you could stand most of his characters side by side, and they don't look like the same person, or at least they look like different people. Like obviously they look like the same person, but it's like just with makeup, a little bit of hair change, and the mannerisms and the posture and shit.
Dude, did you ever watch Bruno?
What's that?
Did you ever watch Bruno?
Bruno? Oh mate, what is it Sacha Cohen as well?
Yeah, Bruno. Yeah.
Aye, man, he's been outrageous as fucking possible, man.
He was like a gay model or something. Hi, my name is Bruno. I'm so sexy.
Aye, man. He's a fucking comical genius, man.
Ancient World Order. Aren't you fake?
Yes.
Why are you in here talking?
Why, what? Sorry?
Why are you in here talking? There's an echo.
Oh, I hear you saying, why are you in here? And then I'm not sure what you're saying.
Twice. 1, 2, twice.
His mother account there, I don't know. Like, my iPad, I've not got a wire for an iPad, I just got a short one, but I'm going to buy one on Tuesday. I've not had my iPad, I don't know, about a week or something, a couple of weeks. I've not been using it. Just had to use the phone because I was out and about, moving all over the place. But I never realised it was in the place.
Man, there's an echo with someone.
Yeah, again, mine does it after so long, it starts echoing. I need to reconnect. I'll put my headset on.
Well.
Is that any better?
I think it is. Yep. Nope.
I see myself like that, man. I'm getting it. Yeah.
I think it's really funny that it says in that meme, so if the Earth is a ball and spinning, why is it flat and stationary? Hilarious. Good.
Flats, have you seen Ali G before? Have you seen the character?
Nope.
Oh man, I swear to God, it's like really like you don't need to think about his comedy. It's just like as good as like slapstick, but verbally it's outrageous, man. I'll send you a link for him.
Okay, alright.
That's well worth. If you like comedians and you like skits, like little sort of like clips where he goes and talks to, like as I said, the Women's Society, or he'll go to like I don't know, the old Bill would be like talking to a chief inspector or whatever. And he's just ripping them wide open, man.
Well, alright. I didn't know Bear Pelagic was in here in the chat. I was busy listening and not necessarily looking at the chat. But shout out to Bear Pelagic Coffee. I'm drinking a cup of it right now.
And I wish I was.
I got my French press full of it. Still hot. Ready to go.
You're talking about Sacha Baron Cohen?
Yeah, used to be world class. Yeah, I just found what do you call him? Ali G interviewing Donald fucking Trump.
I gotta tell you, I stopped watching him and lost a lot of respect from him when he tried to pull that goofiness on Ron Paul.
Why?
I mean, out of all the politicians you could try to goof on, I mean, I don't care what your politics are. Ron Paul's probably one of the nicest guys there is.
And that doesn't mean he's not allowed to be a victim of some comedy, man. That shouldn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't even funny though. That's the problem. It wasn't even funny.
A lot of stuff, like especially like Americans and a lot of English or British humour, they don't like. Cause like I've fucking spoke to a lot of Americans that don't really like, because of the accent and the way it's all constructed. It maybe doesn't come off how it was meant to be sort of portrayed. But send me the link to what part you're talking of. I suppose if I just look for Ali G and Ron Paul. I'm trying, but I've never seen Ron Paul very much in my life, and I don't think I've seen the Ali G version of it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't in Ali G. It was when he was doing his other film, the Borat. I think it was in the Borat film that he did that.
I mean, anyone's fair game, to be like ridiculed by comedy. But obviously, his fucking the people he speaks to, that's been chosen beforehand, man. And they probably know the script. Like they probably got a rough script that they stick to, then for answers.
What joke did he say?
Sorry, cut.
Yeah, what joke did he say about Rand Paul?
I've never seen it. Whoever was talking there, they said they saw it.
He tried to do some setup with him where he got him in a hotel room and had him waiting to do a supposed interview, and then I think he left the room, came back out with his clothes off.
Hey man, I've seen that.
Or maybe he tried to, or he actually might have brought in like an underage girl.
No, that was Rudy Giuliani.
It was something like that.
He did that to Rudy Giuliani.
Well, I swear he did it. He did something similar to Ron Paul, I believe.
Oh, well, at least he did. Rudy Giuliani fell for it. Ron Paul probably was able to keep his composure.
Bro, he's got handlers, man. Like people that like say, "Oh, you're not doing that interview," or "You are doing this interview." And I don't think Ron Paul was just like freely set up, man. I think set or rigged, in my opinion.
Like you say, it's fair game, isn't it? Like if you're a comedian, you can't pick and choose because they're all fair game. And if they're stupid enough, like if politicians are stupid enough to go into an interview like that without having vetted it first or whatever, and they're quite willing to sit down and be made a fool of, and they haven't got it, it's a joke. Then the joke's on them. I don't care who they are.
Playing the part when he's like, that's funny, man. He goes away at the room and he's like, Ron Paul's like acting pure paranoid. Right, man, that is funny, bro. Like, maybe you like Ron Paul, or maybe that's the reason, like, because you don't like him doing that to someone you like. But no, that's a funny sketch, bro. I remember that from years and years ago.
The audience throughout the years, this last year, a tremendous amount. A lot of them. Do you want some strawberries or maybe some ice stuff? Okay.
It's Bruno and he's like that to Ron Paul. He took his jacket off and he's like, "Would you like some strawberries?" He's like pure squirming in the sheet.
I'm gonna light some candles or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna light some candles.
Has anyone ever told you you look like Enrique Iglesias?
He just asked Ron, has anybody ever told you that you look like Henry Iglesias?
It's fucking hilarious. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, fucking right, man. I'll do that. I saw that. I've got the link there for it. It's in the live stream voice text, man. That's a fucking peach. The thing, if he's getting access to like big politicians and like big celebrities and stuff, I would imagine it's all set up that they are actually getting paid whatever the fuck for it. Because you're not going to get to meet Donald Trump if you're just a fucking like lunatic grass smoker that walks about going, "In it, bruv, yeah." Like you're ignorant. Oh man. We've even got a customer for called this.
Did you see the one where Ali G was interviewing Buzz Aldrin, and he kept referring to him as Buzz Lightyear?
All right, fuck that. I can't remember the interview, and I've probably seen it fucking 10 times, but it vaguely rings a bell. But he's fucking. I don't think there'll be many other comedians up here like him in my life anyway, and that's like complete original. Good evening.
So, do you think that we could put a man on the sun?
Oh, at night time.
If you went at night, would it be possible at night time?
No, if you do it at night time, then there's no problem, But, yeah, man. As long as you're on the night shift. Maybe if it was raining slightly, it was a little bit overcast, that might help. Like solar snow. Oh, fucking Christ, man.
So many people in here. So quiet though.
Was this Swedish meatball guy, the duck with a truck? See? Anyone know? No.
So
No.
can you repeat what? The Swedish meatball?
Yeah, the guy below you.
Hello.
You're the one.
Yes, I am.
Have you been
So
here
what's
before?
up? Yeah, I've been on here 3 times, I think.
Ah, 3 times. Okay. Well, what's your stance on the topic? I haven't heard you speak about it.
I'm kind of neutral. I'm
You're not sure?
sort of shifting from place to place.
Okay.
Just trying to figure it out.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool.
How long have you had that stance?
I don't know, maybe like a year or something.
And what would you say was the main thing that made you question it and not just dismiss flat Earth immediately?
I think it was I started, I'm in school and everything, and they teach all that shit. But I want to do my own experience and learn it myself, just not read it from a textbook. So that really made me wonder. First, I tried weight experiments with trying to figure out how much Newton or PSI something does, and then it transpired to what shape of the Earth is. So I've been. Yeah, continue.
I was just saying, my hat's off to you because, that is important to gain control over your worldview and not have it dictated to you by someone that cannot demonstrate what they're claiming. Definitely. So hats off to you, my friend.
Yeah, cheers.
What did I miss?
Huh?
Did I miss anything, boys? No.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said, did I miss anything?
No, a duck with a truck is just telling us about his stance, his views on reality, and kind of like just a bit of a summary of how he came to the topic and why he is a globe skeptic.
Who are they speaking to, bro?
A duck with a truck.
A duck with a truck. I thought you said a duck with a troll or something. I was like, what the fuck? That's a quite original name as well. So we need original names, man. Some of the generic names, just pure basic. That's why I like to keep changing it as well, man. See if we can get some kind of variety.
Thank you.
Cool. There's somebody like yesterday was in it, were they not called Distressed Goose or some shit like that? So that's what it was, Distressed Goose, possibly.
So yeah, continue. You can.
There you go, bro.
Go ahead.
I was just going to comment on Kimbo Slice. That's a classic name as well, like, to be honest. Fucking class.
So yeah, I've done some experiments myself with Horizon shit. I I live close to the coast, so I try to see which islands I could see and which I should not. But I had mixed results, so I couldn't draw any conclusions.
What we can conclude, bro, is that the horizon constantly fluctuates depending on atmosphere, optics, perspective, elevation. So nobody has ever in their fucking life, no part in history, has anybody ever been able to physically measure the Earth. Like, so the numbers given are fucking total nonsense, man.
So you had distance markers in a way to confirm the curvature.
Yeah,
you applied the math formula.
Yeah, but
I suppose.
I'm kind of skeptical about the 8 inches per mile squared because it doesn't result in a globe. Where I have concluded it's not perfect, so I'm trying to figure out what the.
It's good enough. It's good enough for practical purposes over a distance, which is enough. You won't be able to test a distance where it becomes, where that formula becomes not relevant. So it's good for like something like up to 1,000 miles, but you're not going to be able to test that distance anyway. So it's good enough. It is accurate for that distance. For the distance that you're going to be testing, it will be sufficient.
Yeah.
And you don't even need that if you're simply just testing a distance to the horizon, like Quetzalcoatl was saying. If you have is it Quetzalcoatl? Sorry, is that who he's talking? Yeah. So if you're just testing a distance to the horizon, you'll need some distance markers. So you need like something in the water, whether it be like a boat that you can verify the distance of, or an island, or a buoy or something, right? A bit of land somewhere, and you can see water beyond it, and you know those known distances to those objects, those markers. Then if you can see water beyond that, then you've basically performed the Black Swan. But you've got to take into account your observation height, of course.
Yeah.
So let's say that you're just standing at about between 5 and 6 feet above the ocean surface, and you're looking out, and there's an island that's less, or there's a ship or an island or something that's less than about 3 miles away, and you can see water beyond that, or see a horizon beyond that. Well, you've falsified the idea that the horizon is a physical sphere edge that should be blocking your view at 3 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But one thing I have trouble understanding is how things fall on the flat Earth. Because I have read a little bit about Einstein's space-time theory, but I have had trouble getting an answer on how things fall on flat Earth.
Well, even astrophysicists will even tell you, theoretical physicists, astrophysicists will tell you that they don't know. That all they have to go off is observation, right? And then they'll try and tag onto that all these ideas of why, right? But they don't really know, right? They'll tell you, like you said, it's the bending and warping of space-time because of the disproportional distribution of mass, right? But they can't demonstrate that to you. It's just all mathematics on paper, right?
Yeah.
And also when it comes to certain celestial observations, whether you're using Einstein or Newtonian, they fall short, right? They fall short of explaining certain visual phenomena that we, in the sky. But so it's kind of weird for for them, for Globers to come in here and then put the burden onto us. Well, you explain it. Well, no, you haven't yet explained it. But what we can observe, right? We can observe that solid objects within a medium that's less dense will move toward the ground when it lacks support, and solid objects that are in a medium that's more dense, that will rise, right? They'll go up. And then we have gas, which just ignores any idea of things having a biased downward vector at all, and they just go in all directions.
Yeah.
So we can observe that, and we can measure that, and we can test that, right? Beyond that, there is no explanation. It's moving into the realm of speculation, and there's many different theories. Like people, I can't name them off the top of my head, but there's this a member in the server that when somebody says about gravity, they'll say which one, and he posts a list of all these different theories of gravity. There's not just Newtonian and Einsteinian. There's a bunch of different ones, like 20 or 30, maybe 50. I don't know. There's probably more that we don't even know. There's all sorts of crazy ideas. But the question is, can they be tested? Can they be validated through scientific experimentation? Because it's a claim of a cause and effect relationship in nature, right?
So gravity doesn't work on anything. Like I don't. There's multiple. We don't really know how things fall down on globe Earth, but do we know how things fall down on flat Earth, or is that also hard to know?
We just know that objects within a medium less dense have a tendency to go towards the surface.
Yeah.
Down. And you can manipulate the medium so that it can change. So it's medium dependent. But as I know where you're going. The question, I know. The answer is I don't know. Like I said, there's people that come up with certain ideas and are trying to figure stuff out. They want to know, just like you. And Blue Jumper's just posted some stuff in the live stream voice text. Maybe you'd like to look at that.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is the Globers are claiming that they do know what establishes density and buoyancy, which ultimately, according to them, is a ball pulling things to its center. But there's no ball, so that can't be.
Right, and they conflict with each other too, the Globers, because some say it is the pulling of mass towards the center of other bigger masses, while like you said, you've looked into the space-time theory a little bit, Einsteinian gravity, which conflicts with Newtonian, where it's not an attraction between masses; it's masses following curved geodesic paths due to huge masses warping a conceptual fabric called space-time. It's a fourth-dimensional geometry, basically. But it's all mathematical. Nobody observes it. Nobody can test it. It's all just on paper.
Yeah. It's all a bunch of complicated spaghetti.
It's a lot of guesswork, leaps of logic.
Yep.
As Michikaku says.
Yeah, I mean, it seems complicated, but it's not that complicated, man. They made up a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, what is that background noise? Are you grinding meat?
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm in a wind tunnel, I'm sure. Hold on. I had every fan that I own on, and I had a tornado of air swirling around me. The duck with a truck. That is an interesting name. That's impressive, even.
Thank you.
Well,
want to hear the backstory, or?
Sure, why not? Does it have to do with grapes and lemonade stands?
No.
Oh man.
It started, I think, 3 years ago, maybe, where I found a love for ducks. So then I started photoshopping ducks and shit, and then it happened to Photoshop it into a pickup truck.
Oh, cool.
And then I'm just stuck. So it became the duck with a truck.
Oh, hopefully you take an interest in black swans.
Yeah. I mean, if you want me to, I could maybe do a black swan in a truck.
Have they showed you the image of the black swan?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you get the reference. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I showed up late. They've already talked to you about everything, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I've asked some questions, said my stance and all this shit. No.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
As with everything, regardless of what it is, there's always a little bit of truth here and there, and then a bunch of bullshit artists trying to make money.
Yep.
And we hate bullshit artists, so that's kind of what we do here, is expose bullshit.
Yeah, I mean the ones who like bullshit are bullshitters themselves. So.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you're thinking objectively about stuff, you're not going to say, I believe, or, well, just imagine this. Because we're talking about the real world. We're not talking about beliefs or imagination. And yet most of the people coming here, well, what if this? Or imagine that. And they take you off into the aether.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you gotta do your own research and shit as well.
Exactly.
Just so you don't follow everyone who says something.
I gotta head out and go take care of something real quick, but I'll be back. But that's honestly, it's funny because there's people trying to act like, oh, you guys, you're in some kind of weird cult or something. I've never heard of a freaking cult that tells you think for yourself and don't follow anybody. Like, critically think. Nobody does that. That wouldn't work very well.
Yeah. Oh, this is some reverse psychology. That'd be fun.
Yeah. I'll be back in a few, guys.
Yeah, well, Flat Earth drew me out of that culture, that conforming culture, you know. And like I was saying earlier, it allows you to be able to gain, not even regain, because you never stood a chance from birth. You never had the chance to develop your own worldview. It was all decided for you before you were born. You are going to think this way about reality. That's it. There is no option on the table. And Flat Earth, you know, it's not about taking someone else's word. It begins with your direct experience of reality. And then you go from there.
It's remarkable how fragile our minds are and how easily manipulated they can be. It's really quite something.
Yep. It's almost kind of scary if you think real hard enough.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, think about it. There is a system that basically programs every person on the flat earth since birth, from birth, to think what they want them to think. And we all fall for it.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we're imaginative, right? As children, we are imaginative, and we are prone to flights of fancy, right? But being imaginative is a good thing, right? But they take advantage of that, don't they? Because being imaginative allows us to ask questions, but then they use it and exploit it, and they give us the answers to questions as authoritative figures, and we accept it, like you said.
Yeah,
I You're not allowed to ask a follow-up question. It's supposed to be over then. Okay, this is what, you know, here's your answer. Think no more.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of in our nature to just accept what someone tells us, because it's in our nature to stay in the pack. We're a pack animal, so if we don't agree with something, then that's we're in danger of being left alone. And in ancient times, that's death.
That's a really good point. You know, I never thought of it like that.
And that's why some people are so scared to talk to girls, because they're afraid of getting rejected and left alone. At least that's my opinion.
Here's this fucking retard globalist. They message you to tell them not to message you. They DM you. I'm going to DM you to tell you not to DM me. So I'm like, well, now I have to message you to prove to you you've got no control over me, homie. I'll do what the fuck I want to do. He says, if you message me again, I'll report it for spam. Now I really have to message you again, right? Because I have to prove to you how stupid you are. You think like a community check is going to look at how you use. This is a massive anti-globalist, by the way. Okay, constantly spewing shit all day long on public servers. So they're going to look, someone would do an investigation, like, was this person spam? Be like, holy crap, this dude's a spaz, I just tell them, never change, dude. People like you are the best and most purest form of entertainment. Just class A. Laughing at an idiot like this. Some guy so triggered by a topic, he can't even tell you what it is. He can't even tell you what flat earth is, but he's so triggered by it that his logic determined to message someone to tell them not to message them. And then threaten to report them for spamming. If you spam me or whatever, he says, I'm going to spam your inbox, and if you message me back, then it's like these people, they're just unconscious. They really are. They haven't started thinking yet. And it almost feels, I mean, I know it's hard to go on the soapbox here, but I kind of feel like I'm juggling. Do you use kindness or just mock the shit out of them until they give up? Because you want to help them because they're suffering physically, mentally, and spiritually. But at some point, they kind of deserve it because they got the tool at the palm of their hand to access the full wealth of human knowledge, and they just don't. They use it to think they're going to defend science, or whatever the fuck they think they're doing.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to deal with because you want to be, a shepherd and you want to protect people and defend the weak. But at the same time, the people that weak really puts you and your family in danger. It's
tough. Situation. I know, because I want to be a kind, nice person. The Bible teaches you that. Treat the neighbor just like you want to be treated. And I want to be treated with kindness. If I got something wrong, show it to me. And have patience if I'm not getting it. But they don't really want to get it. What they want to do is some sort of agenda-driven worldview that somehow if there's space, there's no creator, and everything should be nihilistic, so nothing matters, but it does matter if someone disagrees. I mean, it's like this really heavy cognitive dissonance world that they constructed on their own. No one told them that shit. The people presenting them space are deeply religious. I mean, they brought a Bible to the moon. They say, oh my God, they owe it to God when they land on Mars. I mean, NASA, the director of NASA ends every YouTube video with God bless you and God bless America. Like every video, he makes sure to end it with that. So where are these people getting this idea that if there's space, there isn't a God? They can have their God and have space at the same time. And targeting flat earth, if they really didn't like religion, go after those people. Leave us alone. I never asked to talk to you. I don't even care what you have to say. And they don't care either. You got a whole world, no fucks given about what you think. But somehow you think I've got to prove something to you because you disagree with a topic you don't even understand. Bunch of crybabies is what they really are. They've never been told. They basically these like upper middle class atheists who never got heard the word no. They cried, their mom gave them a cookie. They cried, they didn't have to take a nap. They cried, they got extra screen time. And now they're an adult and they think they can cry and just get whatever they want whenever they want it.
What's really frustrating is the attacking flat earth. That's part of the programming too. They were programmed to do that. That's what's really frustrating.
That's why I say why I juggle it, because I want to have respect for humanity, kindness, patience towards them. But then I'm like, they think they're so smart that they're immune to programming. So like, I kind of just want to laugh at them at that point. Like, I don't feel sorry for you, dude. You think you broke the fourth wall and somehow understand there is no creator, there is no supernatural forces, but yet somehow you're attached to a ball in space because Big Bang or some evolution and then gravity and monkeys. Like they jumped the shark and then Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wonder if the answer is we are supposed to give up everything to them, be that compassionate to where it kills us, almost like Jesus on a cross. I mean, he gave and gave and gave till they took everything. Maybe, unfortunately, maybe that's our lot in life. Maybe we're supposed to have that much compassion. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. That it really is a good talking point, because that's what, the legacy you're going to leave behind. I mean, it's not going to get solved this generation. The disinformation age is too strong.
Yeah.
But do we as a collective, truth seekers or whatever, set the framework, plant the seed? Because it can get into this sort of internet, battle, sort of, who's triggering who or whatnot.
It's crazy.
My take is generally,
it's like they don't want to be free.
See, yeah, my take is generally like you go into a global space, you engage with them. Some of them trigger, some of them spiral, some of them listen, and there's a few that reach out to you and they talk to you in DMs. And a few of those will spiral, will trigger, and a few more will listen. It's like slowly taking one away at a time. And maybe that will be a critical mass, like that sort of 100 monkey effect, if you will. I had thought once third wave atheism died and fourth wave kind of floundered, and now you've got this fifth wave of atheism, I thought each one of those disruptions in their community was going to sort of, quote unquote, cleanse the gene pool. And the smarter ones would survive, and the dumber ones would just get kind of pushed off to the side.
Yeah, you would think that would happen because a lot of them don't have kids too, right? So they don't procreate. So yeah, you would think a lot of these problematic people would die off eventually.
Yeah, I didn't mean physically die. I mean they're sort of ideological, online construct of who they think they are and who they kind of present themselves in these spaces. I mean, you'll see people will come and go. The longer you stay inside these debates and these circles, people you'll see someone for a while and they'll disappear, they'll come back, and sometimes people switch sides back and forth or whatever. But for the most part, it's it is much smaller. I guess I don't know. I mean, maybe I guess I'm too much generalization here. But overall, my main point is I'm going to try to be more patient with them. Let them spiral, except for if they do it in DMs. I feel like it's like fire for effect. Troops in the open.
Yeah, I think that's there's nothing wrong with be as patient as you can. I mean, you're not going to get anywhere by demeaning them, belittling them. That's not going to get anywhere. And do you really want to do that? I mean, it doesn't make you really feel better about yourself. We're trying to help people, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say when you get when you finally break through and you're talking to them one-on-one on a real level, that's when you really gotta shine. You really gotta bring a good foot forward and really showcase I guess alternative points of view. Which, I mean, it's odd because it should be easy. Atheism is the ultimate alternative point of view. I mean, talk about how many people got to be wrong for a flat earther to be right. How many people have to be wrong, past, present, and future, for an atheist to be right? I mean, you're talking about not just the past and the present, but think about the future of humanity. All those people in the future, they're going to have their own sets of religious values and supernatural ideas. They're all wrong too. They're claiming people in the future are wrong, and they've got it right. How do you how the hubris of the atheist to sit there and be like, you know what, that document that you all signed and agreed to, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Nah, You're not created. You're just a bunch of dirty animals. And I'm the best of all of you because I figured that I'm just an animal too. I go, well, I suppose that's why you act like a monkey because you really think you're a monkey. But I'm here to tell you, you're not a monkey. You're a human being and you're created in God's image. And conduct yourself like one, and you'll see the world change. It'll change for the better, quick.
You know what I don't understand too is if that's what they believe and they think we're just pond scum like every other animal on the earth, then why is everything here on the earth? Why is this place so perfect for us? Why do we excel so much and can do amazing things that no other species of animal can do on this planet but us? That's an accident? I don't think so.
No, you done said planet boy. I'm just kidding.
That's it.
I thought I said Earth. That's whatever.
You said planet. I heard it.
Oh, I missed it.
I'm not perfect. I make mistakes too.
I'm just playing with you. I just thought it would be funny to. I don't know. Never mind.
He said no. It sounded like he said. It sounded like he said planet, but he said planet.
There you go. Why don't you cover up for him? There you go. You got it.
I know it's embarrassing. It's funny.
Still brainwashed, mate. What's going on?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just playing.
Just joking.
Well, some people fit into the whole, repetitive, monotonous, the monotony of this system that they've developed. Like, somebody will learn about car mechanics, and just focus on that. The whole, that's just all they think about, basically, and they just want to do that for the rest of their life, right? And it makes them happy, and they're just happy to do that. Maybe they do or don't have some good moral standards. But they don't really think about anything beyond their, that. But then there's other people, they want there to be a reason why they're here. They think more deeply about things, and they don't fit into that, horrible slot in society, and they want that question answered. Why am I here? What is this place?
I'm a little fascinated by. I've been looking into that guy who he's got like a Satanist program or whatever, and he's like, we do charities and all of this, and I don't know, just like all religions are harmful to children. You shouldn't teach your children about God, but you should come and teach them about Satanism, Aron Ra or whatever.
Oh yeah, that dude's
fascinated with that guy. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was going to say that Aaron Ra, man, that guy's whacked.
He is so whacked. But I try to be, I don't know, I try to be nice. I've been in the comments of his video with that girl. What's her name? I can't remember her name. But anyways, they're talking about how evolution is a fact. And I'm like, but it's not a fact at all. The law of entropy completely wastes that idea. But I was in their comments, and I had so many people coming at me from every angle, and I was just like, well, bam, well, bam, well, bam. And I got them to say that the Earth isn't a closed system, or that it's an open system. I was like, oh, they done messed up, man. They done got me on flat Earth. Needless to say. Nobody said anything since my last comment.
Even if you're somebody that's in the system like that mechanic and it's going well for you, I can't imagine, because I know this is how I am. you would still wake up every day and look around you and realize something's wrong with this. Something's wrong with this system. It doesn't feel right. It's wrong. And I think most of you guys know what I mean. And where does it stem from, and when did it start? And I think the very first lie is flat Earth. It all stems from that, and it all starts with that. That is the first basic lie they have to teach you, and it's the most important one.
Well, hold on now. There's other ideas that are put out into the public that is just even as ancient as biblical times, just to confuse the people. You get them into sexual immorality, and that is the best way to sway a civilization. And I don't know, there's something about sexual immorality that warps your mind and does not make you as intelligent anymore. I don't know.
No, it's totally
Right.
true. I was talking about this with a bunch of people the other day about a lot of these atheists, like this guy called Vosh. I mean, I'm not going to get into details. It's disgusting, but someone like hacked his email and saw what he's been up to, and these weird kinks and perversions that they have no problem expressing because they've been so desensitized by the amount of porn that they watched and the dehumanization of others that it showcases that they really aren't able to connect with women at all. So that's kind of, another reason why Ladies' Night is so powerful. Here's a chance for them to talk to a woman about a topic they said they'd like to talk about, and just how bad they flounder when they try.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem in society, and it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. Like, this onion or whatever, there's too many layers to peel it all back. It's not fixable at this point.
It's just one of many distractions to keep you occupied. And they compensate. So that was a good question. Surely, you'll wake up and at some point and go, something doesn't feel right, or this and that's wrong about that. But then there's all these other distractions, and they'll convince you that that's not a problem, right? And then if you still feel it's a problem, we've got people that can help you. You can go and sit and lay on a couch and just let it all out, and we'll give you square breathing exercises to do. All this sort of
And take this pill, you'll be fine.
Yeah, and medicate you and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Play your Xbox.
Your mind can't get away from thinking about filth. And then what are you thinking about when you are trying to be, intellectual? You're not going to be intellectually honest, that's for sure. You're going to be used to, dodging things so people don't know about the little kinks that you're into, so you let that leak over into everyday life. And it gets to the point where you even defend the globe Earth. You're weird enough to come into a flat Earth server and defend something you don't even know that we've got to teach you. It's crazy.
Well, the type of people you're talking about too, their main motivation, right, is to just try to justify their perversions in their own mind and make other people tell them it's okay, it's normal.
Yeah, which is interesting because they justify it by saying it doesn't really matter. Nothing matters. At the same time, though, they're constantly worked up about what other people think and do. So if what other people do matters, how come what they do suddenly doesn't matter in their worldview? It's like this really deep-seated contradiction, cognitive dissonance, that they see themselves as the ultimate moral authority. Whatever they do, just fine. Whatever someone else does, wrong. Because whatever they can't control, they freak out by. Because they see, okay, yeah, I could go on about that, but I'll turn.
You're right, though.
Oh, no, that was good. You're right on.
This is how you make people believe that they are on a spinning space monkey knuckle dragon ball. I don't know. I tried to throw in the QE there.
Hello, how is everybody doing today?
Hey, who said that?
What the hell was that? I got confused.
I don't know who said it.
What? Am I
Hello,
still
welcome.
unmuted?
Iban.
Hello, thank you very much.
Hello, Iban.
Iban, are you impersonating an Indian accent or what's going on?
No, I'd never do that.
Oh, cool. All right.
That's pretty good.
Really? Was it actually good, you think?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I just keep getting these calls from like I don't know from where, who knows where, but I just like, fuck with them for like an hour or two, and then I like pick up on their shit. I don't know.
Where have you been? So
I haven't been to this channel in a little while, but
well,
you
welcome
guys heard
back.
of thank you. Have you guys heard of the concave Earth theory?
Yeah, it splits up into two factions on that, but we generally will only talk about that on Sundays. Speculation
really?
day. Yeah.
Okay, I got to come back on Sunday then.
Yeah, and then you could bring all of it in. I mean, unless there's a lot of dead air to fill. Yeah, but they've got their own servers and everything. You could like just type in concave Earth and they'll come up. Yeah,
I just heard about it today, so I was wondering if anyone decided to come here and see if anyone knew about it.
That's why.
Hey, with Paul V.
Mom says you know what to order. Yeah, always good. Pepperoni, mushrooms.
Is that Paul?
And,
it's hot mucking, yeah.
Yeah, I needed them. Just to be on the safe side, if he said something personal, that he doesn't want broadcast to the internet.
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. See ya.
All right, man. Take care. See you.
Thank you. Come again.
Has anyone watched the Concave Earth documentary? Is it called The Rectilineator or something?
I'll
take a mini lover's delight.
Yeah,
The whole way along, the guy is referencing to sea level to measure the concave Earth. It's very funny.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see that. I heard about that one, though. Yeah, where they said, where they did the different experiments, whatever, and they basically got flat Earth, results. And then they're like, well, that's because super lumen or whatever. I think I remember vaguely seeing some few clips about it. What's up, Godric? How's it going?
What's up, Crit?
Not too much. Hanging in there.
Right. Are you running any games right now?
No, I'm not running any ones. I've played in a few. I've got Monday, Friday, Saturday. The one for Thursday. Oh, I think were you on the server for that one? I can't remember. If it's kind of petered out. I'm not sure.
I was standby, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because because you want to play like a wizard, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to him again because I think if we get some more players, he'll run it. He wants at least 4 players to run a session.
Yeah, let me know.
Okay.
The games are during the day, right?
Yeah, so the Thursday one has a hard stop, 6 to 8, and then Central. So I think whatever that converts to your time. And then the one for the during the day is the Monday one. And then Friday's late night. And then Saturday's like just an hour or so. Like, yeah, 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. Let me know.
Hey, real quick before we get off onto another topic, I wanted to before I got sidetracked, I wanted to mention I always think about the types of people that we're discussing that are, you know, the deviants and things like that. I wonder, is that something wrong with their DNA? Is it ingrained in their DNA and it's a flaw in them, or is it learned at an early age? We're struggling with this idea. And then how do we treat them? You know, what do you do with people like that?
You don't do
it. There's one option.
Yeah.
You mean like sexual deviance?
Yeah, we're talking about the sexual deviant stuff. I think as long as they kind of, I mean, they can go down that path, but if they leave any victims, like if they hurt somebody, then they've crossed a line that society should step in. Like, because you want to have, like, use, like, you know, pornography that's kind of free speech and being uncensored by the government. But that takes a lot of responsibility, and not all of them can handle it. And they're going to do something. I mean, they're going to, you know, slap around the prostitute or do something like that. And then that's when society's got to step in. So I think that's the line. The line as soon as they hurt someone other than themselves.
Isn't them just being them, though, and trying to prey on other people to convince them of what they believe?
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it dangerous? Because can't turn somebody who maybe wasn't like them, but then gets influenced by them and makes some horrible decisions, and then years later they realize, oh my God, what have I done with my life?
Yeah, that sort of. I know it's really like a slippery slope, but you don't know for sure exact cause and relationship. And people are I guess you got to be exposed to the nasty stuff. I mean, free speech isn't there to protect popular speech. Popular speech doesn't need to be protected. Everyone loves it. Oh, I want to hear more of that. I want to hear more Willie Nelson, you know, going on tour at 90. It's like the unpopular speech that needs to be protected. And really sometimes the most damaging and harmful and hurtful speech, like hate speech and things of that nature, kind of needs to be protected. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It needs to be protected because it's a slippery. If you start going down that line where speech causes harm, then where do you stop? Where does that line stop? I would say, like,
speech is the freedom to offend.
Yeah, exactly. Even if
you have shit.
Yeah, it really if you take away the words, that's like the people who've escaped North Korea had talked about there is no word for revolution. There's no word for rebellion or protest. They've taken those words completely out of their language. They said when they first heard these words, they heard them in English, and they had to go back and say, "Is there a Korean word for that?" Well, there is. They just no one ever heard it. They just rewrote the dictionary to take all that stuff out. I think, Paul, the best thing is that if you have someone you love and who you care about, and you see them looking at pornography or going down that road, try to lasso them back. Try to pull them back. And if you can't, I guess you did your best, you know, like, but yeah, it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. At what point, you know, do other people need to step in? The same thing. I would go the same thing for drug addicts. I mean, if someone wants to be a drug addict and that's what they want to do with their life, As long as they're not out there, like robbing grandma and breaking into old folks' homes and stealing jewelry or whatever. It's the peripheral crimes that are the problem.
The what?
Peripheral, like to fuel their drug habit, like stealing.
I've never heard anyone say it like that.
Oh, the peripheral.
Peripheral crime.
Yeah,
Are you saying some people have a tendency to steal stuff? Like a proclivity to steal stuff, right? And some people have a proclivity to do drugs.
Yeah, so it could be both. Yeah, it could be.
I'm all for stealing from Bill Gates.
Mimas puts it well. I put it to my son the other day. I said, "Do you disagree with heroin use?" And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "If it was legal, would it make you more likely to change your mind and use it, even though you know it's a bad thing?" He's like, "No."
I know. It's so great. That's so powerful. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to use heroin. It's a dangerously addictive drug, and it doesn't really do anything for you. It's just horrible, right? It damages your soul when you use it. I would not touch it. And would you do it if it's legal? No, I just told you why I don't do it. Okay, has nothing to do with the criminality of it. Okay.
What? How do you think it damages your soul?
Because when people start chasing this sort of spontaneous gratification to their central nervous system, what feels good, it stops you from thinking. It stops you from pondering life. I mean, the central nervous system was kind of there as to protect you from the environment and stuff. You're not supposed to try to max it out for shits and giggles.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just feel bad because I used to do drugs, but still kind of do sometimes.
Yeah,
not heroin,
the difference is, okay, people recreational drug use and stuff we're talking about drug addiction and then petty crime to fuel a drug addiction. That's when it becomes a problem. When you're not able to, everyone's got a vice. There's vices all over the place. People, even coffee or sugar or cream cheese donuts or whatever. The thing is, though, that if you're able to moderate or self-moderate,
Dude, don't talk about my cream cheese donuts. That's off limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't go near those Boston cream pies. Fuck.
As long as my donuts with bacon on them is okay. Is that okay? My donuts with bacon and chocolate?
Yeah, they'll never be illegal unless you find some sort of organized crime, trafficking, or eat the bug. Remember that where all meat is outlawed, and you can only have insects. You can only eat the bug.
Technically, donuts with bacon are bad, kind of evil a little bit. But I'm an adult, so I can. They make you fat, but I can decide what I want to do, right?
Hey, I have something to add to that. Have you noticed how hard it is to find something that doesn't have pork in it? Even soap.
They're trying to make everyone eat pigs because
they're trying to make everybody have pork.
Yeah.
Even they filter wine with pork skin. They I mean, everything is unclean according to the Bible.
They're trying to make everyone when you eat, you basically cannibalize, especially pigs, off of animals, especially pigs that are so similar to humans. Does something physically and maybe metaphysically as well to your consciousness. Lowers it, and they want people asleep.
So I've eaten a lot of pork.
I used to as well.
I've cut down over the last 3 years, but I don't buy bacon anymore. Really, I fucking tossed out a bunch of bacon the other day. It was $20 worth of bacon. I gave it to my neighbor. I guess I should just toss it out. Even giving it to him kind of makes me
toss that shit.
Makes you an enabler.
Eat sentient beings.
Yeah, I feel like I gave him a bunch of heroin or something.
Why give it to your neighbor if it's unclean? You're just like
I know.
drug dealer, dude.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't thinking straight.
It's like you don't want to sin, but you let your neighbor sin.
Yeah, I've even taken up trying to keep the Sabbath, no buying, selling, feasts on. I don't know. I'm trying. It's not easy.
With I'm vegan, so with like mock meat products like Impossible Burger and some others, you gotta check the ingredients. They'll classify things as natural flavors, and you don't know what you're getting in natural flavors. I don't
Even
trust that shit.
Natural flavorings also have. They don't have. I don't know. That leaves room for them to put pork there. That's what I see.
Yeah, the
Researching
animal
it-
products could be in the natural flavoring.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's
Kathleen,
classified
mostly.
as that.
Dude, if you want to talk about conspiracies, man, I think that one's a big one. They're putting pork in every single thing so that you have it in every aspect of your life.
They're trying to keep people in the matrix, keep people grounded into this dimension. They don't want you to ascend. What's wrong with pork is because it's a sentient being, just like you. It has dreams, things it wants to do.
Why?
Is this vegetarian talk?
This is vegan talk.
Okay, so I have a
plant-based.
question for you. You eat plants, right?
See.
So if we found out scientifically today that plants have a mind and they're conscious, they have feelings, then what do you do?
I would still eat plants.
Yeah, so double.
You monster. The reason why I would is because it's less harmful on the environment. So even if you were like, oh, you monster, you're killing plants. Well, you'd be killing less plants, deforesting less ecosystems, destroying other animals' habitats.
Don't get your beard in a twist. I'm just joking.
But hang on, why are you more important than a sentient being plant? What makes you special? That you can eat them
Plants
for
aren't
whatever you want.
sentient.
Like I said,
A
if
lot of
we
animals
scientifically
are killed
found
with
out that plants have
vegetable
feelings
farming.
or sentient today, would you eat them?
What if Santa Claus was real?
You'd have to supply evidence for it being more eco-friendly. Like there's no evidence of that because
It's the number one leading to pollution.
What is?
Animal agriculture.
Wait, listen, you haven't seen these trees walk around on TikTok, go back and forth, crossing the road and shit? Nah.
Oh,
Really? Walking around.
Come on.
Check it out, bro. It's a real thing.
Nah.
Can't science what is questions anyway.
You know what's a bigger problem than that is a lot of the foods that are in our stores aren't actually even natural to the earth. They were created and have no nutritional value at all. I just learned this about most potatoes in the grocery store have no nutrients in them at all. There's one kind of potato that is natural. I think it's a blue potato.
Yes. The blue potato is awesome. They're so sweet and I'm glad you said that.
I heard this here a couple days ago. Somebody else was talking about this, and that was the first time I ever heard that about potatoes. So there's so many people eating potatoes thinking, hey, this is a good source of nutrition, but it's not at all. It's a lie. And there's so many other vegetables and things that we put on our dinner table every day, and they're not even natural. They were created in the lab or crossbred with other, plants, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
It's almost impossible to eat healthy.
If you look through, there's so many heirloom seeds though that you can get, and they're not these GMO things that have been modified in some weird way by some company. There's something that somebody owned, and they are beautiful. They're freaking awesome. There's so many unique different things out there. It's just weird. Like there's carrots other than just orange carrots. You can get purple carrots too. Like all kinds of other, like there's a spectrum of color with them. And then there's like this rainbow lettuce type stuff that looks really weird and cool. I'm just saying, like our meals could look a lot cooler and probably be way healthier for us than the garbage we get at the stores.
Well, here's the thing. It always comes down to the soil. That these things, if the soil is overworked, there is no nutrients in the plant because they're overworking the soil to maybe make those veggie burgers to cater to vegans. You know, they're
It's not to
overworking.
vegans; it's to the animals. Most of the
But they're
our crops go to the
they're
animals.
creating crops before they even get into the soil that are already not going to have any nutrients.
Yeah, there's some things that are mass produced. They're designed just for bulk.
This is one of the reasons why they genetically modified the plants is because they are overworking the soil and they need to produce more. Doesn't matter what nutrient value they have these days. It just matters about production and profit.
Isn't Bill Gates doing like buying up land and then trying to push farmers to like if you ain't organic then you're kaput?
He's been doing that for a long time.
Yeah.
How do we get the vitamins back in our potatoes?
It's not just Bill Gates either.
No, it's
We have to stop eating the unnatural potatoes and just eat the one potato that naturally came from this earth.
There's probably other ones out there that we just don't know about. Like there's so many places and so many like heirloom things, there's stuff that other than the blue ones that might exist is all. And I was going to add to that. But I know that these solid white ones are weird as hell and they just don't have any nutritional value at all. They're just to basically fill you up.
Well, neither really does much carb. Like you bread, none of that stuff really has any nutrients. Like pasta, all those empty grains. Yeah, they don't have any.
Especially when they're all bleached white and they've gotten everything stripped out of them because they've processed everything.
Yeah.
They add in a bunch of preservatives too, so that's not very good. It'll mummify you from the inside.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to think that plants are harmful to humans. Of course, there are. Yeah, let me finish, please. They are harmful, like you said, genetically modified plants. But animal products are much more detrimental to the human health, no matter what. And the majority of meat that you see in America, we buy from stores, is from factory farms, and they're fed all these genetically modified crops, and they also accumulate fucking more of that Monsanto shit into their body called bioaccumulation. So like I'm getting still fucking Monsanto whatever glyphosate in my body, but I try to reduce it as much as I can until I can grow my own shit.
Well, you know that
I can actually testify to what you're saying because I actually became a vegan for 6 months, just because I wanted to try it. And I tell you, I was never healthier in my entire life than in those 6 months when I was on a vegan diet. And maybe that's just me, maybe that's just my genetic makeup, but I never felt better.
No, you're right.
It was really amazing.
Humans, we are. I know science says that we are omnivores, but science also says the Earth is a globe. We are anatomically built for eating plants, herbivorous, frugivores. Nothing carnivorous. We have zero carnivorous or omnivorous traits about us.
Another thing too is in about 2 months of not eating meat, when I would smell like a steak frying in a pan, it was the most god awful thing I ever smelled. And really? I quit craving it. I didn't, I started craving other protein sources. So I didn't even miss it.
Thought a steak,
when it comes
grilled steak, smelled bad. Really, I heard that before.
Yeah, it smelled horrible.
You eventually get like appalled to it. I mean, sometimes like obviously it can smell good if they're put seasoning it and shit, but that's seasons from plants and minerals and shit. Like obviously that can still smell good. Like plants smell good. We rub plants.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have a reaction to certain smells, specifically foods, you could be having like an ick reaction from organisms in your body. It could be a host having a reaction to what the organism wants inside of you. So if you have addictions to sugar or addictions to other stuff, you will crave the sugar and you will love the sugar. You will be kind of like feeding into that by feeding the organism that is telling you that you're addicted to sugar. Same thing with when you feel like you some food might ick you a little bit. It could be that. It could be something else. Sometimes you need certain foods and your body wants it, and I need this food. I want that food. Maybe some fruit or even some meat. People need some fat, some protein, and they crave it. Yeah, it's still part of the
You can still
the
get
needs of the
protein and
body.
fat
If
from
you're
plants.
deficient in
For
certain
some reason,
stuff,
I'm
you
craving a
definitely
taco
gonna
really
want
bad right now.
certain stuff. But if the organisms are hungry and they want that sugar, yeah, they're gonna crave it and they're gonna tell you they want it, and you're gonna want it.
Have any of you ever heard of Dr. Sebi?
Dr. Serbi, he used to talk about inflammation, and inflammation can be caused by many causes, including toxicity and infections. So the root cause of the inflammation, he used to talk how to solve that, and that will have an effect into better health.
Actually, for 3 months after I was doing the vegan thing, I went on the Dr. Sebi diet, which is a very extreme diet where the foods you can eat is extremely limited. And
That could be a good thing, depending on the food. If you limit to maybe one thing or two things, it could be. I think it could be beneficial, but depends on what you're eating. You're just drinking sodas. That doesn't mean I'm eating one thing and it's not working.
Right. Another big thing with that diet too was everything you ate had to be non-acidic, so alkaline.
Who eat my fries?
To be honest, I'm not too concerned with what people eat. I'm more concerned with what they speak.
That has a lot of implications there. You wouldn't say that if it was Jeffrey Dahmer.
How do you know that potatoes don't have vitamins? Is there like a vitamin tester?
Like, imagine if you said that to Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't care what people eat.
No, and Jim, see, the potato thing, it's more like the blue ones are better for you, I guess. They have antioxidants and other things in them, and then the other ones seem to have far less things in them that are, I would like to study that, actually grow several potatoes and compare them with different breeds of blue potatoes and whatever. That'd be kind of fun, actually. My beard is red enough to do something like that.
Oh, Paul Sanadino, who put that guy on there? Chill.
What? Oh, I didn't scroll down. Did somebody post something?
I could send it a debate of him, and he gets his ass whooped. He went on Joe Rogan, and he's a big proponent of eat meat, eat pork, eat fucking.
How about people find out what will make them specifically healthier and they eat that thing instead of listen to somebody who probably doesn't share their genetics?
Well, what do you mean? Are they carnivores?
Customized diets to people based off of who they are as a person.
That doesn't make sense.
For the most part, we all need the same things, but there are certain things where certain people might need a little bit more of or less of in order for them to have a proper balance in their life, and it varies from person to person. That's all I mean.
Like minerals? What are you talking about? Vitamins, minerals, macros? Because you can get all vitamins, except for vitamin D and B12, come from plants. Everything. Protein. The animals do not create the protein. They take the amino acids from the plants that they chewed up and broke down, and they form those amino acids into protein structures, but they cannot say that it's like someone building a house, a carpenter building a house, and the carpenter said, yeah, I also made the wood. But we can get all vitamins from plants. And
what's a vitamin?
The video I sent in the live stream is his name's Dr. Milton Mills, 7-day Adventist. It didn't seem like he believed in evolution or any of that shit, and he goes into depth about the human anatomy.
Can you tell me what a vitamin is?
Like what? Like how what?
You said that they got all these different vitamins in them.
You can get all. I know all vitamins come from plants. I don't need.
What is a vitamin? What is a vitamin?
Enlighten me, please.
He didn't ask what is a woman. He said what is a vitamin.
I said enlighten me, please.
Well, I'm hoping you can enlighten me.
Ask what is a vitamin.
All right, but how is this relevant to this subject? Like, we can get vitamins from plants. All vitamins come from plants.
What is a vitamin?
Vitamin is a nutrient.
It's a nutrient that you need for your body, like protein and carbs.
Your body. It's just a nutrient, right?
What you want me to keep boiling it down? Like,
yeah,
what? Okay, yeah. I'll look it up. What is a vitamin?
I tried finding pictures of them, and I just get cartoons or pictures of vegetables.
Cartoons.
It's a substance that our body needs to develop and function normally. Like what I said.
Has it been isolated?
That's really funny. I see where you guys are going, and you're shit. You guys are so right. I have this belief. I'm being told this about vitamins and shit. You guys are assholes.
Is this like germ theory? Like what?
Yeah. Has a vitamin ever been isolated and identified?
Holy shit! You guys are blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they changed the name of vitamin because they originally thought that they contained amino acids.
So they're basically telling people what to take and what food to eat by taking your fish oil and. Okay.
Oh shit! Big business, dude.
Did they have vegan meals back in the day? Vegan section, they had that?
No, they grew their shit. They didn't have stores. How far are you talking about? Are you talking about early 1800s when they started flooding the American?
No, the Romans. You know, the Romans had vegan section at the grocery store.
They didn't have grocery store, but a lot of the philosophers were vegan.
Yeah, this word was invented in the 20th century.
Plant-based. They didn't want to eat or harm animals because they saw them as brothers and sisters.
You assholes! I'm so annoyed.
What about
vitamins?
Hey, what about when you're gonna use the crop and set up all the land? What about the rabbits and the snakes and the insects, the butterflies, the bees? What about those animals? Those matter or no?
Yeah, they matter.
We built. Light eats light. You can't just go around.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right. It's about minimizing your impact.
Yeah, minimize.
When you die, make the world a better place. You don't.
When
you
you die,
want to fucking destroy this.
If a vegan dies, it makes the world a better place because a vegan died.
No, well.
That's what you just said. When you die, you make the world a better place.
You should want to try to make the world a better place. You're twisting my words and trying to strongman me.
Bro, we can rewind the tape. You said, when you die, make the world a better place.
You should make the world a better place, is what I said. I don't know what you heard. No, by not harming others, by doing the least amount of impact
by not growing
other
vegan
beings.
Food? By not growing vegan food?
However you want to get it. By just not harming other animals.
But to get the vegan food, you have to harm other animals, like billions of them.
Sure. But you reduce the amount, like we build houses and structures. We tear up worms and ants. Oh shit!
Save every termite, like.
Yeah.
What I would do with all these?
Well, I'm not like
a termite will kill you if you invade its fucking land.
Yeah.
Right?
Like parasites or like bacteria, or like say you get like something's like fucking with your body.
Yeah, what about the parasites? Do you care about the parasites, bro?
No, if like I get this is like such a dumb argument. If like this is like a bear, like if something's trying to kill you, you have the right to defend yourself. Like if I'm in a woods and you're in a woods with me, and a bear comes out to try to eat and kill you and rip you to shit, I'm not gonna just run away and be like, oh, sorry, dude, I'm vegan, can't help you. No, I'd fucking help you by trying to beat the shit out of the bear to help defend yourself.
Yeah, but if you're vegan, you won't be able to beat the bear. You have to be carnivore for that.
Well, you're not a carnivore either. Like, what? I'll try to do whatever I can. Your arguments are like, what?
It's
I understand where you're coming from. Like, I get it. I do, because it is really grotesque what some of these huge farms, these big giant farms, it is when you see
even local
videos.
You should see local ones. There's local ones when they're beating the shit out of baby calves and stepping on their faces.
Here's my point, though.
Bro, every time I see someone cutting,
can I get to my point real quick?
No,
Let me finish my point.
every time I see someone like cutting the leaves of plants and cutting
No, check it
pieces
out
of the
though.
plants,
Just let me
I feel like
finish
crying.
to where I'm going. You have to remember that all these animals are here for us, and yes, it is our job to,
The
take
plants are
care
here for
of
us.
our home. Yeah, absolutely.
The lettuce is here
if
for
I'm
us.
hungry,
The kelp is here for us.
I don't have a problem with killing any animal. It would be nice if we could.
Even humans?
So you think you're better than the animals, right?
Humans are animals? Wait,
Yes, I am absolutely better than other animals.
Humans
Yes.
are not animals.
Wait, are you saying that humans are people are animals?
The same as you?
Humans stand way above any other animal on this flat earth. Absolutely.
What flat earth?
You are no better than the people that rule us. The people that harvest children. You are no better than them. With that mindset.
What mindset?
Say you put a brain chip in your head, then all of a sudden they're smarter than you, right? That means you're fucking nothing compared to them, so that means they're better than you, right?
But I put it in there, so how are they better than me if I put the chip in them? That's flawed right there.
Why are you putting in them? You're being a dick. Let them have their own rights to their own personal bodily autonomy.
What do we see in nature? What do we see? One thing.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
We see animals eating animals everywhere.
Just because you can rape another person doesn't mean you should do it. Like, just because rape happens in nature doesn't mean it happens in nature.
I never said that. I'm not saying that at all.
Your argument sounded like it was nature, though. Like you just said, it happens in nature, therefore I should be able to do it.
There's no such thing as just nature doing things by itself. It's designed to be that way.
A lot of shit happens in nature. Low frequency and demons take hold of other animals, and shit goes down. Same with humans. Shit goes down. We fucking rape, murder. Shit happens.
Yeah. So if you eat some vegetables, you eat some fruits, you eat some meat, you're doing something wrong, or what's the good part and what's
Just
the part?
the meat or the eggs or the exploitation of another being's body. Robbing them.
No, actually, the ducks didn't explode when I got the eggs. There was no exploitation of the ducks. I just got the eggs and I put them on the pan or yummy. There was no exploitation of the ducks.
Usually, birds, I know that they're very protective of their eggs and they're traumatized when you take them. And you're taking them and then they keep shitting them out. And like if you get like a regular regular hen nowadays, those hens have been genetically bred to grow as quickly as you can, and they can't even their bones can't form be strong enough to even hold themselves up. Where their bodies will be burning due to.
Let me tell you, I actually seen those hens in big farming buildings. How do you call this? It looks like aluminum buildings. So, but then you have those you have chickens that are free range and they can go all around the property and they look pretty happy to me, bro.
Chicken free range is a scam. Chickens don't need to be.
Oh my god, bro! Are you saying that all the chickens that I grew up with and I saw when I was a child running on the trees? Free range means that they can go to places like when you see chickens out there.
Jamesy.
Hey! I'm in the middle of my sentence. That doesn't cue the beginning of yours. So shut up. I mean, that is an open forum. Yeah, shut up.
I don't think you should say that.
Yeah. When I'm speaking, you shut up. Okay, it's pretty simple. It's not that complicated.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I was to have,
so when I was growing up and I saw chickens all around many properties and chicken jumping everywhere, and people will harvest their eggs. Sometimes some eggs. You saying those are not like free range chickens, or those are not? They don't have free range?
Okay, Jamesy. So the act of exploiting, murdering, and taking their secretions is what's wrong.
Plants? Yeah, I agree with you. If you're killing plants, that's definitely wrong. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So let me put this.
The problem.
Please, can I just say something for once with you talking over me?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's excited.
So if let's take this situation where I had a child sex farm. I gave them a giant playground. They got to play for 3 hours a day. It was like a water park USA. But then for an hour, they had to get raped. Or in 5 minutes. But I gave them a pill, and they didn't feel
I
nothing.
think only vegans think like this. I think only vegans think like this. I think there is some deficiencies in the brain, like B vitamins and other stuff is causing you to think this way, bro. It's called. It could lead you to dementia, actually, and it's deficiencies in the body. You should definitely introduce some animal products in your diet so you can stop thinking that way, bro.
The creator did not create chickens in his own image. He created us in his own image.
The chickens are part of his creation. All the creatures are part of God.
You do not understand the difference of what I said, though.
We're talking about eating
created in his image.
We're talking about eating some eggs from chickens, and this guy was saying, "Hey,
so you would rather
I'm gonna stop you if you keep interrupting, bro. Come on,
sir. You guys keep talking over me.
I was talking before you.
I just eat and I'm grateful.
So he was saying that if I said from my childhood, I saw the eggs, I saw the chickens, I saw the rooster ringing singing every morning, and some people will harvest the eggs, and look, we have fresh eggs. He's saying that you're exploding the animals, and you are connecting that to raping children. I mean, I don't find the connection, bro. I'm really struggling. Can you help me?
I didn't hear you. What you say? I was responding to Flatsy.
Hey, I can kind of back up, bearded over here a little bit. I worked on a farm, and like it's technically cage free and free roam, but they're like all locked in a big box instead of just like individual boxes. It is pretty inhumane.
How does that compare to what I just said about seeing chickens all around the properties and not being caged or any of that?
Protect them. Not all the cages are inhumane.
That's everyone. Yeah, no, I'm just
for sure are. Like the battery cages for the chickens they are. Yeah.
We do protect them. Oh my goodness.
I'm not like saying I'm pro.
We have to have it.
I'm not gonna like knock it. It is a little. I will say it's a little odd.
Is that the case for every situation? Abusing the animals are being abused. That's why you shouldn't. Is that the actual case in every single situation?
Yeah. But I mean, it is odd to be aggro against it. It's kind of like when you try to talk about flat Earth with someone and they get like all angry about it. It's kind of like it's like when anyone attacks veganism, it's a little weird. I mean, I'm not saying I'm pro-vegan either. I'm just saying, like, it's just something about. There might be something to it that like infuriates people.
On flat Earth,
nobody's attacking veganism. It's pushing the propaganda because veganism or carnivores or whatever you push in that flag, you're definitely pushing something that was passed down to you, and you're just pushing it now because someone said so.
Yep.
No, I'm not
Flat Earth-
saying. I'm saying.
Flat Earth-
I'm not saying you, bro. I'm not saying you, but the guy carrying the flag. Oh, vegans are right. Oh, these guys are wrong.
Yeah.
It's as simple as this.
Morally, we are
one
right.
thing
Because
so
you don't
that
know the
another
moral. You can't never name the normal difference. I have not heard anyone explain the moral
Yeah,
difference.
since you said so, you must be right, bro.
Jamesine, stop cutting me off. You're mod
Bro,
and you're still cutting me off.
Hey, you're saying that people have no morals in here because they don't do what you say. That makes a lot of sense, bro. Yeah, that definitely is correct because you said so, bro.
I guess technically we could live without eating meat, but it makes us very uncomfortable. Like the thought of not having steak or bacon, would bother me. But I mean, technically, you could live without eating meat.
If you want to abuse children, if you don't want the children to grow healthy and well, you just cut the teeth from
You're
the mama.
fucking propagating, dude. Do more research. Stop just spouting bullshit.
Hey, if you want the child to be vegan, make sure he doesn't get the baby's milk, the first milk, okay?
You can't. Broccoli has like 6 to 8 grams of protein. Like a piece of broccoli has just as much protein as like an egg. So
Eat
I mean,
broccoli for a whole month, only broccoli. Eat broccoli for a whole year, only broccoli.
I would. I'm not
Why would you do that? You don't eat steak for an entire year. Like what the fuck? You don't eat chicken for. Yeah, you can. You can same thing with the broccoli.
No, if you eat chicken every single day, or if you eat meat, I don't know about chicken. If you eat beef every single day, you can complete a whole year doing that, right? If you try that with broccoli, you're gonna end up dead.
Well, I wouldn't. No, actually, like even.
What's the number one killer in people? It's cardiac arrest.
Ignorance is the number one killer. Ignorance.
Not eat meat.
How much they eat it though? They eat too much of it. That's the problem.
Can I say something real quick?
None at all. Why not? Like I, as a vegan, I don't have to worry about exogenous cholesterol in my diet. It's all I create. My body creates it.
Go ahead. Someone asked for the mic. Go take it. Whoever asked.
You don't have to ask to say something.
Yeah, can I just want to. It was me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something real quick about. I agree that exploiting animals on these big industrial farms for profit is wrong. However, shit. Then this is why, because it's all about profit. It's not about taking care and sustaining other people and feeding them, because the food that comes out of those big farms is shit. It's horrible quality. It tastes like shit. Anybody that's went down to a local farm and got a steak that came from a cow from the farm versus a steak from the grocery store knows the difference. It's night and day, right? But like I said, these animals were put here for us. But I don't believe to exploit, for profit, but to use as, we may need.
Well, how come
that's
what is that meaning in the Bible for us? That for us part meant that we look after them, we take care of them. Dominion doesn't mean exploit and kill.
I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, yeah. But if I'm hungry, right? If I'm hungry and I kill a deer to feed myself and my family, you're saying that how is that wrong?
And then you can deal with that when you die. If there's some bad karma with killing other sentient beings, and they can wait on you after your death, then go right ahead.
Is more valuable than a deer. A human.
I think there is some. When you eat carrots and broccolis and leaves all your life, there is some bad karma that is accumulating, and that's morally wrong. That what you're doing by cutting the leaves. The karma is going to
really?
Then, I guess.
Okay, so if I was on the street with you and I picked a leaf of grass, would you call the cops on me? And
just because you don't feel the grass crying for her life, that doesn't mean
if I go and kick a dog in front of you, that would bother you, or would that not?
Not really. I'm trying to give you your same logic because that's what you're saying, but you don't agree with it.
You're plants as sentient beings.
Technically, they kind of are.
No.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Newsflash.
They're not
Newsflash. Bro, you're gonna get up to date, bro.
So do you remember whenever your grandma and grandpa or whoever died that died, do you remember them more than your dead plant or your dead dog? Or do you remember your dead tree and think about it every day when you wake up?
That's not the best analogy, but
this is vegan logic. It's,
why did the creator create?
Think about my fig trees that died.
Why did the creator create the earth and put all these animals here? Why did he do all that? What was the point of creating all of this? It was for
experience
to go and dance with the lions and sing "Kumbaya" with them and the polar bears.
It says in the Bible, the lamb shall lie with the lion.
Right.
That Garden of Eden was vegan world. It was a vegan world.
Yeah, and the jungle.
yeah.
Adam and Eve
guys
were
are
vegan.
bringing so much of this religious shit.
I know they want to hide behind their religious Bible to justify their actions.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Why don't we shift this whole conversation? If you guys want to continue the diet debate, maybe you guys can join another VC.
What debate? Who's debating?
This isn't really diet. This is morals now.
This is like my idea is better than yours. That's it. Because you're vegan.
What you guys are doing. That's all.
So it sounds like it's off topic.
Even though he doesn't have any proof, any evidence, it's very on topic. If you just
what proof? What?
Like,
this is not the topic.
Someone dies because you said so. Vegan. Someone is immoral because you said so.
I will say that people get super heated when people talk about veganism. It is kind of odd. Like there should be no one be tripping right now.
No, but the vegan is tripping.
Well, no, I mean,
you guys want to go fight vegans somewhere else, or
that wouldn't kill?
We can move on. I don't give a fuck.
To survive.
I'm here. I'm gonna stay here. When I joined the room, they were talking about that shit already. Why? If I'm replying now, but I can't talk about it.
Oh, you should have been moderating then.
So Joe,
not adding fuel to the fire.
Go leave.
All right, yeah, I'll just move the whole lobby. That's fine.
Don't move me. Move yourself.
We're just going to move the entire lobby. Everyone who wants to talk about flat Earth can stay here. Anyone who wants to debate veganism,
bring the topic, bro. Bring the topic.
You guys are welcome to continue the conversation elsewhere. So,
where's the new topic? Black pancakes, vegan or carnivore pancakes? Which one?
It's not food, so we're gonna move on.
How does food work on a globe?
What?
It doesn't. So
there you go.
Anyway.
So in reality, we can
welcome,
talk about
ladies and gentlemen, to the panel. Good to see you all.
Hey, Creation, I was trying to speak to this guy.
Why don't you guys continue the conversation about veganism somewhere else then?
No, bro.
He's the one talking. Yeah. That's what's gonna happen.
Listen,
if you guys can't moderate properly, then someone else will have to.
Wait, what you mean moderate properly? Like topics are touched in this many.
The topic isn't vegan.
Even drunkenness. Like people talk about cars, about drunk people about so many.
Not anymore.
If someone touch a topic for a little bit and it's touched, it's touched. Now that we can,
you said you've been talking
bring another topic, we can move on to another topic. But don't just jump and interrupt me and say, "Hey, Jamie."
You said they've been talking about this the whole time, so you should have been.
Yes, I can say vegan. I can say carnivore. You're not gonna stop me, Pirate Bear.
Gems, you need to do 30 grams of shrooms right now.
Get some plants in your diet.
We can move on with a different topic.
You go, bro.
Yes, we can.
Plants are healing. Herbs.
When I say, "Hey, Jesse, I'm gonna move you from this room if you don't do as I say so." No, bro. No.
But that's what you should have done from the start, Gems.
Why should I do what you have in your mind? Why should I do what you have in your mind? Why?
It's what the server's been set up to do. It's not my opinion. I didn't set the rules here.
So why don't you move to another room and talk about this?
Hold the rules.
Why are you talking about this in the VC? Right. This is not the topic in the VC, bro. Just
correct. Neither is veganism.
Talk about that in another room, bro.
I was called in to clean up.
Do you have another topic?
I was called in to clean up the veganism conversation. So now that that's done, we're move on.
Do you have another topic
to
talk about?
It's not me.
Oh, so mute yourself then if you don't have a topic to talk about.
Gotcha.
Exactly. You have a topic with.
How is that a moderator? Come on.
Yes. That's what a moderator is supposed to do. So thanks, guys. Glad to have you all. But we're going to move on for the conversation.
You guys want to talk about mud fossils?
Nah, move to another room. Talk about that. That's silly, bro.
What?
You wanna talk about that? Go to a different room, bro.
Well, first of all, is there any
I'm
globe
shooting
earthers
some
here?
shit.
We need to unpropagandize somebody.
I'm not be enforcing rules from now on.
I do see someone named Pink Nipples in VC Verified. Hello. I see a couple of new people. Water, listening pass. I'm going to unmute you. If you want to chime in, you're welcome to do so. Anyone else new? I see Bearded Dora, Blue Jumper. What's going on, folks? Low Life been popping in and out lately.
Hey, real quick, I respect the server and I respect the rules. But I feel like a lot of these topics do come back to flat Earth, and I'm just wondering, are you guys worried that if we're talking about veganism that it's gonna?
No, you can talk about that. Go to another room, bro. Sorry.
It's just never. It's a never ending. It doesn't.
Just move on.
Doesn't go anywhere.
Guys, move on. Okay. Just stop.
Yeah. Don't say veganism because we're gonna have to move the whole lobby from here, bro. Don't even say the first 3 letters.
Well, I'm just wondering what the, big deal is. If there's no globers here to discuss the globe,
I'll answer that. It just doesn't go anywhere.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't go anywhere. It's like debating my favorite color versus your favorite color. It's not. It's not.
It's like flat Earth versus
there's no
globe Earth,
solution. It's no solution. That's objective. Flat Earth is objective. But your diet versus my diet isn't objective.
No, that was my whole point, bro. I was being objective with him. I was telling him, bro, you're just waving a banner.
The topic isn't
veganism.
We've been given moderator permissions to not feed the lot.
Listen, my point wasn't about diet. My point wasn't about diet. My point wasn't about diet. That wasn't my point. This guy was waving. When I joined the room, he was waving a flag that he knows better than anybody, right? And I was telling him, no, he doesn't. And I'm allowed to do that, bro.
Okay.
Without your permission, Greg. With all respect, with all the permission. If the guy's waving a flag in here and he's doing it, yeah, I'm gonna tell him something. And yeah, it's okay.
All right. Now that that's over, glad we've got that wrapped up.
Where's the new topic?
These Pink Nipples, by the way, has anyone tried to speak to Pink Nipples? It's an interesting name, guys. I've assumed you would have tried.
Yeah, I mean, we're not blue nipples. I mean, come on.
My nipples are like multicolored.
What are nipples? Can we talk about that?
So, so Pink Nipples has got voice verified, but no Earth determining roles. You haven't tried to speak to him yet, no? Pink Nipples, I'm not speak to you, mate. I'm probably going to try and speak to you now. So, being as you haven't got any Earth determining roles, mate, why are you in the server? What brings you here? How long have you been around? If you haven't got control of your mic, I'll come back to you later. Maybe we can chat then.
Did you ever get any of those body blows in with the last guy, Jedi? I forget his name. Malo, I believe it was.
Malo?
There was a German guy earlier, but I don't.
Yeah, I think it was Malo 21.
Yeah,
there's been a few guys in today. A couple of Europeans, right?
I had to jump out for a little bit, but how did the rest of that conversation go?
Sonny, he muted him, and then he left after that. He got hurt.
We went over the Black Swan. We talked about the horizon. He sort of was trying to figure that out on the fly, it seemed like.
Yeah, he
spiraled. Kind of got a concession that
really,
because we don't see the physical horizon, then it's never been measured. There's no proof, demonstrable measurement for the curvature of the Earth because we don't see it, because it's optical. I think we finally got him there. We started talking a little bit about rotation of the Earth, then it very quickly went to gravity. And then from that point onwards, man, I think I kind of phased out and wasn't interested anymore.
Yeah, what happened with Mallow is that he got to the point where he was like, he didn't know and neither did we. So it really got some feathers fluffed up in
classic.
here.
The whole crabs in a bucket mentality. If I can't know, you can't know.
We got him to concede all the way down to the fact that he didn't know any of the things. And that it was just a globe belief. And then he was like, well, we didn't know either. And just because we can experience the Earth is flat and stationary doesn't mean that we can prove that it is, even though that's proof alone.
Yeah, get to a point where it's like where they logically can't follow, and then what they do is go, okay, so we can't know anything, which they've done with refraction, and then they just go, oh well, if we don't know, then you flat earthers don't know too. That's what they're trying to put forth, is that since they don't know, that we don't know either, and they're wrong on that account. But it's just usually they never get to the point to ask us what we've actually found. So that's the difficult part, because we go through hours and hours of these conversations, dozens of hours, and nobody ever asks us what we actually have. It just gets lost. But anyway.
Has NASA ever published a photo of a satellite in space taken from, say, another satellite?
Yeah, they do it all the time. They have chase satellites, apparently, because there's satellites apparently taking pictures of these satellites speeding through space. Think about it. How
I've never seen one.
Check it out. Any picture that you've seen that they say is a picture, which is not, any image that you see of a satellite that's being taken from somewhere, ask yourself, where is that photo being taken from? Because
right. Who took that picture?
Is there do they claim too that some satellites are stationary, that they're put in place and they don't move at all?
Geostationary.
Yes, they claim that.
Altogether now, geostationary ones.
Yeah.
So how come nobody's ever, and I've never seen this, I've never seen anybody take, say, a telescope and try to fixate on one of these supposed satellites that are fixed in place?
Exactly.
Or do they fake that too?
That's a good point. No, they probably are stationary, and they're probably just a balloon or something that's just sitting up there.
Or some knobs who hold onto the firmament with suction.
Ha ha ha.
Here's another problem I have. ISS. So
that could be a possibility. What he said. Suction.
The ISS.
They've been doing that for how many years?
International swimming pool. That's where.
How many years have they been supposedly going up there? What has it ever produced?
Yeah, nothing.
Velcro.
Have they ever claimed that because of something they did on the ISS that now we have this, or we learned this? Because I don't think I've ever heard anything.
Yeah, they haven't even demonstrated that they've germinated a dandelion. Even. You got kindergarten classes that are like trumping NASA's accomplishments in one single class.
I'm just reflecting on our conversation with Mr. Malo. How many times did he tell us, Jedi, that, I don't know if you were there earlier, but he's like, well, that's just not true. The horizon isn't physical. Like, well, I mean, you couldn't have said it any better, bro.
It wasn't long. Sorry, it wasn't long before he started making our argument for us, right? Happens quite often, doesn't it? As soon as they say refraction and perspective is complicated. Yeah. Thanks.
But the weird thing is that the weird thing is that he like doubled down on our argument, but still firmly planted in the globe. Like still believing it's a globe, but using all of our arguments.
Well, he tried to say like, well, you can't just claim that argument. Yeah, I can, because like as Sonny pointed out multiple times, you're abandoning. When you step behind our argument, you're abandoning your argument. You can't have it both ways.
And then he tried to go to both ways. Then he tried to have it in both ways, both times.
Yeah.
Like it's physical and it's optical at the same time.
Yep.
But see, the thing is, they have nothing that they can connect those two things together. None of it correlates. It's all a non sequitur.
I kind of had a point that I wanted to jump in with him, but maybe I'll bring it up again and I'll tell you guys, especially you, CB, because you like to ridicule that shit, like your house isn't moving, for example. We might have spoken about this before, but the idea that you've got a friend who is standing in front of a hill, right? You understand that concept, yeah? And then you understand that when your friend moves behind that hill, you can't see him, right?
Right.
But if you live on a ball, this is akin to you not seeing your friend behind a hill, but because of special magic refraction conditions, the hill was projected backwards into the distance, but your friend is projected into the distance, but in front of the hill. Do you understand how this is?
I was having a hard time saying
never going to happen in reality.
Well said.
Yep.
How do they explain that? Doesn't make any sense.
Or like he's saying, like I think he conceded to this point though. Like when you bring it up and explain to them that's like that you're able to zoom in and you're seeing the other side of a hill. Anybody that thinks that's true, then they got some serious cognition problems. I'm not even the brightest bulb in the shop anyway either. So.
Well, me and you both try to help make that point that Jedi just made, and Martoth is really good at making this point in text. I haven't really packaged it up as well as you have, just there, where they have the hill. You're basically, the positions are being swapped, right, Jedi? Like, the thing that's supposed to be blocking is now behind.
Yeah, exactly that. It's swapped round. You have a friend behind a hill, you can't see him because the hill's in the way, but because of special magic, I need to sleep at night because I'm on a ball. The projection of the hill is now backwards in the distance, and the friend is now in front of the hill.
Right.
Don't forget the hill is projected backwards into the distance. Right. Don't forget that bit.
It's not that you're just seeing the friend behind the hill. No, the hill's now behind the friend. It's slots.
Wow. I loved your debate with that one guy this morning. With you're like, is it A, B, or C? Where's the horizon? Or D, coping?
Or D, I'm coping.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's who we're talking about. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, you tried to say it was C. It's like
C. And
okay, you can believe that, but
and then you brought up the children thing. Like, well, a child could easily just say, "Hey, the horizon's obviously behind the two oil rigs," and he's like, "No, it's C." But like, and then like the oil rig should be seen.
And he tried to say, like, a kid could see that, but if you do extra calculations, it's like, calculations are already done. You're just coping. You know?
I like how you asked why right then, CB. That was perfect. Like, why would you, something that why would you say that the children would see it and then go back to, like, what would cause you to go to see again? Like, after you've already been very honest about saying that a child would see it as further back and higher up in your view. Even a child could see that, but you have to do some extra thinking and go into your mind and not in reality anymore to come up with that as C. Now, actually, to rub this in a little more, look at what C actually is. Look what C actually is texture on the water. It's actually wind touching down on that part of the water. So you can see rough water, then smooth water where the wind is not touching down. They don't understand any of this stuff. Like it's fantastic.
I'm waiting for one guy to actually realize that he's coping, and he just says D. And then he boom, flat earther. That'll be awesome to see that live.
I'm not sure how much the language barrier played in there, because there were a couple of times we had explained things multiple times, and then he would be like, okay, well, maybe I didn't understand you properly. Now I'm getting it. Okay, well, we've been saying the same thing for maybe 10, 15 minutes, so I'm glad it's finally getting through.
I don't mind so much having to repeat things because of a language barrier. It is not his first language, English, so I can get that. But after speaking slowly and concisely, 3 or 4 of us were in the conversation. It got through. He did understand in the end, right? I mean, I know he's got. Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, who are we talking about?
Some
Just a
random
gentleman
guy.
from this morning.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
But you're
you've got-
next. It's like, no. Sorry, Jedi. Do you want to? I'm going to cut you off there.
No, you're all right, man. You're fine. It's just I wasn't so worried about the language barrier. More of his stupidness, I think, that came across. Because it's not hard. We get this. It's flat Earth. It's fucking simple, right? So trying to explain to him that, you've changed your argument or the horizon is optical, not physical. It doesn't really matter whether it's a language barrier because we have to explain this to people anyway who think they know their model, but they don't. So it was not really any different. We usually have to repeat ourselves 5 times, so that's fine.
He understood the basics, so he understands farther out. He understands lower than your line of sight. He understands those things. So I think it's fine. I think some people have a almost feigned. Well, maybe he did believe that he was insufficient in his English, but I don't think so. Like from listening to him.
No, I don't. I wasn't saying that his English wasn't good or he didn't understand, but I was willing to let it go just because it wasn't his first language. I'm going to jump up and down on him after the 5th time. If we were still here talking about it, well, he'd have fucked off by now because I'd have made him.
Yeah. So that wasn't the problem. Yeah, we both agree.
I'm posting some of our chat conversation that we had before he joined the VC. If you're in the lobby, you know how spicy some guys can get when they come in. And he was swinging it around. You guys are morons, that type of stuff. And I'm actually kind of surprised because the conversation in VC went much, much better. But this is, if you look in the chat I posted, he said something like, the first message I said to him was a response to something Ethergris posted, where he said, I have seen curvature, or I've witnessed curvature, is what he said. And Ethergris calls him out, that's BS. And I told him, I basically, kind of just jumped in on the seeing curvature. And he goes, well, seeing and witnessing aren't the same thing. Oh, here we go.
What the fuck does that mean?
I know. So literally that's where it all started. He goes, that's not seeing, that's witnessing, moron. I'm like, all right, well, let me go get some receipts real fast, put this all together. But he finally did come around. He's like, all right, I guess I was wrong. but yeah, he admitted that what he was seeing was boats disappearing. So that's where the conversation started in VC, is why that's not proof of the curve. So I thought it was a good conversation for the most part. He did well versus what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't spiral in the usual way, actually, which is pretty wild.
Based off of how he was talking in the text, I thought he was definitely going to spiral out 5-10 minutes, but he lasted a very long time. Proud of him. Good job.
He was kind of a paradox because somebody that is at least, able to stay on with it for that long. And I think all of us behaved really well, which was great. And he did as well. But he kept getting caught in his own little snare.
Mm-hmm.
Which always happens. It's pretty predictable for us now. But try to explain that to them. That it's not, it's pretty difficult. When, what I was going to say is that situation is the person is literally stuck in these two realms of their actual experience and what they believe to be true, that I believe to be true so strongly that it actually causes them to go into a glitch in their program, like their programming. It's
they have this model, this globe model that explains everything they want to know. But then when you're standing here on the ground and you're building a bridge or a railroad or a canal or missile guidance systems, everything they use is, well, let's say it's flat. It doesn't take their globe model. They don't use that at all when they do anything in reality. It's only fantasy.
Yeah.
We spoke to that guy last night who was like, well, we have to correct for curvature, right? It's like, no, what you said is perfect. Like, they're not measuring any globe outside. They have to go and put it all in the math.
Math. You got the calculations that is it Aristophanes that used a stick to measure the curvature?
Technology, bro.
We have technology.
Don Geo, one of my favorite Flat Earth songs. I think it's called Flat Ball. He has a line in there. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. And it's true. Like, we were speaking to Pazza, I think it was Pazza last night. And he was trying to tell us that, well, I've been working in this field for 5 years and it wouldn't work if we didn't, correct for curvature and all this stuff. So it's just so funny. Could you imagine if it was the other way around and we went out to the Earth, observed it curved, measured it curved, then we had to explain, well, due to these conditions, this magic refraction, it's actually still flat. And when we measure it, we correct for the curvature and we correct for the flatness. I'm really glad that we don't have to resort to that type of ridiculousness.
The truth speaks for itself.
Facts.
I've been listening to a lot of conspiracy music guru songs. I like his music.
You catch him in the panel sometime?
What?
He's been popping in and out of the VC lately. You should be able to catch him sometime.
Oh,
give him a shout out.
And talking?
Yeah, I've spoke with him. I was asking him about like his inspiration and other little stuff that I had questions for him. So yeah, you'll catch him in here every now and again.
He was in the other day, I think, as well for a good while. Just wanted to jump in, guys. We got somebody who hasn't got any roles whatsoever. So 02 hasn't got any voice verified role, hasn't got a flat Earth or globe Earth role. So I don't know whether you can hear me 02, whether, I don't know, CB, you can be bothered trying to mute him. I don't know whether I can be able to. Let's have a look. Actually, yeah, I can.
Oh, wow.
Awesome stuff.
Hey. Somebody said hello?
Hello, 02.
That's me.
Hello, buddy. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Awesome stuff, man. What brings you to our server today?
Just looking around at stuff.
Looking around at stuff. Yeah, is it one of those evenings? Yeah, I get that. So why a flat Earth server?
Honestly, I used to be interested in debating, but I wasn't really too interested in it, and then I never got too much into it. And I've been watching videos recently.
Have you,
and the answer to the question you were about to ask is no. Or yes, I don't know. What were you going to ask? Go on.
I don't know, I forgot because I was intrigued what you thought I was going to ask. So I was going to ask, actually now I remembered, if you've seen many debates yourselves regarding the flat Earth and the globe Earth and maybe what you thought of them.
Well, obviously what you said about not accounting for curvature in terms of design and like missile guidance is false. They do account for that. It has a great effect on where things go. If you look at equations for missile guidance or plane guidance, they will account for that.
Are you talking about something that I said recently or something that I've said?
Yeah, like a minute ago.
Oh, okay. So
someone said.
Yeah, so we're talking about ship-based laser targeting systems that take into account the curvature of the Earth, which require a direct line of sight because they're laser targeting systems based on a ship that aim at targets on the surface of the Earth, so surface-to-surface missiles.
Not necessarily. I mean, it's as simple as...
in this case, yeah, but in this case, because it's requiring a direct line of sight, then obviously the technology would get impeded by the curvature of the Earth.
Of course.
Being as this technology seems to not be impeded by the curvature of the Earth and seems to be able to target targets at distances, let's say 60, 70, 80, I've heard accounts of up to 100 miles with a direct line of sight. I don't necessarily see the equations there.
Or a surface-to-surface?
Surface-to-surface, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a matter of a case by case basis. If, for example, you're in the third story of a building, you can see much further in terms of targeting range than if you're on ground level.
Well, that would depend on what you're using to see with.
Of course.
So, for example, ships at sea, I'm specifically talking about Navy ships. So, the military, people who want to see things far away, because it's important to keep your enemy at a distance. When they make their observations, they kind of clarify their observations with two pieces of technology that require a direct line of sight. One is infrared telescope, binoculars, that's in infrared so you can see your target. And then to confirm that you have a target that's moving around or whatever, you have radar. Now, both of these technologies, a direct line of sight to see it with infrared and a radar, requires a direct line of sight, which is then why they use a laser targeting system, which again uses a direct line of sight. So 3 pieces of technology that require a direct line of sight to blow shit up.
And where do you think they put this radar or laser guiding system on the
boat?
Where do you think
So
they put it?
all of these pieces of equipment are taken on the Navy vessel across
but,
the earth.
Where on the boat? Like, what part of the boat do you think they would be on?
Top,
and
bow,
why do you
turn,
why do you think it would be
on
on
the
top?
deck. So it's high. How far do you think I'm talking about? If we're talking about a boat that's 60 foot tall, 70, 120, there's going to be a limitation depending on the altitude at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now that's where the physical obstruction would be. But we can give demonstrations of targets being targeted by the military at over 100 miles away, which over 100 miles, that's 1 mile of earth curvature between the target and the thing that's targeting it. So you can be on the top of the boat if you want, but that's a mile of curvature you've got to deal with. I'll give you 120 foot.
Let me some.
And I'll tell you, no Navy ship is launching from their decks are not that high, even in the highest range. Even the guided missile cruisers, which I see leave the harbor here where I live. I've looked at a lot of these warships, but anyway, none of them are that high. The launching missiles from the deck.
It doesn't matter.
I would say it's no more than 30, 40 feet. Even less than that. Usually the cruisers are low to the water. They have a low silhouette.
Regardless, it's completely irrelevant where the missiles are launching from. It's only relevant where they are using laser guidance and your radar systems.
Yeah, it's line of sight, and the radar systems are mapped in Cartesian coordinates in the command information center on the bridge.
Some radar installations across, I can point to one. I think it's the Jimboree radar installation at North Australia. Now that has a radius value of somewhere just over 400, I'll say 420, 430 miles radius. Covers a 32,000 square mile area. Now, I'll give you it's got some height to it. It's a big fucking thing. Put on some bloody clip. But if we're talking
hold on, Jedi. It's 4,000 kilometers.
Thank you very much, mate. 4,000 kilometers.
There's other things with radar, specifically radar, that the stealth fighters that are currently being developed.
Yeah.
They're going for hard corners rather than curved surfaces. Like, you look at old military jets and they will have a round nose, whereas the modern ones will have a break in them. Because if you have a radar trying to detect this jet and it hits the edge of the circular front of the jet, the nose cone, well, not really nose cone, but sorry, I'm a rocket person, not a plane person. The front of the nose of the aircraft, it will bounce around the edge of the circle. And that has been proven to happen with jets, which, regardless of whether you believe either model of the Earth, that is observable from fighter jet technology, where it will go around the surface of a circular object.
That's awesome. You understand that these radars are able to track ships on the surface of the ocean as well, right? So we don't have to go thousands of feet in the air. We can just deal with boats on the water,
Yeah.
which requires a direct line of sight. So the curve of the Earth would most definitely get in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the point is that this technology that is utilized by militaries of the world who like to keep enemies at a distance requires a surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, the technology would be non-applicable. We wouldn't be using it. Think of the distances, 4,000 kilometers from what? Some metal on the top of some cliffs? What, shall I give you 500 foot? 4,000 miles. I told you after 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature. How much do you have to get in the way? It's just the technology that's used. You brought up the missiles. Okay. Radar, infrared. We can talk about the navigation system that got there if you want, which requires the Earth to be level. It's interesting, the militaries of the world, right? They use this technology. They map the world. They want to know where their enemies are. They want to keep them at a distance. They do so. They blow them the fuck off, and then they fuck off again. All requiring a flat Earth.
That is not correct. You completely missed the point of what I was saying, where radar will attach to the side of a circular object. It will also do the same thing with water. It will follow the edge of the water.
So you're trying to say radar hugs the terrain.
Radar will hug against a circular object.
What do you have to do to get a radar ping? How many traversals across the surface of the curved Earth is that? Is that 1 or 2? So if we're going to give you a distance of 4,000 miles, let's double it, because you want to receive the ping back again, don't you?
It'll do the exact same thing on the way back.
Yeah. We have to think about 2 traversals around a curved surface. Why can't we understand it's a direct line of sight? Why have we got to say, radar hugs surfaces around curves and it's fine because we're on a ball? Why can't we just point at things, send a signal, and receive a ping back?
Well, you can. There's nothing wrong with it.
Awesome. Yeah. So when we do this, we figure out that the Earth is flat because the curve of the Earth will get in the way. It's only when people start saying, well, radar hugs the terrain, gets around the curve, not once, but comes back again. I don't know, maybe you're listening to yourself.
I told you exactly what it was. It was a concept we learned, well, the military learned about when we started designing stealth aircraft, where radar will wrap around the nose of the aircraft, which is why they designed it with sharp corners. They designed them with sharp corners now.
You gotta turn up your mic, bro.
Yeah, I've got you up to 200, but
turn up your mic,
it's clear, just low.
Regardless, I don't have a whole lot of time here. I cannot turn up my mic anymore, so I'll put it a little bit closer.
All right.
Regardless, I'm bringing this concept over from stealth aircraft, where radar will hug the edge of the aircraft, wrap around it, and bounce back, which is why they started using sharp corners so that the radar will be deflected.
That's awesome. I mean, stealth technology is great, but it's not really relevant to radar pings of 4,000 miles of things that can get pinged because they ain't got stealth technology on them.
Because you say it's not relevant doesn't mean it's not relevant.
Well,
wait, didn't you just say that earlier?
How relevant is it on a scale of 1 to 10 if it's going to be like that? Because I don't find it very relevant. It's direct line of sight technology. You've brought up stealth technology. Brilliant.
I mean, it's not the most relevant thing.
No, it's not.
I'm currently trying to do some modeling on that to see exactly where your direct line of sight examples would sit, depending on the height of the radar dish. But I do have to get out of here. I will probably be around again sometime later.
Awesome.
All right.
Can't wait.
You start, homie.
Thanks for stopping by.
So what did we get out of that?
But a little bit confused.
Oh,
I'm still trying to. We've got somebody called Air Ban in here. Who's that? Voice verified, link image embedded roles. Not muted at the moment. I don't mean.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing, man? Just noticed you're in the server. You haven't got any Earth determining roles, flat Earther, globe Earther, but you have got the ability to speak, and you wasn't muted, mate. So I don't know if I missed you or you were trying to speak or whatever.
What was the first thing you said? Sorry.
Hello, probably.
Other than hello.
I can't remember.
You got me cheesing over here.
Verified to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's because you don't have any Earth defining roles. When I look on the roles that you've got voice verified and link embedded, but no flat Earth or globe Earth role. So I was just curious, mate. That was all.
Oh, okay. I didn't know these roles existed. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's fine, buddy. You've got 2 of them, by the way. Just letting you know.
What do you mean? What do I have? 2 of what?
Roles. So roles usually give you ability, or they kind of highlight you as having a point of view. On a flat Earth server, 2 points of view would be a flat Earther or a globe Earther, or one of those roles that give you permission would be voice verified, gives you permission to speak, or link embedded, which gives you permission to share images in the live stream voice text.
Okay, so what are my roles? Do I have some?
Yeah, you got 2. Voice verified so you can speak, and link embedded so you can post images in the live stream voice chat.
Oh, okay. Cool.
How long have you been in the server, my friend?
I dropped in here probably like I don't know, like 2-3 months ago. We talked for a little bit. Spent maybe like total of like 20 hours on this channel, and then I just kind of went away. I had life shit to do, and then I'm just kind of back, kind of bored. I wanted to ask some about the concave Earth theory. So that's about it.
If you got any questions, mate, that'd be awesome. Being as you've been away, I mean, I'd probably ask you what have you been thinking about since your 20-hour stint, and lots of questions and conversations. I get life gets in the way, that's fine, but what's on your mind?
Well, I already know the Earth is flat. That's what I think. I don't really need to overthink it or re-verify that, right? I've gone over every single thing. So I know what I believe in. The concave theory was the only thing that kind of just sparked my interest lately. So I came back here.
What sparked your interest about it?
I just wanted to poke around and see what you guys were thinking, really. If anyone else knew about it or thought about it or explored it. I haven't heard of it before. So
it's kind of the same as the globe, as in you're going to need some curvature for that.
Oh, yeah? Like I said, I don't know. I literally looked at a 50-second video. So
is that a fishbowl? Like, or like this a bowl? Is that what it is? It's curved upwards. Is that what you're talking about?
All I know is it's called the concave theory, concave Earth theory. I honestly don't really know much about it, to be honest.
Think the craziest thought you can think, and then take a left.
Yeah, it seems very, very insane, like a very, very advanced theory. But
okay, so I know a little bit about it. So the sky is a giant orb that they call the black sun, and that's why you see the night sky. It's a big ball that's it just like obviously because it just merges with the horizon. So you're looking in. You're on the surface. You're on the inner surface of a sphere, looking in at this big black ball. And the stars are not out. They're in. They're further in. And that black sun is projected into the sky by the pyramids of Giza. Yeah, that's the concave Earth.
That's the theory. The thing is projected by the pyramids of Giza.
Really? Yes. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, that's why I said think of crazy, then take a left, man. Like,
yeah, like I don't know.
It's left of crazy, man. It's like crazy on plus, man. Crazy then some. Crazy squared. That's what you want it.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like the Earth is like the theory that the Earth is rising. The flat Earth is, I'll say, rising in infinite space. There's nothing in space that we're just constantly rising infinitely.
Whose theory
I
is
was more
that?
hoping it was more like a theory that was based on everything being inside of you and your consciousness, your personal consciousness,
Okay.
rather than something that's projected outside of you.
Somebody please define scientific theory. Throwing around this word.
Observable, it can be replicated. What's the last one? Experimented. I don't know. There's like 3 of them.
Well, let's just say you guys are using the colloquial usage of the word. The word just gets like whipped around everywhere.
Theory being the word.
Yeah. I got a theory that she might be my girlfriend someday. Like, that's not a theory, technically. You know, that's how people nowadays use it. They want to sound cool or think like what they're saying has some basis in reality, so they call it a theory.
With concave, though, you're already going from water curved one way to water curved the other way. So it's like both are equally silly, in my opinion. When water behaves one way, at least bodies of water in this context.
Yeah, it's cool. Just wanted to see what people's what you guys thought of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it really, so I'm just eating, chilling. So.
Hey, wait a minute. You saying the concave Earth thing is the water is curving? I didn't realize that. I thought it was just the land is higher in, on the outer, I guess, edge than.
They have some kind of basically a universal
water too.
There's some kind of universal compression that pushes the water to make it bend concave on that part of kind of like the shell of the universe.
Interesting.
On the concave thing. Belief. Dang, there's a lot of guns going off nearby. I reckon the neighbors are shooting.
If I were you, I'd mute the live stream and go see what you sound like on YouTube.
I probably sound like a tornado. Let me turn my fan off.
Sounds like you're in 50 Cent's backyard.
I'm sure he's in a much wealthier neighborhood these days.
Wow, literally firearms.
That's hilarious.
Nobody be alarmed. I'm out in the country and there's people doing like hunting practice type shooting. So it's not.
That's all good. In fact, if it was up to me, I'd open carry in my country.
So look in the live stream. That's kind of Blue Jumper did it too. This is a graphic of.
Does it sound? Does it sound a little bit better? Less like a wind tunnel?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Well, maybe I just need to turn you down on my end.
I'm not hot micing in here with my fan, am I? You guys can't hear my fan in the background, can you?
You're good.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You guys can't hear me fucking stuffing my face, can you?
Yes, we can hear that, but it's all
really.
You're fine, dude.
I'm almost done anyway.
No worries.
But
yeah, concave. I don't know. I don't really meet a lot of genuine concavers, if any. And the ones I have met are a little.
Yeah.
So. The only one that I can remember was, I think there's 2. Lord Stephen Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody remembers that name. And then one of his, I don't know, acolytes or whatever. Can't remember his name, but
the bald guy.
The server. Yeah. But they're both nutters. Absolute fruitcakes. I wouldn't trust them with fucking hell.
Well, I mean, Stephen Christ is officially, I think he passed away, but he was a diagnosed schizophrenic.
There's
That's not me talking shit about him. He was officially, medically diagnosed with schizophrenia. Which doesn't make him wrong. He could be a crazy person. The only, I'm just saying.
I don't know, dude.
The only reason I know it, I watched a 6-hour bit. Like, we used to have a mod named Gandalf, and he he went off the rails into concave earth. He sent me a 6-hour video on it, and I promised I would watch the whole thing, which I did. Oh my god. Anyway,
just
never get that. Huh? Gandalf.
I'm willing to. I'm willing to.
Never gonna get those 6 hours back.
I did. This is like a couple years ago. I don't even know where it is now. I'd have to find it. I mean, I don't have it like on my computer or anything. And that was like, I don't even have that account anymore. I don't think.
It's all good.
I'll check real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is Gandalf too, that you mentioned him.
I thought people with schizophrenia were actually, some of them, extremely intelligent and, some things, but they can't, put everything together to live a normal life. Like they can't, do what they need to do to take care of themselves. But I thought that some of them were really intelligent.
They are.
It can be. Yeah, it can be. You don't necessarily have to be. They make connections where there are none. Like, I stubbed my toe because my bread is moldy. Things like that. Plus, they'll hear voices and sounds and have bodily sensations, which may or may not necessarily be real.
You got to be careful with these psychological terms, right? Because there's no test for any psychological disease or disorder. This is basically an agreed upon set of behaviors exhibited by people that are disagreed to be normal, right? And since a lot of this stuff is self-reported, you have to interview patients in order to make the diagnosis. It's really up in the air, a lot of these things. Not to say
100%
that.
Correct.
Yeah,
100% correct, man.
And they're made up by previous torturers.
Well, I mean, they are based upon, so the manual for psychiatry is called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders. So basically, over time, they've compiled lists of symptoms that if you have like this bracket of symptoms, then they'll put you in some family of psychiatric disorder. There's no medical test or biological mechanism that they can identify. So it's kind of like symptomatic, and like they have to classify it some way. It's like, how do you, it's not like people just started getting mental disorders now. It's been around. So like, how do you figure it out? Got to do something. And this is what they did. They've given statistical surveys of many, many people, and then they've classified people in little boxes, and then there's smaller boxes inside the boxes. Some people span multiple boxes.
Brain scans?
That's,
Or is that bullshit?
I mean, no,
not really.
Well, put it this way: it's part bullshit, part like can't control the variables. Because typically, when they've done these brain scans, it's people that have already taken psychiatric medication. So, is it a result of the residual effects of the psychiatric medication, or right? So their controls, their controls are sucked. So this is what happened with ADHD. ADHD came out back in the 90s. They had a little conference for ADHD, and they and the thing was they wanted to classify it, and this doctor came out with like these brain scans of children and say, look, their brains are different, the ADHD kids versus the non-ADHD kids. When it turns out the ADHD kids had been treated with Adderall, right, which is a stimulant, right, previously. And that turns out that actually will change your. They use functional MRI, so that's blood flow to the brain, right? So that's what they checked, and they had different functional MRIs than kids that so-called did not have ADHD. But these children were treated with psychiatric drugs, right? So in the end, it turns out at the end of this conference, they said ADHD. Now remember this, boys and girls. Officially, ADHD has no known biological mechanism. So this is what they say. This is according to the science.
What's funny, Indio, is that ADHD started developing as soon as they said you can no longer discipline your child with corporal punishment of any sort, right? And then all of these behavior problems. Yeah, by coincidence, right? Then all of these behavioral problems in children start to appear because you can no longer discipline your child. Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Yeah, you got to give them a stern talking to.
Are certain parasites real?
Yeah, co-birth. It's a mental parasite.
What about physical?
Yeah, there's parasites. Ticks, leeches, you know.
Like smaller, though.
Oh, yeah, there's ringworm. There's frickin' tapeworms. There's all sorts of shit. Hookworm. You don't want that, boy.
Oh, is that where, like, if you step on something on with your foot?
It goes up your urethra.
Excuse me, this is getting closer to the vegan talk. We're gonna have to move you guys from this room. Shut the fuck up, or
Gemsy, we didn't go down there.
Gemsy's still salty.
Gemsy's
hey, Indio, shut up, or I'm gonna have to do something about it.
I was actually going to defer to you on the parasite issue, but we'll just kill that
We're
noise.
not talking about eating the parasites, though, so it's a non sequitur. It's a different category.
All right, since it's allowed now, since we got the green light from
No, it's
Indio
not allowed. No.
there.
Category error.
Since we got the green light, now I'm gonna talk about it. Then, just kidding. Never mind.
We're going to talk about parasites. Let's talk about all the girls I've loved before. All the girls I've loved before.
Not here. I can do that here. So no.
What happened to Radar Man with the radar cross section with the curved noses and stuff?
That's what I'm talking about. Tell him, Creation.
He said he'll be back.
Oh, okay. And he's actually got that backwards.
Round things bounce laser, right?
No, it's called diffraction, and it happens at sharp edges. Now, I mean, it will happen on rounded edges, but it's more on sharp edges. That's why they actually call it knife edge diffraction. I don't know why he's talking about it with airplanes. Maybe with the airplane, because of the coating or something, if it's a smooth surface, then maybe it has a different thing. I don't know. But you pinged me and said curvature correction. What was that in reference to?
That was the first thing he jumped in because I guess I was talking about our conversation with Pazza. He must have heard me saying something about curve correction. So when he jumped in, he said, "Well, whoever said something about curve correction, you're wrong," or whatever. We actually do correct for curvature. Like, oh, Indio, get over here.
Yeah, what is the correction? And does it make a difference? What is the practical difference? That's it. That's what it always ends up being. It ends up being no practical difference.
Well, they try to say it just wouldn't work on flat Earth.
Well, that's the same silliness. But yeah, just like that radar, right? Wouldn't work on flat Earth. Like the Earth is not flat radar paper. Like, yeah, the Earth is not flat. Wouldn't work on flat Earth. We tested a bunch of models and none of them were flat. But we're going to claim it's not a flat Earth. But then if we did test it on a flat Earth, then it would work. And I actually have evidence of that. I have a whole bunch, man. So one paper is called The Effective Himalayan Topography on Two-Dimensional Interpretation of Magnetotelluric Data. So that's like ground currents, right? So they'll measure ground currents. It says the results suggest the interpretation model, assuming flat Earth is similar to the one obtained by including topography in the model. Inclusion of a 10% Gaussian noise to the synthetic data does not change these results. So that was modeled on a flat Earth versus globe Earth. So here's another one. Hold on a second. I got this one too. Flat Earth seismology. Shit. Yeah. Hold on. So they measure seismic waves. They do seismic waves, and the difference between a flat Earth and a round Earth, according to their model, is identical. It's called free oscillations of the Earth.
Ooh, the Glovers don't want to hear that. We're working on buttons. They're not very fond of those things.
Says flat Earth model gives a good approximation for t equals 50 seconds. So that means 50 seconds from the epicenter, which is traveling at the speed of sound. In the period ranging 50 seconds to 300 seconds, a flat Earth model with suitable Earth flattening approximation serves our purpose. Propagating waves ranges of 300 to 600 seconds are sometimes observed in seismographs of major earthquakes. Yeah, it doesn't go. It doesn't say it doesn't work or anything like that. So this is actually a comparison between like a flat Earth flattening approximation, sphere Earth using what's called restricted normal mode because they model it like a vibrating sphere, and about to get like super complicated. It's like a ringing bell. So like and it has modes of oscillation. And they have to use what's called spherical harmonics to model it. You do that now. As people don't understand, like some things can't be actually done on a sphere, like mathematically, so they have to use like these approximations, like Bezel functions and spherical harmonics.
They're basically
which is as complicated as it sounds.
I was gonna
Like
say,
some things are not, but it is.
They're just making stuff up, though, really, aren't they?
Oh yeah, because they're trying to this is exactly what I'm alluding to, is that they're dead set. We're going to make this work on a sphere. We're not going to. We'll pull out all the tools, right? We're going to whip out all the mathematics we can to make this work. And even then, they have limitations, and it still doesn't exactly work.
But it all still works somehow. Crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can think of it like this, right? Like, I don't want to go there. Right? Okay, so let's say you go on a date. And even though the chick is a, porn star, you assume that she's a virgin. Date's probably going to go well. Because you have a model of a virgin in your head. Right? So, you're not thinking something. So, a comment she makes thinking she's a virgin versus a comment she makes thinking she's a 304, you're going to interpret it differently.
Okay.
So it's the same thing. You have an idea in your head, and you're going to interpret the data to fit whatever your preconceived notion is.
I see. And they can't even conceive a flat Earth model, right? I've spoken to Okumu virus, and they're like, "Well, we've tried mathematical models, but none of them work."
Well, think about the non-rotating flat Earth model, right? The NASA document.
Yeah.
When you bring that up, they go, "Well, it's just a model. It doesn't really mean that the Earth is flat. They're just doing that to make it easier."
Yeah, listen.
But it works, right? Then we could say, "Well, but it works. So the Earth must be flat because it works. They're using it, right?" We could make that same stupid argument.
Yeah, but I was going to say something about shipwrecks. There's thousands and thousands upon thousands of shipwrecks all over on rocks where the people that were navigating the boat, no, there couldn't possibly be rocks here because of some reasons or ideas, preconceived ideas.
I say this all the time, Sonny. There's thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of ships at the bottom of the ocean because they sailed thinking one thing and were wrong.
Yeah, exactly, man. So that's the practical usage of this whole scenario. It's like the ships are sunk that prove this exactly. That in practical terms, if you're out there and you're doing things and taking actions, moving around on the surface, especially on the ocean, or whatever, or in the air. Yeah, there's serious consequences to what you believe the surface to be.
Do you see this now? You're on the deck of a ship, right? You're lost to sea. You have no idea where you are, man, and you're like, Poseidon, but I used my sextant in the globe Earth model.
No, before you get there, imagine you just being on the vessel with all the crew navigating, and you start telling them, "Hey, you know what? I have these calculations, and I think it's a globe. Now everybody's gonna follow my idea, so we can get there."
I'm waiting for the Globers
You're gonna most likely be thrown out of the.
Right, they're gonna make him walk the plank.
There's gonna be a mutiny. Certainly.
I'm waiting. I'm calling to the Globers to go out on their own boats and yachts. Obviously, they probably have them, but regardless, go out and let's see you do it with only using the spherical globe. Because I guarantee you, you're navigating on a curved surface. You don't have horizontal, but that's besides the point. You're in a different location than on the flat plane. Period.
I have an idea. I got a great idea. So theoretically, right, they can just throw the nautical almanac into the bay, right, and have a celestial globe and a Earth globe inside of it. Then they can figure out exactly where they are relative to the stars, right, and just sail around the world. Just have a physical globe, and a celestial globe is basically an inverted, the so-called celestial sphere. So they should. You just make it so that it all corresponds correctly, right? You can put a little freaking thing to make it spin around so you get all the timings right, and then go up and sail. See how you do.
We'll have someone make a curved navigation table with curved charts that go on top of it.
No, they don't get charts. They just get a couple models. They get a globe and a globe outside of it.
No, check it out. That means instead of having a straight rule and a parallel rulers, which are common tools in navigation on your chart table, they're going to have a curved rule and a curved parallel rule. So when you're walking it across the curved chart table on the curved chart, that you'll get the right thing, and you'll have a curved thing down at the bottom. What is it called? The legend? Yeah, that'll have to be curved too, and you'll have to match it up with your curved there isn't even such a thing, but anyway, your curved compass.
Sphere compass.
Heretic got the shit here, man.
I mean, why don't they have all this? What are they talking about? Why are they doing everything flat and right triangles and getting there like you're threading the eye of a needle?
Why don't they just navigate with Stellarium? Right? Or Celestia. Just navigate with that.
Or just navigate. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, shoot, add on Google Earth.
Yeah, how about Kerbal Space Program?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.